Fellow Falcoholics, what is up? Welcome to day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft here on the Falcoholic Live. Our NFL Draft party wraps up today with the final day, rounds 4 through 7. We are going to be taking you through pick 218, the last Falcons pick. I'm not going to promise anything beyond the last Falcons pick. Thankfully, the Falcons did offload 242. That's my go-to in mock drafts, and I'm glad to see the Falcons embrace that as well. I'm Kevin Ida Falcoholic Kevin. If you don't know who I am, thanks for tuning in for the first time, obviously. Also joining me, my co-host Adnan Ikic at Say Which Way. Adnan, like you said before the show, we're about 8.5 hours deep now, maybe even more. How are we feeling for the home stretch?
Feeling good. I was about to start, complimenting the viewers before the show started, but why would I do it before the show? And I can say it to them, but yeah, everyone here today, these are my favorites today. These like 100 or so people like in it who are going to be in it watching with us like throughout this day 3 of the draft, or like this 70 of you guys who are going to be here throughout the entire time. These are like, our true degens, me and you being included among that group.
Yeah.
Like, it's like day 3 of the draft. That's the shit, right? It's easy to come for like night one of the draft. That's when everyone's in here. It's easy to come like, to be here during the regular season after like a big win or like, before a big game. But no, this is it. Day 3 of the draft, when we're talking about these prospects who may or may not like ever amount to anything. And then after the 4th rounder, and we're just talking about anything and everything to kill some time.
Yeah. This is when champions are crowned, especially champion broadcasters, and we are here to contend for that crown today. Shout out to all the 100 people here before the draft even gets started, although technically the pick is in, so they're on time on day 3. They don't drag it out as bad on day 3. I'll give them that. They do try to keep the picks moving, which is helpful. Thanks to everyone for joining us.
Not as many people are watching on day 3.
Yes, they're not trying to squeeze every like advertising dollar out of this one anymore, but before I forget, folks, let me bring you a real quick word from today's sponsor, BetOnline, folks. BetOnline is the world's most trusted betting platform, your number one source for all your sports betting action. Obviously, baseball season's in full swing. Looks like the Braves came away with a dominant victory last night, right about the time we were wrapping up. So shout out there. So good for them. It seems like things might be turning around a little bit there, Adnan.
Hey man, the Braves, just need to start hitting better with runners in scoring position. They've been doing that, a bit more lately, but yeah, it's not easy when you dig yourself a hole to start the season. But the good news about baseball season, 162 games, you go 0-7, start the season. It's not as catastrophic as like, let's say an NFL team starting 0-3, because then it's like, okay, now time's really running out.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of time to make that up, but thankfully you do in baseball. So hopefully they can keep that train rolling.
Expanded playoffs in baseball the last few years makes it a bit easier to sort of recover. Because I mean, baseball playoffs for like the longest time was, all the division winners get in, and then one wild card team, and then that's it. That's it. Like you go back to the 90s, even further, it was just you win your division, you're in the playoffs. You don't, you're not in the playoffs. I think it was 93. The Braves and Giants had this because the Braves were just like the Falcons. They were in the West Division with San Francisco and like those teams. So they had this like very long, they had this like huge pennant run, one against the other, where I think the Braves ended up winning 104 games. The Giants won 103, and the Giants missed the playoffs because like they didn't win the division. Like
That's brutal.
It's like best record in the conference or in the league. But yeah, that was a bit like too much too. But what, we're already like starting day 3 process.
Yes. Got the deep baseball playoff history here. But yeah, I mean, if you want to bet on the Braves making playoff history, you can do so at BetOnline, folks. They've also, of course, got the remainder of the NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs going on there. They've got the latest odds, news, and scores, even live in-game betting while the games are being played. So go check it out, guys. BetOnline.ag. Make sure to use our promo code BELIEVE, that's BLEAV, to get access to the latest promotions. BetOnline, the game starts here. And also welcome in the boss man himself, Dave Choate, here with us bright and early. Dave, how are we feeling here on the final day of draft coverage?
Glad it's, going to be over, but really happy with the haul so far. It's been good. I I don't have any objections beyond like trade compensation or anything. It's kind of a new feeling. So we'll see.
Yeah, yeah. I feel happiness, hope. What is this feeling as we see the first pick
kind of
go through?
yeah.
So yeah. I have hope and happiness that they won't drag this draft out today too. I mean, we got picks already. It's all everything's looking great so far. So
Yeah, I mean, look, man. Oh, Dave, by the way, I'll get pick 118.
Okay, sweet. Thank you for telling me. All right.
But this is some, well, this should have been like talked about in the Discord or like privately. But Dave, by the way,
I got this.
I like doing this on air though. Like,
yeah.
I gotta go pick up some milk later if you guys need anything. So
nice.
Dave, by picking up milk, do you mean that you're gonna leave and never come back, or
he's gonna go out for cigarettes? Yeah,
that's how you know.
Yep.
My 20th year, I'll be doing that. So
yeah. Yes, guys. Well, we got Chimera. I think it's a Shamire or something like. I butchered it. I heard somebody say it correctly the other day, and I just completely forgot. But Chimera Dike, I think, is somewhat approximate to that wide receiver, Senior Bowl guy, going to the Titans at 103. Jaguars picking here, so we're getting rolling. But
Bashal Tootin.
Oh, Tootin
from Virginia goes to Jacksonville.
Nice.
Travis Etienne last year, I feel like he's sort of like, started breaking down a little bit. Like he wasn't like I don't know. It kind of feels like Tank Bigsby started taking over the backfield like a little more, at least making it more of a timeshare. So maybe this isn't like a stamp of approval on Etienne, who was a former first rounder, came in that same year as Trevor Lawrence. But yeah, it's as a Tank Bigsby dynasty owner, I'm definitely very, very intrigued by this backfield.
Yeah. No, I think it's interesting, and Tootin also has one of the best nicknames in this class, in Scootin' Tootin'. He runs, Tootin' be scootin', so yeah, he's. I don't even know if that's his real nickname. I did hear somebody say that, and that's pretty good. But yeah, he's an elite athlete. Did have I think it was 7 fumbles last year, so that obviously is a concern. Gonna have to get that figured out. But yeah, there was somebody was like, oh, I would take him in the first round. It's like, okay, maybe relax. But yeah, I mean, anything's possible. But he does go here to the Jaguars at 104. But yeah, Dave, I'm curious. Obviously the team made us wiggle a little bit last night with this small trade up, and they end up taking a guy that I wasn't gonna do a post show, but I was so hyped about Xavier Watts that I had to do one. How are you feeling about that pickup at the end of the third round?
I think it's great. Your ideal set of safeties to me is always going to be 2 guys who, whatever their ultimate overall skill set, are both ball hawks. They're guys that you can trust to make plays on the ball. And the fact that, we thought we were getting that with Bates and Simmons a year ago. We didn't really. We're definitely getting that with Bates and Watts. And I just think he's a smart, fun player. They don't have to push him into the starting lineup on day one if they don't want to, because they have Fuller, they have Helms to compete. But this is a guy who is definitely, in my mind, a long-term starter, and probably a really good one too. So it's hard to be mad about that. I think it is hilarious that Terry is never again going to work with a full complement of draft picks. It's just not in his nature to do so, apparently. So I don't really mind giving up a fifth to hop up a little bit, but we'll see how that goes. But there's no doubt in my mind that he was worth swapping for, and if they hadn't done so, they probably wouldn't have gotten it. So
yeah.
I was saying last night, at least we used that 5th rounder next year for something. Well, we didn't. This year's 5th rounder just vanished for no reason.
Oh, for good reason.
Set it on fire, yeah. Well, Kirk set it on fire, to be fair. Well, the Falcons didn't have anything to do with it, but
I really enjoyed meeting with the Falcons medical staff before I was supposed to.
We had a nice steak dinner.
Before I was legally allowed to. Are these microphones on? Are these loud enough? Can I say that again?
Hello? Yeah. Yeah. Kirk, that's just, yeah. And then of course they changed the rule to make that not illegal after they already took a draft pick from the Falcons. So, great consistency there, NFL. Shout out to Shay Ellison also with the $50 super chat. We'll get to that in just a second, but go ahead.
Also, Shay, I love the YouTube picture. Go Hawks.
Nice Hawks logo. Yeah.
Don't worry. Hey, after that 4th round, about 2 p.m., that's going to be my time when it comes to hijacking the show. I've already sent Bryce a message. We're hijacking the show, and we're just going to talk about the Hawks for about a couple hours. We'll see how the viewers look after that.
We'll see. So that's how we clear out the show at the end of the night. But but we got Cam Scatterboo going here. Arizona State. He's like a fan favorite. Yeah. Big fan favorite. Shout out to Shay with the $50 super chat. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. All right, the question is, do we trust this team to actually put these 3 guys in a position to be successful? Seems like we've always struggled with the actual defensive development. I'm on Team FDM Picks as long as we can get these guys rolling. Thank you for all the draft coverage. You're so welcome. Thank you. I think it's a different staff slightly, right? I think they've, for the most part, done well with their secondary picks, not named Richie Grant. Clark Phillips was always an outlier that was kind of like we're banking on him just kind of elevating over that. And, we'll see. Jury's kind of still out on that. But yeah, I really like when they hired Jay Rodgers last year, I know Trayshawn was like, oh God, no. And I didn't know too much about him. So I was like, yeah, whatever, we'll see. But he was not a good hire. I don't really get that. I don't know if he was friends with Jimmy Lake or what. His track record was not successful, so I'm not sure why you would go make that hire. But Nate Ali is the opposite. He's a young, ascending defensive line coach who's got a number of very, very good players under his belt, guys that he's developed. I think that I have a lot more faith in him to actually develop these players. And then Jeff Ulbrich, Jeff Ulbrich isn't a sexy hire. We all know that. Maybe it's a little too familiar as well, and I could see that going wrong. But in terms of he's way better than Jimmy Lake. Let's not have any illusions here. The Jimmy Lake was a terrible hire. Again, I really question the thought process of that one. But I like the Jeff Ulbrich hire. I think he's a good coach. I think Nate Ali is a good coach. I think they already had good secondary coaches in here, Jerry Gray and all that. So I think there's a clear pathway for them to get these guys ready to go and develop, someone like Jeff Ulbrich's his bread and butter was linebackers. He developed a number of good linebackers here in Atlanta when he was the linebacker coach. And I think, you do see there's a pathway for success for these players. And I actually do quite like these coaches as compared to even who we had last year at some of these spots. So I do feel pretty good about their ability to actually have a functional defensive scheme and actually have coaches that will develop players. But Dave, I'm curious, what do you think? Do you think we can actually deploy and develop some guys for a change here in Atlanta?
Yeah, I like to think so. I think that was a big red flag last year. I think the Rodgers hire was a questionable one. I didn't hate it, but obviously it didn't work out. And Lake too, it was kind of an opportunity, I think, for Raheem Morris saying, I like these guys, I trust them, I'm going to give them the shot. And obviously it went catastrophically. But, Raheem Morris is the developmental-minded coach. And, that was a big focus with the Rams. And they were quite successful at getting some young guys up and running, including, mid-round picks and so forth. So I do believe in him and this staff. Certainly more than I did a year ago. I think Nate Ali is a home run hire. I think if you look at every stop he's had, he has had guys rushing the passer effectively. And I don't know what the sorcery is there, but you look at the Colts numbers with him and then after he left, and it's a massive drop off, immediately. And they did not lose the players that you would think would contribute to that. So I'm excited about him in particular, and I think the fact that they have so many young defensive linemen with a developmental-minded coach is a really big deal. So I'm hoping for good things. Obviously, at some point, the eternal curse of the Falcons might not be so eternal. Things might actually work out. But logically speaking, everything seems like it's on a good path. If you throw out, again, the eternal curse
Yeah.
being the Atlanta Falcons. Yeah.
Right. There's nothing we could do about that. That's just always lingering behind us, like the Undertaker, just kind of lurking in the background at all times. But yeah,
At some point, you just hear the bells start ringing.
Yeah.
It's like, no.
Oh no, it's back. But yeah, Adnan, how are you feeling about the actual pathway for development of these guys?
One, it's easier to develop guys who are like talented. So it kind of goes hand in hand. Like you can have the best developers or the best coaching staff like ever there, but if the guys aren't really like that good, then it's like it'll all be for naught. And then obviously you want the talented guys to work hand in hand with great coaches and great coaching staffs. I think it helps the fact that the Falcons have taken 3 really, really talented guys so far and 3 guys who project to be starters like right off the bat. But yeah, like Dave said, Ollie was a hell of a hire. I think that was one of those hires where it's like everyone was like, okay, yeah, this is great. Like, it came off the heels of the Jeff Ulbrich hire, and the Jeff Ulbrich hire, I don't think Ulbrich wasn't our like top like guy that we wanted. I don't even think he was like in our top 3. He wasn't a lot of guys' top like option. There was like a lot of criticism with that hire, but then like the Ollie hire was like, okay, no, this is actually great. Like, this hire was like fantastic. But for any of my qualms when it comes to Jeff Ulbrich, I do think that he's much better than Jimmy Lake. I think the fact that he does have, legitimate or more legitimate NFL experience than Lake. He's been, he was with the Jets, and let's be honest, Robert Saleh was probably the mastermind behind those really good Jets defenses, but Ulbrich was right there with him. He was helping him develop those game plans over the last couple of years. I think Jalen Walker especially is. I feel like Jeff Ulbrich had his fingerprints all over that pick, and I think Jeff Ulbrich is going to do a hell of a job with putting Walker in positions to be successful. Raheem Morris, when he started, taking over more of the defense last year, the defensive line and the pass rush in particular, got a lot better. And the Falcons went from looking like a historically terrible pass rush before the bye week to then, being very, very competent and like even, above average in the pass rush department after that, which was a massive like improvement. But yeah, I think, no matter what you think of Ulbrich and the new coaching staff hires, it can't be worse than last year. And hopefully that paired with the fact that we're actually getting, very talented guys who the consensus really likes and whom a lot of people really like, instead of galaxy braining some of these picks the way that Terry Fontenot has done every single year up until this one. I like the fact that we're finally, trying something new when what we have been doing has failed so far. So I give Terry Fontenot a lot of credit. I do give Raheem Morris credit for replacing out Jimmy Lake, who was his friend. So hopefully it's a sign of vastly improved defense moving forward.
Yeah, no, I like that explanation. I think that maybe some hard lessons were learned last year, and I hope that look, like everybody screws up in the NFL. All coaches are going to do it. They're going to make bad calls. They're going to make mistakes. What separates the coaches that flame out and disappear from the ones that stick around and succeed ultimately is an ability to learn and adapt. And I think that was Arthur Smith's biggest failing, right? Is that he didn't adapt. He didn't learn. He kept the same scheme. He kept stubbornly doing the same things with the same people. And he didn't adapt. And he still hasn't learned clearly in Pittsburgh that a quarterback is really damn important. I mean, I can't believe it. Like this, but he's never going to learn because people keep hiring him and interviewing him for head coaching jobs and all this. So, it is what it is. This isn't the Dunk on Arthur Smith show. Personally, like him, wish him success, but it's like, you have to be able to learn and adapt in this league. and in life in general. And, I think this could be a sign that Raheem is that type of coach that's like, look, we screwed up. We didn't do this the way that it didn't go the way we thought. I'm sure they had a plan. I know a lot of fans seem to be under the impression that the Falcons didn't have a plan or something like that. They have a plan. Okay. There's no, like, they're not just flailing around. Okay. This is the NFL. Even bad teams have a plan. Now, the plan might be bad. The plan might not work, but they have a plan. And the plan last year didn't work. Aspects of it did, shout out to Michael Penix, obviously, but, and the plan in some places might still be in motion, right? Guys like Rook and Dorless, JD Bertrand, whoever, like it's time for that plan, for those pieces of the plan to come to fruition, right? As we see a trade here, the Buffalo Bills coming up to 109. I'm interested to see how it turns out in year two. And I think there's obviously an opportunity for opinions to change quite drastically in year two. You don't have to look much further than 2016, right? And I found it really funny last year that everyone was trying to compare last year, mid-season to 2016. And I was like, no. This is 2015. And lo and behold, it was 2015. What a coincidence. Now, obviously, in 2015, we didn't have a quarterback injury to blame. But, if last year was 2015, then maybe this year could be 2016 and be the surprise, Yeah, make some better hires, get some stuff going there. Yeah, hopefully winning a Super Bowl. Yeah, no, I mean, I would take less than 2016 for the record. I would just take a nice little playoff run. But
I don't know, man. I don't think I could take another blown double-digit Super Bowl.
If they just lose the Super Bowl, that's fine. If they pull that stunt again, I don't know that I can.
I think that actually might be enough to kill me at that point.
Or I'll just become the most stoic individual you've ever seen. Just
you go through that once in your life, and it's like once is too much, but you end up, it changes you a little bit as a sports fan, but you can sort of hopefully recover. But twice it's okay, at that point it's.
Yeah. It's, I've definitely become hardened to this team. I used to get really upset, in the moment in games, and I still get upset to some extent, but it's nowhere near like it used to be, because ever since that game that we shall not name, it's like there's just there's no the depth of pain. It just isn't the same. There's nothing that can quite top it. So, but shout out to the Bills, because they're the one team I think that can absolutely claim a deeper depth of pain than the Falcons. So shout out to our brothers in pain, the Bills here at 109. So
the 2015, I just wanted to follow up on that real quick, because I think it is a fair comparison in a few different ways. And I think one of the ways that we maybe don't talk about enough is 2015, Dan Quinn coming in, he didn't have all his guys in year one, right? And then the 2016 offseason with Alex Mack, with the draft class they had, that was all about getting those guys. And you saw the way the team blossomed before they unblossomed a couple of years later. But nonetheless, and I think that's true of Raheem Morris too, and I think we forget that, especially last year with the veterans on the team, which again, part of that is his decision. That draft class didn't get to play. This is really his second draft class, an opportunity to fine tune and tweak things. So this is the critical year for me. We're going to find out if Morris can have that kind of elevate the team effect that Quinn did or not. But I think it's fair to say that, he deserved that shot. It was the same thing with Morris as it was with Quinn. We wanted him gone after the first year, a healthy portion of the fan base, because of how disappointing the end of the season was. But year two really is that proving ground. And certainly the draft suggests that, there's something there. There's some thinking going on.
Yeah, I agree. And we'll see how it plays out. But, I think yesterday for me, given the trade, the trade up, back into the first round and picking up that third became incredibly critical, because that is going to be a big part of how this trade is judged. And I think, obviously we have to see how these players pan out, but the fact that the Rams took a tight end at 46, I liked T. Ferg, but top 50 is extremely aggressive.
Yeah.
And the Falcons get a guy that I think would have been a much better pick than T. Ferg, personally, all the way down at 96. So it's like, now if you get 2 starters out of this trade, and everyone would be like, oh, well, I mean, obviously the Rams are going to have more starters come out of this trade. Are we sure now? Because the Falcons got a 3rd-round pick that I think they turned into at the very least, a top 50 player on my board. I mean, I had him as a top 40 player, but, I mean, it becomes a lot easier to see this trade actually being favorable to the Falcons now. So,
well, we all thought, and it's not the same thing. I trust the Rams a lot more to do a good job with this. I think, Falcons pick in the 20s next year, it could be a really good player, and that'll be part of the debate. But we all thought after the Julio Jones trade, it's going to be very difficult for Julio to be more valuable than all the picks the Falcons gave up. But he was easily. So you have to let this play out. I'm not saying that, we're definitely going to look back and be like, boy, this was the Falcons fleecing the Rams, but we tend to overreact one way or the other in the moment. Always. That's a big part of the draft. And so, I do think that Watts could balance that out pretty nicely. For sure.
Yeah. And I think the best case scenario is obviously that I have no animosity towards the Rams. That both teams are happy. Both teams walk away happy with the trade. The Falcons got an impact pass rusher, they got an impact safety. The Rams get their tight end, and then perhaps also get, a good player next year in the 20s. And maybe both teams come away happy. And that, I think that's a lot of people are like, oh, well, the Rams think they're fleecing the Falcons, or they're betting on the Falcons being bad. It's not necessarily. Maybe they're just happy that they're willing to wait it out, and there's an opportunity for both of these teams to come away feeling pretty good about the trade. That's obviously, that would be a nice outcome, right? So we'll see. But yeah, we had a $5 question from Mad Tom K. MTK, what's up? Thank you, man. Says, all right, this is for all 3 of the audience. Makes me think of Whose Line. All right, this is for all 3 of our comedians tonight. So preferred player for this pick: CJ West, the nose tackle, Kobe Bryant, the corner, or someone else. So I'll let you guys answer first. Adnan, you want to take the first shot at this? Who are you hoping for at 118?
Yeah, man. I mean, I think CJ West seems like the guy, and shout out to Trayshawn, who's been, beating the drum hard for CJ West. He was beating it for CJ West in the 3rd. Imagine getting him in the 4th after getting Xavier Watts in the 3rd. But yeah, the Falcons have gotten two pass rushers, 2 pass rushing specialists so far on day 1 of the draft. And, the run defense there, may leave something to be desired, especially when it comes to someone like a James Pierce. We don't care. We need someone that gets to the quarterback when it comes to that pick. However, CJ West is more of a bully and a brutalizer when it comes to stopping the run. And you do still need someone, in that base package, to have that high impact right away in helping to stop that run, so that you can set up some of those passing downs later on, where then you can, deploy guys like Pierce, and where you can really put Jalen Walker out there on the blitz, or, put him all over the place to go after the quarterback. Who knows what's going to happen with David Onyemata? I still sort of don't know why he's on the team, given his cap hit right now. Maybe they cut him after the draft for cap relief. Maybe they who knows? I don't know. I'm just completely speculating right here. But you have Rook. I would not be upset at all if you moved away from Onyemata after the draft, and then if you rolled with interior defensive linemen, Rook and CJ West, and then you also have Brandon Dorlus in there. We'll turn Zach Harrison into a defensive tackle. We were talking about that on the show last night, but I do think that West can have a high impact, from the start right away, because of his prowess in stopping the run. And then he does have some potential in the pass rushes as well. I trust our defensive line coach. We talked about Coach Ollie at the top of the show. And I do think that he can sort of develop CJ West a little bit into into becoming that complete package where you have a guy who can be on the field all 3 downs. And between you and me, I think that the only reason West is really falling like he is because he's 6'1". We saw it with Grady Jarrett, like in 2015. He fell all the way to the 5th round because he was 6 feet tall, and the Falcons never regret. I mean, that was the best pick of that entire draft. When you look at it from a value perspective, I would argue that it's the best pick that Thomas Dimitroff has made from a value perspective, and arguably the second best draft pick he's ever made behind Matt Ryan. So yeah, I'd be more than stoked if the Falcons came away with CJ West in the 4th. But Kobe Bryant's also very good. We talked about him last night. I think he would be a very good nickel corner. I'd be happy with either of those guys. But man, if they come away with the West, I'm giving this draft an A+.
Yeah, no, I think West is the perfect sort of 4-3 nose that they would be looking for. So that would be exciting. Dave, where are you leaning at this spot?
I'd also lean toward West. He's a player that I like a great deal. I think the fact that he's probably going to be available here, that the Falcons could still use youth and talent on the interior of the defensive line, even after those 2 picks, technically 3. R.I.P. Zion Logue, even though he's very much alive.
Very much alive, yeah.
Yeah, very much alive, but no longer a Falcon. Same thing. So I would prefer West. I think continuing to stack young defenders on that side of the ball, and particularly somebody who I think is a really interesting player with some pass rushing potential from the middle there is a good thing. If he's not available or the Falcons want to go in a different direction, the guy I have my eye on is probably Marcus Embo. And I liked Trayshawn's suggestion, I think way back in early February, that the Falcons could consider converting him to center. And to me, you go through a year, maybe 2 with Newsel, which they seem to be pretty locked into doing. And if you have an interesting developmental guy like him to move to that spot, and I think he has the traits to be good there, that's sort of an interesting idea. I think he's talented enough to have gone earlier than this. And I know that, the Falcons don't need a guard if they feel that's absolutely the place that he projects. But if they're also interested by the possibility of moving him to center, I'd love him as a project pick to maybe be a long-term starter after a year or 2 with Newsel. Because right now I'm wondering, what even the backup option is going to be at that position, unless it's just
Jovan Gwynn, buddy.
I mean, they clearly like him because he's still here, but
Jovan Gwynn sucks.
Oh God, yeah. That's what it seems like the backup plan is right now. They clearly really like Jovan Gwynn. So, we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
Also, I'm shocked that Arian Smith went the fourth
oh my
round.
God, dude. I don't get it. Yeah, I don't get it at all. I think even Georgia fans are like, what the hell?
Get the wide receiver who can't catch the football.
Yeah, he's fast, I guess. But, Jalen Royals is still here, man. What the hell are we doing, Jets?
Well, I was thinking of, Arian Smith as, an ironic, all right, 7th round, let's fill the dog quota. With one of our last, a 4th round. The Jets must have really loved his testing.
Yeah. I mean, he runs fast. There's no doubt about that, right?
I'll give that to him, yeah. But I mean,
yeah,
I'm sure he's going to be a beast on Madden.
Yeah, a great player to pick and go run around. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that pans out. That does seem to be pretty bold.
Oh, here's the Saints, by the way.
Saints selection here. Saints fans from Tower to Eiffel, yeah.
You see the Eiffel Tower in the background. It looks like a Sunday League soccer match going on, or a soccer training.
Yep, very nice. See how this goes, and then I'll give Danny Stutzman, Oklahoma. I know this is a guy that Trayshawn liked here. He's a thumping linebacker. I'm guessing they hope maybe he can be the long-term like Demario Davis, but Stutzman can't cover. That's his thing. He can't cover. He's bad in coverage. So he's a really good run defender though. Like I was like, oh yeah, we could take him on day 3 as like a Nate Landman replacement maybe. A guy that you want on base downs and as a force player, but he can't cover. Yeah. So in the NFL, that's obviously problematic. That's why he's here, even though I think he's like statistically one of the best linebackers in college football. But in the NFL, teams are gonna pick on you if you can't cover, and that's kind of his problem. So he kind of has to be hid in the scheme a little bit. But yeah, I mean, in terms of your question, MTK, I mean, I think I agree with Adnan's take on CJ West. I think Marcus Bowe is an interesting one to float too, because he's definitely like a good value at this point. I don't know if he can play center or not. That would be an interesting thing. I haven't really considered it, but to me, I if it's not CJ West, I think maybe Logan Brown is someone they would like here, like a developmental tackle. Given that they don't have a first next year, they're probably and they haven't extended McGarry, it seems like they're planning to move on, or at least opening the door to that. So I think to me, like a guy like Logan Brown, really athletic tackle, just needs more experience, who could basically redshirt this year, and have a chance to develop before having to start at right tackle next year. I think it's a great idea. I don't have him anywhere near as high on my board as, a guy like West. So to me, I think West is the better pick overall, but it wouldn't shock me if they're kind of like, okay, we don't have a first next year. We really need to get a developmental tackle in here. Because if we don't, we're running out of opportunities to do this without having to, because I think they want to go cheap. Like they want to get cheaper on the offensive line. I think Dahlman was the first part of that.
No, CJ West gets snapped 5
of course. I
I
mean, it's he really shouldn't even be on the board at this point. So I'm not surprised.
What value by the Niners?
Yeah. Can't trade up again, unless you say that, So yeah.
I mean, next year's 6th,
fire it up. So yeah, I mean, so yeah. Yeah, I mean,
I would not mind trading back if anyone's interested.
Yeah, get another day 3 pick in here, perhaps.
Recoup. Maybe. I mean, it doesn't even have to be this year. Like maybe even get a 6th next year because you're already down a 5th now. Like maybe recoup a 5th next year if some team's very interested. But yeah. At this point, because Kobe Bryant is still there. Parrish got drafted last night, right?
Yes, he did. Yeah, yeah, I mean, a lot of guys, like honestly, there's a lot of guys here that are like very interesting. I mean, Braden Swinson is a guy I really like, would have considered in the 2nd round even. So, if they want to just keep going edge rushers, get more and more in here. Swinson's really intriguing.
I just saw the Panthers pick. Sorry. I shouldn't spoil it probably, but I'm just so incredulous about it. So I'll wait a minute.
I'm so incredulous. Yes, I'm excited now. Nervous excitement. But yeah, I mean, Jalen Royals is a guy that I'm not trying to start the flames of wide receiver to the Falcons, but like Jalen Royals is great value right now. Same with Alec Ayamainer. I mean, we're talking about 2nd round ish type of prospects. So, I mean, these guys I think are absolute steals at this point, like close to the top of the draft board. So, I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be mad. Like if you want to swing, and go for that type of guy, like a Jalen Royals, who I think is super underrated, really good. I would understand it. I mean, yeah, it's not defense, it's not offensive line, but at this point in the draft, honestly, just take what comes to you to some extent, right? Like, don't overthink it too much and just say, like, yeah, we're going to, you know what? I wasn't planning on taking this, but if it falls in my lap, let's go. Yeah.
Honestly, I think that should be the philosophy for every round in the draft. Like, genuinely, and it's something that the Falcons have sort of done so far in this draft, which I've been very, very happy with, and I think it's something that is going to result in probably the most successful draft that Fontenot's had. I mean, it depends on how amazing Penix is. If Penix is like a Pro Bowler, then that blows everything else out of the water from last year. But basically, it's like so many GMs have this habit of overthinking and galaxy braining it, and obviously thinking they're the smartest person in the room. So many coaches do, and I get it to an extent. They would not have gotten to this position in their careers if they weren't the smartest person in many of their rooms that they've had, like, leading up to this point. But there is some sort of an ego and arrogance that comes into being a general manager. And I feel like the ones that are most successful when it comes to the draft are the ones that sort of let the draft come to them versus being like, okay, here's a player that nobody's expecting us to take. Like, we're going to take Tyler Shuck at like pick 40. Like, just something where it's like nobody. Oh, there's Trevor. There's Trevor Etienne. We talked
Yeah,
about that.
Wow.
Trevor
Man,
goes to
R.I.P. Jonathan Brooks.
To
R.I.P.
the
Jonathan
Panther
Brooks.
team. Like, this is nuts.
Wow.
Man, this happened right in the middle of my monologue. Too.
Ahead of Dylan Sampson too. What the hell is going on? Like, really?
But that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
They're galaxy braining it.
Yeah.
But this is the 4th round. But yeah, it's like, all right, I'm getting right back on track. But it's like the best general managers are, or the most successful GMs. Think about it. The Eagles, who just won the Super Bowl, the Ravens, who we constantly compliment every single year on this draft show. We're always like, man, the Ravens really had a great draft tonight. And those are the teams that are always picking in the late 20s. And the reason for that is because they're not galaxy braining anything. They're letting the other teams, like, galaxy brain it and make their mistakes. Then it's like, all right, we're going to get this high value guy that just fell into our lap that has no business being here in the late 20s, who should have been taken in the early teens. And we're just going to keep rolling. And I feel like the Falcons, they did that with Jalen Walker. The Pierce pick was, neither here nor there. Like, that's straight up. That's a whole other conversation. They did it with Xavier Watts, and I think they came away with 3 starters thus far as a result of doing that.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely, I think Fontenot is an aggressive GM. He said as much. He's sort of like admitted it in his he's like, yeah, I'm like 75% on like the aggressive side of the spectrum, and he likes to go up and get his guys, and that, the jury's sort of still out on if that's been a worthwhile strategy for Atlanta. I mean, his drafts overall haven't really panned out, but we have, like, it's too early to tell.
I don't know, man. I feel like we have 4 years of data. It definitely, I would argue
the early drafts, it hasn't. It hasn't. Yeah, I think for Matthew Bergeron, I think we're still waiting and seeing if that's worthwhile. Although Bergeron hasn't been a bust, obviously, but
he hasn't. Bergeron's fine, but even someone like a Bergeron, it's like, if you don't trade up, you could have had Brian Branch like at that like draft select, and Branch, like, is one of the best young safeties in the NFL right now. Like but that's what I'm talking about. Like, the Lions let the draft come to them. I mean, we'll see, but to be honest, I haven't really liked Fontenot's like trades in the 2nd round, like, at all. Like the way of like what's happened like in them. Like, I haven't liked the trade ups in the 2nd round because you move up for Rook, and you have Cooper DeJean waiting like at that pick you would have like had. So I don't know. I've gotten to the point where, like, when I was younger and when I was a kid, I was like, oh yeah, like, yeah, go up, like, do the exciting stuff. But now I'm like, just like, let's just have a nice boring draft where you pick up the very high value guy that just falls in your lap. I think that's what the best franchises do.
Yeah. I mean, that is, I think also it's like you kind of have to, like, if you're going to be aggressive and give up picks, that means you kind of have to nail the picks that you keep, right? And I think that's been the biggest issue with Fontenot, is that he really hasn't nailed the picks that he's kept, even though I think the 1st round picks have all been pretty good, except for Pitts. And we'll see, long term, maybe they can resurrect that value this year, but the time is almost up on that. Time's almost up. So we got the Texans coming up here to 116.
Well, I do think the tendencies, like I said, Fontenot and Dimitrov are very different people, GMs, etc. But their draft tendencies have been remarkably similar. They never trade down. They always trade up. They're money in the 1st round and questionable from there on out. And neither of them really love making 7th round picks. So that has been remarkably consistent now for a long, long time.
Yeah. I mean, I respect not wanting to make 7th-round picks. I totally get on board with that.
Yeah. But every now and then you get a Kamal Ishmael. So
every so often. Yeah.
the greatest. So.
It could happen. So we're coming up soon here.
Was a 6th rounder. Russell Gage was a 6th rounder in the same draft at that.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, you never know, but yeah, the 7th rounder at this point has just become who's your favorite priority UDFA, and you just guarantee that like he'll be with you.
Yeah.
And this year they seem to be they seem to be thinking, hey, we're going to focus on UDFAs to fill out the roster. Terry said it himself. They have more draftable grades this year than they normally have. So
yeah. No, we said this trade here was kind of crazy. The Texans basically acquire this 4th rounder and only send back, I think, a 7th this year. But they sent a future 3rd to the Dolphins. I would have loved to take that deal.
Yeah,
I would have been all over that. Oh, okay, yeah, let's go. I don't need this 4th that bad, But yeah, that's interesting.
You know what would have been ideal? Like, the Texans give us that 3rd. We'll give you 118 in our 7th this year. We'll call it a show early, and we'll gear up with that 3rd rounder next year.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out who they are taking here. Yeah, that maybe it's when Aya Maynor, thinking that he's gonna get sniped here pretty quick. I mean, I know they got a couple receivers already, but still.
Yeah, they're like the Panthers of wide receivers. Like C.J. Stroud is going to be playing behind a papier-mâché offensive line, but he'll have 6 receivers. So.
Yeah. They're going to be able to throw the football. You know what? We're actually going to go down to 4 offensive linemen, go 6 wide, and, cook. So
you're going to prioritize having a center who can snap the ball faster than any man alive.
Yes.
Those microseconds make a difference.
Fastest hands in the South, he's the Django of centers. So, all right. Wow. This is a interesting trade. What?
Yeah.
What? I don't even know who this is. He's not on the PFF. He's not on the PFF board. There's 400 people on this board.
Remember what I said about Galaxy? I don't know who you're talking about, but remember what I said about Galaxy branding?
Yeah, I mean, this is a perfect example, right?
Look, man, sometimes you just need to let the draft come to you. Not sometimes, all the time.
Yeah. Man, that's a future 3rd for that? What? What are we doing here?
They must have thought that that's not a real name. They must have thought that this guy was going to go here, and they had to get him maybe to the Rams, the Falcons. The Rams always take a running back in the 4th or 5th round. So
the Rams just traded up, apparently in front of the Falcons, no?
Yeah,
yes,
they did. Yeah, the Rams just traded up to 117.
They're at 117.
They wanted Woody Marks.
I don't know who that is.
I love the name.
Yeah.
All names.
Yeah.
Woody Marks.
Let's see.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, is this? Let's see. Is he at USC or is he at Mississippi State? People keep saying he's Mississippi State running back, but
he was Mississippi State, but I think he transferred to USC for 2024.
Okay, so is this Joquavius Marks then? What? Do they just call him Woody?
His name is really Woody.
Okay.
They just said it's a Toy Story thing.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I know who Joquavius Marks is. So if he goes by Woody, Woody Marks. But even then was I mean, let's see. 245 on the PFF big board. I think he's in the late 200s on the consensus board. Dylan Sampson is here. Like, what are we doing? Like, we're trading future thirds for running backs? Like, on day 3? I mean, Jesus Christ, guys. Like, what is happening? Like, why? I don't get it. I can't understand it.
This is one of those cases where you have a front office, a GM that just falls in love with a particular guy, and 10 to 15% of the time that looks like a stroke of genius, and the other 85 to 90% of the time it's like, oops, we wasted a 3rd round pick. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Hey, man, it can't be worse than taking Desmond Southwood in the 3rd round.
Well, yeah.
I know I came on the show ready to be like, the last time the Falcons drafted a 3rd round safety, thinking of Thomas Deku, and then I was like, no, actually, wait.
No.
The second to last time they did that, it was
great. Wow. All right.
Well, I wish the Rams would have traded with the Falcons instead of with
rude.
No, I thought we had something special. We already made a move with them a couple nights ago. Les Snead used to be here.
What did I say about running backs with the Rams? I knew it.
The PFF simulator like wouldn't let me make that trade. It was like, no, it will not be accepted. It's like your team owner will veto this. It's like,
the plug didn't even tick twice, and the Falcons already made their pick. It looks like they really like whoever this is.
Yeah, so exciting stuff here, guys. We're gonna see who do you think it is, Adnan, at this point?
I mean, it could. I want to say Jack Sawyer, but there's no way they would triple dip at edge, is there?
I could see it.
I could see Q Robinson, perhaps. I know they really like him.
He's just so good.
The Texans and the Rams both trading up ahead of Atlanta to get running back feels like a running back, right?
Yep. All right, here comes the Falcons pick. Let's see it.
Looks like there might be some intent there.
Oh, hell yes! This is my guy from Billy Bowman.
Oh, there you go. Another safety?
Yeah.
I'm taking him in the 3rd.
Wow.
I didn't put him on the list of BPA today, so I was like, oh, they just took a safety, so they're not going to double dip there. But apparently they are.
Okay.
Bro, I swear I was about to mention him too, but I was like, no, they're not going to double dip at safety.
Yeah. I mean, I like Billy Bowman. The only knock on Bowman is height.
Okay, I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, Adnan's gonna go do the typing. How's it feel, Dave? We can just like let Adnan do the typing for a change. Like we can just sit here and talk.
I feel good about it.
Yeah, it feels powerful. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate because this is like Adnan's guy, but yeah, I mean, Billy Bowman's tape is great. He's an exciting player, great ball hawking safety. He's just small.
Do we think that he is the new nickel? Do we think this is what it's about? Like, I wonder in a way, because to me, you have 4 safeties coming into day 3.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have a settled nickel, and I could see Bowman. I feel like his coverage is good enough.
Yeah.
To try him there, and like in a hybrid role or something maybe, but it's.
I like what you're going with here, Dave, because I mean, he played like 150 slot snaps last year, but the previous couple years he basically split his time between the slot and safety. He's played like 500, 600 slot snaps over the last couple years and kind of split time there, box and deep. I mean, at slot, that size is actually like, that's a thick slot. He's 200 pounds. He's short, but I think you're right. I think you're on that. I think you're on something there, like that this could be their slot guy. I know they announced him as a safety, but I do wonder if you're right that like this is the guy they want to play the slot, and it's gonna bring that physicality. I mean, he's physical. He's just not big, but like, that's a very interesting pick. Yeah.
Was Brian Poole? I'm trying to remember. Was Brian Poole a safety coming out of college?
He might have been. He might have been, honestly. I don't even remember. Poole feels like such an eternity. Like, I love Brian Poole, and it feels like he's come and gone. Like, and now it makes me feel old. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I think he's someone that could be really exciting. This is another super ball hawk too. He's another one of the best ball hawks in college football. He's I think I would describe his tackling as I guess I don't want to say he's not physical. He is. He is physical. He's just not sound. Like he's inconsistent. Yeah. He kind of flies downhill and he tries to make plays. But yeah, I mean, I think he's physical. He is feisty. You love that, obviously.
Yeah.
But he's super instinctive. Yeah, I mean, I think looking this up here, Lance Zerline says, yeah, he calls him a safety corner hybrid. So it's like, yeah, I mean, I think you might be onto something there. And Ian McCluskey with the $5 says, Falcons apparently are listing Bowman as a defensive back. So it does look like they're going to use him as a versatile player. And that, I think, makes the pick make a lot more sense, right? Because,
yeah,
you don't have to... Because it's like, oh, how many safeties we got? Like, how many safeties are we bringing in here? Like,
right.
All safeties all the time. Yeah.
It's just funny because I wish I had thought that through a little more before I wrote the best player available article this morning. Because I literally put down for Bowman. I was like, he belongs on this list, but I don't see the Falcons drafting another safety. But I tend to think that because unless and even if Helms, like the injury is so bad that like they don't know what his future looks like with the Falcons, like drafting a fourth safety in the fourth round would be not maybe an optimal use of your draft capital. So I have to think they'd consider that. And if that's the case, I really like that pick. And all of a sudden your secondary has some really compelling depth.
Yeah, I agree. I think clearly the emphasis is on defense here, that they needed to get that fixed. We do see Barrett Carter, the Clemson linebacker, who I thought might have been like a sneaky guy for this team later, go here to the Bengals, and then tight end Gunnar Helm to the Titans, as we keep it rolling here. But probably gonna be a while before the Falcons pick again, folks. Please stick around and hang out. But yeah, it's gonna be a minute. We're gonna have some time. But yeah, I mean, really interesting fit. Not someone that I guess maybe I should have thought of him maybe more as a hybrid nickel guy, because I just basically had him listed as a safety and was kind of like you said, like after the Watts pick, I was so like on cloud nine from that. It's like, okay, safety's good. Like we're settled, but it's probably less about safety and more about we need to get like the best. We're just going to draft the best DBs. And like, honestly, like corner has been cleaned out. Like the actual corners at this point, it's fairly cleaned out. I mean, I think Dorian Strong is somebody that people like, but he's got his issues, Kobe Bryant, but again, he's like 170 pounds, right? I don't know how many people are willing to take a chance on that after Emmanuel Forbes. Now, obviously in the fourth round is different than, top 20, but,
yeah, it's slightly different. Yeah.
A little bit different. Yeah. We got George Costanza. What's up, George? Welcome back with the $2. Says, I like Bowman a lot better than Alford, so maybe Alford gets cut instead of Helms. But I like Helms, just like what we've gotten out of him for a seventh rounder. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that like any of those guys are necessarily on the chopping block with this pick. Still, I mean, I think it's, if you look at their depth chart, like there was not a ton of proven guys, right? So it really just depends on who shows up in camp and how it works out. But like at safety, like they were basically like, they only had one guy at safety, Benny Sapp III, as like a depth guy. So like there's not like, other than Bates and Helms and Fuller, that was kind of like the only guys you would expect to make the roster at safety. So there's certainly room there for a fourth guy, maybe even a fifth guy. So that doesn't necessarily send any corners, off the roster at this stage. Obviously, we'll have to see if they make any other moves, but I think there's definitely room for all these guys on the roster. I don't think that's a concern. It helps when you don't have, a great defensive roster. You can really just stuff a bunch of young guys on it. So, yeah, the youth movement, it's real. It's now it's hitting every single position on the defense.
Yeah, and I like that. Again, I think that the time with the Rams and the time with the Falcons that Raheem Morris had, like the fact that they were able to turn some young defenders into really good players on his watch is something that I think he took to heart. And I encourage that. I do not enjoy having an old, creaky defensive roster at all. And that's been the case a lot over the years. So
Yeah.
I think, it's the same thing with Walker too. Like, we have to see exactly what the plan is for Walker. We have to see exactly what the plan is for Bowman. But it's not the worst thing in the world that you have guys that you can do multiple things with. Like, if Bowman settled into being a high level reserve that you can feel like you can play at corner and safety, then that's great too. But if he turns out to be your starting nickel and somehow you come out of this, first 4 picks with 4 starters, then that would be pretty terrific. I'd feel pretty good about that.
Yeah. I think you'd have to. And there's been now a talent injection, at linebacker, Jalen Walker, at edge. We've seen, a talent injection at safety and at corner. The only thing that hasn't been touched is interior defensive line, but they still got one more pick, Dave. So I wouldn't rule it out. They could hit every spot.
Oh, yeah.
And last year, obviously, they drafted 3 defensive tackles, so maybe they don't feel the pressure to do that. But yeah, I mean, another safety goes off here, Lathan Ransom from Ohio State to the Panthers. Yeah, and David Walker, my guy. I was so ready for the Falcons to draft like David Walker and then be like, all right, DW, got to come back. We drafted you. Get back in here. So unfortunately, that dream dies. So DW, you're safe for another year until the next David Walker enters the draft. But yeah, love him. Lathan Ransom's a good player. I do wonder if we see them like try to get more picks in this draft or do anything crazy like that, given kind of what we've seen thus far. I don't think they should. Like, I think you should just relax and just hope you can grab some guys as UDFAs. But I mean, I wouldn't rule it out. Like, they seem to be going kind of all in draft wise for this class. Like, they actually really like it. But yeah, I'm curious to see how they handle this because only one more pick and still some things that haven't been addressed.
I still think, and maybe it's going to be an undrafted guy, but you got to come away with a developmental option at center. I really think you need that. You don't want to be this team and find out this year that Nuzul is stretched as a full-time starter more so than you thought. That maybe Gwynn isn't even the guy as the backup, and suddenly you have to start the position over again a year from now. Like, that would be a bad spot to be in when your offensive line is built on continuity as much as possible, and you've already lost Dahlman. So, like, to me, whether it's that 7th round pick, whether it's an undrafted guy, like, there's going to be some options.
Yeah.
I think late in this class, and to me, you have to come out of this with one. That's really the only thing that I feel very strongly and urgently must be addressed. I would love to see more help on the interior of the defensive line, and I think, again, potentially you can pick up a couple of interesting undrafted guys.
Yeah, this is a good class for it. I mean, I think in that range you're looking at, the guy with probably the best nose tackle name in the class, Zeke Biggers. He's bigger. I mean, I don't know what to say. He just is. So it's kind of perfect.
It's a great name.
Yeah. We got Thor Griffith, from Louisville. I mean, elite. They could also go, take another swing at a Georgia nose tackle in Nazir Stackhouse, which, again, elite nose tackle name. So, they got some options there. I know everyone's like, oh, take the fat guy and then Desmond Watson or I don't know how that would go, but yeah, I mean, he certainly is the biggest player. That would be the biggest player in the NFL. So there is that. You do have that to go off of, but yeah. All eyes kind of on this 7th rounder now. Are they going to be able to adjust? Get like, to me, it's like I think they're praying for Drew Kendall from Boston College to still be there. I know on a lot of boards he is a 7th rounder. But this is a weak center class, so who knows? Like, if those guys are going to get pushed up. We see the Steelers going for Jack Sawyer here, so I know our resident Ohio State folks are going to be lamenting that. But yeah, he does scream Steelers pick. That's for sure. I agree with the chat's
100%.
interpretation
Yeah.
of that. But yeah, I know Robert Kelly asks, what do you think about the Patriots center David Andrews after the draft? If he wants to keep playing, he's not what he used to be. He's fine. I think it might be better to have him as depth, but yeah, I mean, I think if you're trying to make sure you have like a reliable backup center, a guy that can probably step in and be fine for you if something were to go down with Ryan Newsel. Yeah, I would be. I mean, yeah, if the price is right and it's not going to be a lot of money, I think David Andrews is still a good player. Obviously, a ton of experience would be good for someone like Newsel to have that behind him. And I wouldn't rule out that David Andrews like ends up starting either, but yeah, I think that's definitely a thing. But yeah, I think this is even more proof like the Falcons are kind of all in on Ryan Newsel as their starter. How do you feel about that, Dave? I mean, his 8 games that he played were fine. We didn't really think about him too much, which is kind of what you want from your backup. Just the run game, it was obvious that the run game was not as good without Dahlman. But if they're going to this like much more pass heavy attack, maybe they just don't care that much about that. I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's funny because Newsel was somebody that I kind of tagged early on, given how much they clearly liked him as a potential future starter if everything went. I wouldn't have at first guessed that it would be at center, right? So he's taken a journey to get here. Now that it's here, and I like Newsel, and I think that he did a fine job. Like, the problem is unless he can take like another leap, which we would have to see because I don't know, he is going to be the obvious weak link along this offensive line. And that's not really an ideal scenario to have like a clear weak spot on your offense. When you have, a second-year quarterback in Michael Penix, you're really expecting a huge leap forward for the offense overall. To me, it's like if Newsel falters, do you have a good plan B? And it doesn't feel like the Falcons currently have one. And so maybe that's Andrews if he's healthy and he wants to continue playing. Maybe again, Gwynn is better than we think he is, etc. But it makes me just a little bit nervous that this is the plan. Like there's no baked-in competition at the moment. So without seeing what that looks like, or seeing Newsel come out this summer and really look like the best possible version of himself, at which point I'll back off. It does make me a little bit nervous because it is sort of that one hole on the offense that you can point to and say, if this goes awry, what's the plan? What's going to happen? The Falcons have good depth options at other spots along the line too. So I'm happy for Newsel. I really hope he succeeds. If he's awesome, then great. The Falcons probably have an affordable starter for a few years, which would be great to see. But I kind of need to see it to believe it, I'd say.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, Adnan, I know this is your guy, Billy Bowman. You had to dip out, to write the article right after the pick, but I know you're hyped. So give us your take here.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely hyped. Like I mean, you were there. I mentioned him multiple times last night as the guy in the secondary. I mean, in fairness, I wasn't expecting Xavier Watts to be there in the 3rd round. And, I like Watts more than Bowman, in fairness. But, hey, who knows? Maybe someone from Flowery Branch is watching the show right now. I'm being facetious. Probably not.
They're making picks based on our takes. Yes, of course.
No, they're watching the show, but not to, like, make picks based off the takes. It's just to, like, write down what we're, like, saying in case they, in case we're being too critical.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I love it. Like, I wasn't expecting them to double dip at safety, but Bowman is probably going to play in the nickel. Like they're probably going to convert him. He has some experience playing in the nickel at Oklahoma. He has some experience playing as a dime linebacker.
I will say, Adnan, real quick, just on that topic, that Ulbrich has just said, already talking about the pick, that he's going to play nickel. So
okay, that's what I figured because I mean Watts is going to be your other safety. So yeah, I mean, you have the versatility. If anyone, if Watts or Bates, goes down to injury or anything, you can slot Bowman into his natural safety position. He's a ball hawk. Here's the thing I was talking about last night. Like, look, man, I get it. Tackling's important, and when it doesn't happen, we're gonna be mad. We're gonna be pissed off. But Yeah, give me a guy. I feel like it's easier to teach tackling technique than it is to read a quarterback's eyes, and then than it is to like put yourself in position to get interceptions. Billy Bowman, according to PFF, he has 11 interceptions since 2022. That's second among safeties in the FBS. Xavier Watts is first. Xavier Watts has 13 over the last 2 seasons. So I mean, that's not even counting the fact that Watts had 0 picks in 2022. He still made up all that ground. Bowman is a playmaker. 3 pick sixes last year, or in 2023. First team All American. Last year he had another 3 total interceptions. He had 6 in 2023. Like, his tackling is an issue. But if his tackling wasn't an issue, he wouldn't be here in the 4th round. If he was a better tackler, though, this is a 2nd round pick. His size a little bit is an issue. It's not catastrophic, but I mean 5'10", so he's taller than Clark Phillips at the very least. I think he'll win. I think he has a very, very good chance of winning out that nickel cornerback role on day one. I think they want to play Mike Hughes on the outside. I think Mike Hughes is much better on the outside than in the nickel. I think Bowman's going to be better. He's going to be fighting it out with Clark Phillips for that nickel cornerback role. They've let go of D. Alford. I think the Falcons have upgraded the nickel position, and I think I'm not even being hyperbolic. I genuinely think that the Falcons may have walked away from this draft with 4 day one starters. And by day one starter, I don't mean like, all right, he has to be out there for the first play and he's a starter. Like, we'll have the guys in the base defense probably out there for the first play of the game. But by starter, I mean someone who's going to play the majority of snaps and someone who is going to be in the game on those high leverage snaps and in those high leverage situations. And the team hasn't gotten that quantity of day one contributors since the 2016 draft.
I want 4 starters.
Yeah, Arthur Blank came in with the mandate. I want 3 starters, and then they got the 4th one with Brian Poole in undrafted free agency. So yeah, I'm all in. I love this draft. Even with I was the biggest critic of the trade into the 1st round of just the value. Even with that, I'm giving this draft an A. I'm hyped. It feels like they're finally doing what we want them to do, and I think they're going to be better for it. Not that we're smart or anything like that, but it's sometimes just go with the consensus. Go with who's the top player on the board, and just see how you'll flourish as a result. I'm hyped. This is the most excited I've been for a draft in I don't even know how long.
Yeah, very exciting pick. I agree. I like the idea of him being a nickel. It was not something I had really considered. He wasn't one of the guys I had some guys some safeties that I had sort of lumped in there. Like Sebastian Castro is a good example of one. He's kind of in this range too. Guys like Elijah Huzzy at corner. Robert Longerbeam, someone who's kind of risen up there too. But it's kind of these are all small corners, and guys, a guy like Longerbeam in particular, right? Under 180 pounds. That's Kobe Bryant's problem too. Great tape. Elijah Huzzy, same thing, right? These are, Huzzy's thicker, which helps him, but it's just nickel these days, you can't be 180 pounds. That's why Clark Phillips can't play nickel, in my opinion. It's not a coverage issue. For the most part, I think he can learn to play to cover the two-way goes and stuff like that. It's tough if you haven't done it, but you can't be 185 pounds and survive there as a tackler. I think Clark Phillips is actually a pretty sound tackler. I think on the outside you can see it. He knows how to direct guys to the sideline. He knows how to get guys to the ground, or at least slow them down until reinforcements arrive. That's all you need to do as a corner. Unless you're drafting those 6'3" Richard Sherman types, you're not expecting those guys to win one-on-ones with big running backs. It's just you just need to slow them down and get them to the ground or to the sideline. That's your job. I think Phillips can do that, and I think he's still better suited as an outside guy, and I think that's where he'll compete. In the slot, there's too much. You need so much. You need the beef. 200-pound level beef. We're not talking about like Desmond Watson beef, right? But that 200-pound, as we see Kyle Kennard, I know he had a lot of fans go to the Chargers here. You need size, and yet you don't need height. Slot, you can get away without being the tallest, but you need some beef to you to be able to hold up there. And Bowman as a safety, yes, he's undersized for a safety, but for a slot corner, he's not undersized. I think he's actually perfect. A little over 200 pounds. 5'10" ish, right? 5'9" and 7/8. I don't know. If he's 5'10", okay, full 5'10". Excuse me. Not trying to slander the man. But I think it's a good fit. I think the size issues at safety would be kind of mitigated as a slot corner, and I think that's a good way to utilize him. So and it's out of the box. Like, it's not something that I considered. I considered a lot of guys as slot options, and he wasn't one of them. So, props to the Falcons for kind of digging deep there, especially after we saw that run on corners like early kind of on day 2. And it was kind of like they cleared out. It's like, oh, we're probably not going to get this impact corner that we were hoping for. Even an impact slot guy, but go to the safety class for your slot. Why not, right?
Go ahead, Dave. I'm sorry.
No. I was just good. I was just gonna say I think it's a smart move, right? Like, there are legitimate questions about. I think Charles McDonald from Yahoo Sports just raised what are the Falcons going to do with their run defense? Like, are they going to give up 300 yards a game? There's some good question marks about that. Rook's going to have to do a lot of work for him. But you're adding a lot of like athleticism. These are high character, super smart football players, and you're stacking up positions that were huge weaknesses a year ago, right? Like the tackling and lack of instincts was killing the Falcons in the secondary. The lack of the pass rush was killing the Falcons. Now you've sunk 4 picks into potential starters in those groups, and it's just hard to dislike any of this. Like, the on paper thought process behind getting these particular players is great, and Jeff Holbrook sounds pumped about all of it, so that's a plus.
Yeah, you love to hear the excitement, and they did resist the urge to trade up again, apparently. So that at least there's some sort of someone's relaxing a little bit here, and trying to keep this team from getting too crazy with the trade ups. But yeah, I mean, I like it. I like these picks. Look, yeah, some of them are undersized, but like, they needed pass rush help, right? And like, if you look at the roster, like, let's dig a little deeper, okay, on this, right? So, we've seen some guys, a potential option to play nose tackle could be on the roster, or it could be someone they pick up in the 7th round, or as a UDFA. I think David Onyemata has a little bit of experience as a one tech. He's played a couple hundred snaps, especially early in his career there. I think this is a guy that can do a little bit of everything, but this is a 4-3 that they're going to be running. So they don't need this huge space eater in the middle, because they might be deploying a third linebacker in base instead of 5 down linemen, right? So, I think people forget that Zach Harrison is a thing that exists. I hope he's going back to edge, because I think, if this is Dan Quinn's 4-3 or like a version of that, you need 1 5 tech that's a big end, and then you need 1 stand-up rusher as your Leo guy. I think they have a number of good Leo candidates. Now they need some big boys to play 5 tech, and I think Dorless could be that. I think Harrison could be that. Rook maybe could even be that. I think Rook could kind of do a little bit of everything for you. I mean, maybe even Morgan Fox, right? So, we'll see. But I think they have pieces now that they can deploy, and I think people maybe need to get out of the mindset that this is going to be a 3-4 where they need this huge space-eating nose, and move on to back to a 4-3 where I think the personnel is actually much more suited for that 4-3 anyway. and like look at it that way. Whereas maybe we don't need this huge space that he knows. Maybe we're going to play a third linebacker given the investments at linebacker, and that, you know, Walker might just be sort of a walk down edge. I mean, I know they've said he's going to play edge, but I don't really know how that's going to look, right? Are we really just putting Jalen Walker out as an edge rusher on first down? Like I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think they're really going to do that.
But be utilized all over the formation, and like, you know, play him at. Well, they need to utilize him like a Caden Ellis on steroids type player. Like you know what they did with Caden Ellis, and the fact that, you know, there's experience with utilizing Ellis as that chess piece last year under Raheem Morris. That gives me a lot of hope that, you know, Jalen Walker is going to be, you know, someone whom they really know how to maximize by just like putting him all over the place. Yeah.
I think it'll be exciting to see how they deploy him. I know they said he would start at edge, but like he may start at edge, like start out his career at edge, because he might need to kind of learn the intricacies of linebacker in the NFL. Which, like, we've talked about this, right, Adnan? Developing linebacker instincts and recognition at the NFL level is very hard. Maybe one of the hardest things to do because it's so complicated. You have to learn all these keys to track all this stuff for all these different schemes. You have to know your coverage drops. You have to know it's basically like you have to know the details of the defensive line and the secondary as a linebacker, because you have to know where you're dropping in the coverage scheme and what gap you're going to fill as a run defender.
Yeah. And you have to know all that like within a second.
Yeah, like you got to click and close like that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like the thing is, if you're one of those guys who like is just a step slow, like you know what to do, but you're a step slow, you have Duke Riley. And I mean, we saw like what a catastrophe Duke Riley was here for you, but it's like that's the difference. I don't know, man. Like the NFL is it's such an unforgiving game where it's like you have to know, like the linebackers who are truly the greats are the ones, you know, the Luke Kuechly's, the Patrick Willis's, you know, these do-it-all Hall of Fame guys are the ones where as soon as a snap like happens, it's like muscle memory. Like they instinctively just know immediately like where to go, what to do. And if you hesitate for even like a second, it's like, okay, like you know, you can be a guy who's just not even cut out for the league.
Yeah, things move fast at the NFL level. That's the one thing. Sorry, I'm eating banana bread.
Yeah,
that's the one thing.
And the thing is, it's like it's so much harder having to like transition from college to the NFL, where like in college you can maybe get away with that hesitation, but like in the NFL everyone's just so fast. Like everyone is just so fast to the point where it's like the game is like so the game will like pass you by like in an instant. Like the play will pass you by. You can like tell, I mean, obviously like we haven't played in the NFL, but like you can tell by all of these guys who like in their interviews, like these rookies and these guys who are in their second, third year, it's always the same answer when someone asks them what the hardest thing in transitioning from college to the NFL is. And the answer is always, the speed of the game. Like the speed of the game is just like, so it's on another level. It's on another planet, because it's like, imagine in the NFL, you're basically playing the best college football team, which, you know, let's say prime Alabama or prime UGA or like Ohio State now. But it's like, it's that, but all the players are better. And like there's like 53 of those guys instead of like, you know, the some odd 10 or 15 like NFL like drafts, like some 10 or 15 guys who are probably going to be drafted in the NFL on this like great college team. That's everyone like in the NFL, like on the team. That's why it was always so ridiculous to me. Like a decade ago, I remember like, you know, could the University of Alabama beat the Cleveland Browns? Like, you know, those like stupid debates of like, could the best college team beat the worst? And this is when the Browns were like going 0-16 and were terrible. And it's like, no, bro, I don't even know if, you know, the University of Alabama would get to midfield like one time against the Cleveland Browns. Like they would get absolutely like massacred. I feel like a better question would have been, can Alabama score any points against the Browns in the game? And the answer would have probably been no.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a ridiculous thing. It's like when you get to the NFL, like college players, it's like we try to grade and project them based off of their performance against like, the NFL players they go up against, which maybe they play a handful of like true NFL talents in their career. Then when you get to the NFL, every player on the opposing team or next to you is like the best player you've ever gone against in college or better, right? It's just a different game entirely. So it's a huge step, right? I mean, it takes a big adjustment to get there. So it's kind of just it shocks. It's a shock to the system for a lot of guys. There's a number of players that just can't keep up with the competition at that point, and it's unfortunate. You always want to see guys succeed, but the jump in competition and overall level it's kind of crazy, to think about. So, yeah. I was looking more at David Onyemata's like snap breakdowns, and he has played like nose tackle before, like 4-3 nose. Obviously he's not like the biggest like beef house or anything, right? But in the 4-3 nose, like Grady played 4-3 nose for Atlanta and did a good job at it. In like his early seasons, you don't necessarily need the biggest dude to do that role. Sometimes you're going for more of a penetration style. Maybe they're going to go with that. I mean, I don't know.
It's easier to be like one of those smaller guys than like the nose on a 3-4. Like at that point, you're that zero tech. Like you're just like your main job is to take up space in like a 3-4.
Yeah. Here it's going to be like, I think in this scheme, it's going to be more of that one tech nose, where you're like, maybe you're going to two gap from time to time, but probably most of the time you're going to be going for penetration, right? And you're going to be more leaning on your 3 tech and your 5 techs and your linebackers to fill. Like this is going to be more of a one gap attacking style as opposed to last year, which was more of that 2 gapping sort of gap control style, which is a little bit more reactive. And, you guys know me. You're not going to be surprised that I prefer the, attacking, aggressive, defensive style. I'm a big man coverage guy, and aggressive coverage and stuff like that. What we're going to get here is probably going to be, 4-3 up front, attacking style defense with like a bunch of cover 3 behind it. So it's going to be more of that Dan Quinn style zone with the press up front and the cover 3, which is kind of a hybrid of that, So I'm open to it. As we get another guest in here. Joe, what's up, man? How you doing? Joe, hello.
What's up, guys? How's it going? Can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, I got you. Yeah, how you doing?
Good. Great. Can't believe it.
Yeah, feeling great. I can't believe this is my life. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. You hyped about this last pick. We could start with that and then get your thoughts sort of on the whole thing. But
Yeah, I think it fits perfectly. In fact, Kevin, it's actually a conversation that we had specifically. I don't know if you remember, but I remember when I was on with you, just talking about kind of the quirkiness that you kind of have in finding that nickelback specifically because of the traits and experience that helps in that position, and compared to playing on the outside and like finding a player who has that kind of experience in college. And so not always the top corners necessarily that you want to go for to fill that. And it just feels like a good value play to try to snag again another starter. Terry Fontenot's been talking about wanting to get impact acquisitions in this draft, and they certainly have. He could potentially be a starter, maybe not by week 1 as a rookie, but at some point during the season. So you potentially found 4 guys who could be either starting for you or really playing impact roles on this defense.
Yeah, 4 starters. That's what Arthur Blank wanted, right? So yeah, shout out to that draft class. But
2016. Hey, Kevin,
Yep.
maybe you were right. Maybe last year was 2015, and then like this is the 2016. The 2016 draft in 2025. Let's just hope it's not the same ending.
yes, Aaron Freeman did transfer the mantle of Falcons prophet to me after I correctly, called that they wouldn't cut Kirk Cousins. So yes, I'm the new Falcons prophet. This is the new 2016, but the ending's going to be better. That there we go. We're officially predicting it right here. The Falcons are going to the Super Bowl off of, Billy Bowman's what really sold me on it. No, but I do like the pick. The pick is good.
He really brings the room together.
Yeah. It really completes the whole picture here. But yeah, I mean, I was a little bit like puzzled at first. I was like, wow, another safety. I mean, I know he's good value objectively at this point, but then Ulbrich says basically like, yeah, he's going to play nickel. Like we see him as a nickel. That makes a lot more sense to me. And it's not like I didn't really think of him specifically there. Like I know we talked about a bunch of corners and guys like Sebastian Castro and like Andrew Makuba who played a ton of slot snaps, but Bowman played a lot of slot snaps in college, and I was like, oh wow, I kind of just forgot that. I know Adnan was all over it. Bowman's like Adnan's guy, but yeah, I mean, how do you like his projection, to mix into the slot room now, which is, I was like worried. We saw Jacob Parrish and Makuba and all these guys go. I was like, well, I guess we're just going to have to figure it out. But now we got maybe someone else to factor in.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think he's going to, a fourth round rookie isn't going to get slotted in as a starter, but I think he's got every opportunity to challenge for, D. Alford really for that role. And, and some of these other players, Clark Phillips, et cetera, I'm sure there's going to be a broad group of players that they want to really create some competition for and buying for that role. But I would think that he's got as decent of a chance as anybody else. And what I really like about him and Watts with these two picks is they're both like prolific at like going and getting the ball and like really being playmakers. And that's what it feels like Jalen Walker is too. And James Pierce, it feels like a dynamic group of players that can really, change games, swing games, be like those really impactful signings. Of course, you don't expect everyone to hit, but they all have the potential to be that kind of player and have been that player in college. So I really like that kind of theme about all these signings so far. And again, I think they all make sense. You're signing as just opposed to last year where it felt like they were signing a lot of guys that were there. Like there wasn't really a clear path for them to play much last year when it comes to Penix, Aroro, and we obviously saw what happened to guys like Dorless because that room was so big. It feels like this group is the total opposite. Like these guys are going to have great opportunities to really impact this team. And then just generally speaking, just more about the class, what it really excites me about it the most is how much it changes the dynamic and the characteristic of what this Falcons team is, this Falcons defense is in terms of, we've been used to, Nate Landman playing a linebacker and guys like James Smith-Williams, Calais Campbell on the edge. It's not that these are necessarily bad players. It's not about their overall level of talent, but it's just the explosiveness and the athletic ability, the dynamism that those players lack. And now you replace those likes with, James Pierce Jr., who runs a 4.47 in a hoodie, Jalen Walker, who's all over the place, super dynamic. And these two players are kind of like ball hawks. So it's really just exciting to see what this Falcons defense is actually going to look like in comparison to what we've seen the last few years.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff. I'm pretty hyped at this point. And yeah, I mean, we can sort of go back to the beginning here and get your take because having you join us here for the first time, folks. But yeah, I mean, obviously day one, very spicy. We see Jalen Walker fall, very unexpected. Falcons go that route first. What did you think about the Walker pick? Because I thought I was the biggest Jalen Walker hater. Aaron Freeman's the biggest Jalen Walker hater for the record. But I know we talked about him, but how do you feel about him, all the way at 15?
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, perhaps you could say I was influenced by you guys, but I definitely see like what you're talking about, and I had some of those same concerns, and it was one of those ones where it's like it felt to me at the time because we'd seen so much heat for James Pierce Jr. kind of burn hot in these last 48 hours or so to the Falcons. You were seeing these mocks that all of a sudden he was kind of popped up and essentially replacing Mike Green. And it really does tell you, I think, something that maybe did change or what was learned kind of in the media landscape as to how the Falcons saw these two players and which one may have been draftable at all and which one wasn't. But yeah, you saw James Pierce heat up and, that really changed, I think, what I thought was going to happen. And I thought that the Falcons were just going to stick at 15 and draft James Pierce Jr. Because feels like they had those conversations. We learned later that they had met with his mom. But Jalen Walker is one of those players where you would say, like, this is kind of the Howie Roseman player that you would take. You just take the best guy that falls to you, and that's how you build a successful team. And ultimately, that's what Terry did. And then to have the Stones to kind of come back up for that player that they had, I think really targeted all along, was the kicker. And, it tells you that there is ambition here. There is a sense of urgency here that we weren't really feeling in free agency. They were just kind of plugging holes and filling gaps, but it makes sense that this was really an opportunity, or the opportunity, for the organization to really kind of fire the ammo that it had at its disposal in terms of player acquisitions this offseason.
Yeah. No, I mean, the Pierce thing was very unexpected. I was adamant, they can't really trade up. I mean, I know they'd probably like to for some guys, and I think they might consider wanting to do it again and in the second round, because it's kind of Terry's MO, but it's they don't have the picks. So they traded future picks. Right. So they traded future picks. And that's going to be controversial always whenever a future first is involved. Always going to be controversial.
Definitely, Terry's a deficit spender. He's just push it. I mean, I don't. Is that a Mickey Loomis kind of trait? Is that something that comes from? Is that like a school of general managing that he comes from? He admitted it to the press, and I know you talked about earlier that he's on the 75th percentile of aggression. He clearly wants to go up and get his guys, and will use that future value, or the future collateral to go after it.
Yeah, and it's that obviously puts a ton of pressure on Pierce to be a hit, because you now traded, you spent essentially a second and a first on him. But that was such an interesting trade, and I really loved, and it's, people aren't going to talk about it. I mean, maybe they will now, considering who they got. We'll talk about him next, but using a trade up to acquire a day 2 pick that you didn't have is genius. I never thought of that. It's well, we could get a third by trading back, or we could get a third by trading up. What the hell? How do you pull that off? I mean, and so that is genius in my opinion. I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Well, and what we were hearing coming into this was that there isn't really a discernible difference between a broad swath of players in this range, from even honestly starting up at 20 to going down, but obviously there's some tiers there, but really in that range of players in that second round, third round, it's basically which, preferences do certain teams have for certain players. And I thought that, and when you saw people reacting to the trade, Kevin, it's they were oh, and a third round pick, and these are national people who aren't probably as familiar with the Falcons specific issues that they're dealing with in this draft, and kind of needing some of these mid-round picks. And that was, to me, that was kind of a big selling point. And then to see them turn that pick into a player that I think a lot of people would have been perfectly content with drafting at 46 anyway, it just kind of turned out perfectly. And it even helps probably the way that the trade looks for the Falcons, based on Terrence Ferguson being the pick by the Rams, which is not someone that would have been on the table for the Falcons at all. And listen, the Falcons obviously would have taken somebody different there. Hey, maybe it would have been Xavier Watts. Who knows?
Yeah, right. No, I mean, that was a thing. For me, I was taking him whenever I saw him at 46 in the mock simulator, I would try to go for him, because it's this is not I think he was in the 30s on the PFF's board. I think he was 48 on the consensus board. So at worst, top 50 pick for most people. And I was look, this guy is it sounds insulting to call him discount Malachi Starks, but Malachi Starks, I think, is a blue chip safety. So it's Watts is the next tier, which is very good starting safety, long time starter. And other than him, and I think a lot of this stems from his past, where he was an inconsistent tackler, to be sure. He was much better this year. He cut his missed tackles down a lot. He became a lot more physical. He bulked up above 200. I think he really answered the biggest question in his game, which was can he survive in the box? And, can he finish tackles better? Can he take better angles? And I think he did. So we already knew he was a great coverage player. This is another guy that had 200 slot snaps, and can play man coverage. Now, I think maybe people looked a little too much into the testing, where he ran in the 4.5s, and they're oh, well, that's not good enough. He has a 7 RAS. He's fine, guys. Safety 40s are the most overrated thing ever. Yeah.
Even the 40 time, he ran a 4.42.
Yeah. I mean, like it's fine. Like it's fine. Like people, like
Yeah.
I remember people being like, "Oh, Kyle Hamilton only ran in the 4.5s. Okay, well he's a second rounder now." It's like, no, stop it. Get some help, okay? Safety 40s. Yes, like if you run like a 4.7, okay, like we need to have a conversation about you switching to linebacker. But like 4.5s, sure, I don't care. Like if you, as long as you check that box, like it's fine. It's totally fine. And you know he's so good like in coverage, and that's like we've missed on athletic safeties in this range. Desmond Southward, most famously, perhaps. That wasn't Terry, though. Not putting that one on Terry. But like Richie Grant, another example. Athletic, raw safety never panned out because guess what? It's really hard to teach people instincts. It's really hard to teach people how to click and close and read the field and be a good safety if they haven't been able to do it in college. You think they're just all of a sudden going to be able to figure it out in the NFL where everyone's better and everything's happening faster and you got even more on their plate. Maybe Nick Saban DBs can figure it out better, you know, because they already have to do all that stuff. But like, shout out to DeMarco Helms, you know. But like Watts is there. Like he's one of the most instinctive ball hawking safeties you have. I mean, it's really hard for safeties to get pass breakups, and he had like 7 last year. I mean, it's nuts. Like, you know, these are, and part of that's because he does play man and he does match up, you know, in the slot sometimes. But like, he's a do-it-all safety, and like, yeah, is he the best box safety? No. I don't give a shit about that. Like, I mean, like, honestly, like, I'm not drafting a safety in the top 50 to be a box player. We drafted a safety in the 7th round in DeMarco Helms. Great box safety. I don't need to spend a top 50 pick to get a good box safety. Like, it's just, like, Helms is perfectly fine. Jordan Fuller signed for, what, under $1.5 million? There you go. Another box safety, right? It's just, it's not that valuable. It's important, and it's nice to have that, but it's just not that critical. Like, it's a skill set that, you know, it's a lot easier to learn how to be physical and to tackle well because, you know, as hard as it seems to be for some players to learn how to tackle, like, it should be something you've got figured out by the time you make it to the NFL. But Watts is just such an electric playmaker, and you add Bowman on top of it, who's basically just like a discount. So it's like we got discount Malachi Starks and we got discount Xavier Watts and Billy Bowman. So like, and you know, Bowman as a nickel is really intriguing to me too. Like I because Bowman's biggest thing is he's just small for a safety, but for a slot corner, he doesn't look so small anymore. You know, 5'10", 200 that's a thick slot boy right there. So I mean, it's I'm starting to see the vision here. So
there's another, as you were talking about that in terms of like the instinct that players have, and just some of these things where you can't really coach it up so much. Like you can't expect to at least coach it up or train it up when they get to the pros. I feel like, again, that's kind of a theme that I'm sensing from these players that they've picked, which is like James Pierce Jr., for example. I think he's the clearest kind of he's the best illustration of this, which is that like he has this elite trait that like is you're not gonna like improve someone's get off that much, but like he's got that first step that is just natural, and it's a building block that you can build his whole pass rush plan around, you know, and even further, maybe, you know, some scheme things. And so I feel like, and Jalen Walker has just like this elite knack of being of arriving at the football, like wherever it seems to be. And so you have these players who just have these traits, these elite traits that are kind of inherent in them that you, and then you can refine other parts of their game, you know, which is always what you want to do as a organization, as a coach. But I'm really just excited by this group because they have these traits that, are exciting, and then you feel like that once they do get coached up, they're going to be even better and allow them to really reach their potential.
Yeah, I love it. And I know Adnan, like Bowman's like Adnan's guy, so you know it's super exciting. I know for him, but just like need Kevin to get discount Malachi Starks jersey. I'm not putting that on there because I don't want that. I don't like, it's not meant to be slander. I know some people might hear that and think it's slander, but you know, just because you're not like S tier blue chip safety, but you're the next tier, that's still very good. You know, still top 50.
A tier.
Yeah.
So, A tier prospect.
Yeah.
And my thing is just like, we got some playmakers on the defense. Like surround the defense, or like establish a defense of playmakers. And even if it's something where, you know, someone doesn't do it perfectly or the defense has its weaknesses, like you can flip a game on its head with one of those playmakers making a great play. We saw it last year with the Falcons defense. Like the first half of the season when the team was going 6-3, the defense wasn't very good, but they were still getting the job done because of the fact that like you had a Jesse Bates like coming up with like an incredible play against Tampa Bay. You had you know that great Troy Anderson pick six against New Orleans. You had who was it that got that like sack against Baker Mayfield on that Thursday night game where I think you like flipped the game on its head. But like this is even when the team was playing poorly on defense, when the defense was basically like a house of cards just ready to collapse on itself, like it still ended up having its head above water and doing what it was supposed to because you had these playmakers making plays at the right time. And I mean, just get me someone that can like flip the field on its head. Get me some, because it's the NFL. All it takes is 1 to 2 really good plays, and you know that's sometimes all you need out of your defense, especially given how good we expect the Falcons offense to be. Like this team is still, despite the fact that you know they won all defense selections, this is an offense first mentality on the team. You still have Penix, you still have Bijan, you still have all these investments you've made in the offense in the top 10 year after year. You don't need this defense to be top 10. You don't need this to be the Eagles. It would be great if they were, but I mean, like, you know, if this defense can be, every year we just want the defense to be below average, like you know, not a catastrophe.
Right.
Like, give me the 19th best defense in the NFL.
Exactly. Goes to the teens.
Like, give me a defense in the teens where you have, you know, and if they are a defense in the teens, like a scoring defense in the teens or a total defense in the teens, that combined with the fact that you have guys in the secondary who will go get the ball and who will flip the game on its head with a turnover, I mean, that's enough to like establish a team that's good enough for a whole run.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also like you've got like, you know, you add these ball hawking type of players, these kinds of players who can create turnover and stuff. And like DeMarco Hellams is another one of those guys. We think of him as like a hard-hitting safety. It is, but like he showed a nose for the ball when he played in that initial preseason that he had, and then a little bit during the season. So I just really love that they have that kind of attribute in a lot of their safeties. And then they've got the physical corners, like those outside corners, Mike Hughes and AJ. Those guys hit. They like bring a physical presence to the Falcons secondary that the coaches like really, they always note it. They appreciate it. And I just love the makeup of the group they're developing on defense. And I like, you know, like again, just kind of ramble about what's happened in this draft. But not even necessarily draft related, but just also the change in the interior of this defensive line with guys like longer, leaner, more dynamic players like Rook and Zach Harrison and Dorless that just are a little bit more dynamic potentially. And I'm sure there's going to be, you know, some growing pains with these players. I'm not saying that it's going to be some great defense or anything, but it just feels like an exciting, like a really refreshed unit overall, where it feels like it's been kind of stagnant here for a few years.
Yeah. Yeah.
And look, man, I get it. Like, I get the concerns about run defense. You know, I get the concerns about like tackling, like, you know, Bowman's career missed tackle percentage is like 25. It's very bad. But I mean, you can it's easier to teach tackling technique than it is to teach instincts. And two, you can easily like find a run defending specialist. Like, you know, you can find one in free agency. You can find one like, you can trade for one. Like, they're not very expensive. You can get, this isn't like 20 years ago. You can get with someone who's just specializes in run defense and give him what, $3 to $4 million like for a season. It's a lot tougher to find someone who can rush the quarterback from the interior. It's a lot tougher to find someone who can, you know, get you that interception, someone who can like really read the quarterback's eyes. This other stuff, like, I'm glad that they're prioritizing what's in when it comes to the NFL. I'm glad they're prioritizing like these traits that are very premium and very like hard to come by, and everything else you can just like you can get on the cheap.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think, you know, totally different angle on this, but also a thought I'd had in regards to like just trying to like do your best with the value, and that's just like the way that they've approached these drafts, which was like really leaning into the strengths of the class. Like they go into it, last year they knew that there was a top quarterback on the board and that they were going to have a chance to take one. Ultimately they found one that they just felt like had these special traits that you just couldn't pass up. And so despite the consternation that it caused at the time, and rightfully so, by the way, I'm not saying that there wasn't reason for distress when they made that pick or even now, but they really leaned into the strength of that class, and it feels like they've done it again this year, especially when we're talking about trading next year's pick in order to come up and get James Pierce. There's no guarantee that there's going to be an edge rusher available for them to draft with their first pick next year, that's as good as James Pierce is now. So if you feel like there's value in what is a really strong edge group in this class, then you come up for that player. And I know that James Pierce isn't like, I don't know if he was one of the players that was kind of graded first round into this class, kind of known for not having as many first round grades on guys as is typical, but he has that special ability, kind of like Penix has this like unbelievable, just ability to rip it, the arm strength, and Pierce has like this unbelievable first step. And that again, that's like these like really special traits that it feels like the Falcons have been identifying in guys and leveraging the draft classes as a whole in order to find them.
Yeah, no, I like that. And I think I'm finally starting to see a vision that wasn't there after free agency, and was obviously like, that was why I think there was a lot of negativity, around this team, is because it's like, and maybe it shouldn't have been so surprising that they weren't very active in free agency given the financial limitations, and it shouldn't have been shocking that they weren't able to add these impact guys. It seems like they did try to pull off maybe a trade for Trey Hendrickson and that sort of stuff, but that's totally up to the other team. And there's a number of guys like maybe they were in on Azeez Ojulari, but he wanted to go to the Eagles. Clearly, he took peanuts to go to the Eagles, so you can't compete with that, right? So free agency is much more of a crapshoot than people think. It's not like it's not like Madden where you're like, okay, here's my offer. Okay, they signed. Great.
Like an algorithm.
Yeah. It's like, okay, they signed it. Great. It's cool. I just need to, if I put enough money on the scale, they will accept. So
I won't lie. Like Madden has done so much good and bad when it comes to like, the regular observer and the regular football fan, because I mean, like, shout out to John Madden, first of all, like, for creating that game in the first place, NFL lifer, NFL legend John Madden. Because I mean, obviously growing up, you like, especially when you played as a kid, that's your first real taste of like real plays, real concepts, like, actual playbooks. Like it was always such a like cool thing, like seeing like actual playbooks and like what like all goes on like on the field. But then like the other end of that spectrum is it's like people think that like some of this stuff is like a lot easier than like what it actually is. Like a perfect example is, oh, well, we'll just grab this right tackle and play him at left guard because, his Madden rating would go from 90 to 93 if you like do that. And we'll just, we'll play him at right tackle week 1 and at like left guard like week 2. And, that's just going to be like, fine. That's just going to be like, no, that's not how it works. I still remember when we had Keenan Forney on the show and when we were talking to him, former, Falcons starting guard who was like blocking for Mike Vick in like that era in the 2000s. And I remember asking him, just going from, let's say, right guard to left guard or right tackle to left tackle, like what goes into that? How long does it take? And I think he said it takes maybe something like 3 to 4 months of just like complete repetitions and like doing that every single day to like just like get in the hang of it, to just like get into the rhythm and into the swing of things. And it's like that, the one that was very insightful, and two, it's like that just like goes to show like, wow, like it's not just as easy as like snapping your finger and it's like, okay, well, we can just play this position now.
Yeah.
It's the same in free agency.
You're reversing the set, like the way you set your feet, and so it just like takes some time to find that rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, very like this isn't on the same scale, but go from being right-handed to left-handed, like you
right.
In your life, like think of how hard it would be to start doing everything with your left hand as your dominant hand. This is like that, but like you have 250-pound guys like rushing at you, so you have to like know like on the fly. But free agency is the same thing. It's like, okay, this isn't just I'll put in a $5 million offer and like he'll accept it right away. Like there's a lot that goes into it. So it's the gift and the curse with Madden. Like obviously it's done way more good than bad, but it is funny seeing, how some people like look at like the game and like some of these like intricacies that go into it from like that Madden perspective.
I like to make a trade offer that I know is lowball and then just increase the round pick that I'm giving them by one until the bar eventually goes up and they take it. That's the way you do deals in the NFL,
Yep.
It's just like
it's not like they'll stop taking your call or something.
By the way, that goes to like a point about, again, that people were complaining about the Falcons trading way too much value with it regards to like the point system, with the picks. And it feels like that is like being a little bit too clever in trying to just like determine the winner or loser of a trade based purely on a point system, because it's just it depends on what you do with it. And I get the premise of it, but it just made me think of that because that was one of those irritating talking points about that trade.
Yeah, no, there's another game that I've been enjoying. It's called I think it's called like College Football Dynasty. I have to look it up. It's on Steam. It's like Football Coach College Dynasty or something. And there's no graphics. Okay.
Yeah.
Like there's no graphics. It's not flashy. It's a spreadsheet, but god damn it, I love it. It's like you get all the stats. You can like improve all their stats with like practices. It's like for franchise mode people that just are obsessed with the franchise mode and want to do more of like just the team building part as opposed to like you can call the plays. Like it's not like it fully simulated, but you can pick the plays and call them if you want to do that or just simulate it. But it's like super in-depth recruiting and like development, and you can pick exactly where they play on the defense, and like it fully simulates like news articles for all the weeks and rankings and all this, and it shows you like the draft of where your guys go in the draft. Great game. Shout it out. It's fun. So
EA tried to, back in the day, make an NFL version of this type of game. There's a really popular one in soccer called Football Manager, and it's been around for a while. And it's just like this.
Yeah.
There's like you watch dots on a screen like simulate the plays, and you're just kind of doing the tactics. But the interesting thing is you learn so much about, or I did at least. You learn about the player base, and what players are good. But then also you learn about like more about the way contracts work, like what clauses are in there that are enticing or unenticing. There's even like in Football Manager, there's like relationships with agents and things like that can like influence players. So yeah, and the scouting process. Yeah. Anyways, there's a whole. I love those types of games, and I know there's one for baseball called Out of the Park Baseball, and there is a gap in the market. I feel like for something like that's NFL branded that is in the weeds like that.
Hey man, I feel like that's like some of those games are like really. I feel like those are the type of games where you really want to like put your kids on them, like when you just to teach them like early on everything that goes into it, and honestly, it's if they're not like going to be like NFL like talent, and it's very hard to get to the NFL. It's like there's a lot of money in having them be like football executives one day as well. That's an underrated route, but yeah, it kind of reminds me of Football Manager. And I mean, Joe, I'm sure you would know, like with your work on football, meaning like European football, like soccer.
Soccer, you're right? Yeah,
it's like that's like a hugely popular game. Or I think they're like discontinuing it now. I've never played it, but
they screwed up this year, and they ended up not releasing the game this year. But they had developmental issues.
Yeah, but I've like seen like I have like a friend who's like really like deep into it and who like plays it, and it's like. The only thing you don't do in that game is control the players. Like you go into like every other aspect of like being this like manager of this like team, and obviously they use like real teams, and you like buy like the players and stuff, but it's like it's
really, training schedules, like what they're practicing.
Yeah, it's nuts like how in detail some of this stuff is, and obviously games like that develop a cult following. But yeah, it's like I don't know. I feel like those games are like super beneficial. Like of just like imagine like being exposed to some of those like first, and then like playing some of these other like games where you actually do control the players and stuff like that. I don't know.
I feel like there's so many fans that would be interested in that game too, like that kind of game. I would.
And I mean it's underrated just how much like these video games have like taught us. Like just think of yourself as a kid, and it's like you learn like so much about like the game itself, even from these games which like aren't as in depth as some of those, like say a 2K, or like say a Madden, or like say well, it's not FIFA anymore, it's like EA 25 at this point, but it's like my like first exposures like when I was really getting into sports like came from video games. And it's a really, really underrated thing that you just like suck in like a sponge when you are a kid, and when you are like really like when you start falling in love with it, and then you sort of see the game like in a different way, whereas before, as a kid you'd see the game and like you don't really know what's going on, but it's like it gives you that exposure of, okay, I get to make some of these decisions. And I mean, it's not just video games. It's like it's a lot of like stuff in life that is like that as well. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Apparently, Sam Howell's being traded to the Vikings here as part of like a trade down or something like that. Or,
That's interesting.
So that's spicy. But yeah, the game is Football Coach College Dynasty. And yeah, the reason there's not an NFL version is because of the licensing issues.
Yeah.
But the way that Football Coach gets around it is it's not their problem if someone mods all the college teams and logos into the game, which is super easy to do. It takes like 2 clicks, and you download a mod package with all the D1 college teams in it with the logos, and then it's not their problem anymore. But so yeah,
for this soccer game that's called Football Manager, it's funny. It's made by a company called Sports Interactive, and it's just like that. Like, they've started to get more licenses, but like for a couple decades, it was like you had to go on and there's a website that literally like basically does it all for you, and you pay them $5.99, and you get like the download clicks or whatever. But the website's called sortedoutsI.com. Like, come on. Get the freaking license.
Yeah. So I hope someone will eventually be able to pull it off for the NFL and get the NFL like in on it, because like it's a huge market. Like it's I enjoy the college stuff. It's different. I know there's like a different market for it because there's all the recruiting and stuff that goes into it. That's a huge part of it. And you could put rules on NIL in this game, so.
I feel like we're giving them $1 million idea. You could tie it in like that. You could use it as like your expansion into Europe. There's like this huge player base of Football Manager over there. If you're trying to like get into Germany and London and stuff, give them an NFL Football Manager.
Yeah. So that would be fun, no doubt about it. But we did have a question I wanted to get to. There was hold on, let me find it. Gatx boy, is that how I say it? I don't know. It's all capital, so I don't know how. I'm not sure. Let me know. Gatx boy, I like that. That sounds cool. We're gonna go with that for now. He says, what do we think about Jalen Ramsey? Does the way that this has played out basically remove us from the Jalen Ramsey sweepstakes? What do you guys think about that?
I did think about that as soon as the pick came down. I did think that it tempered my expectations. I was kind of thinking just for how aggressive they were in that first round. I was thinking maybe this is a regime that is going to push for it and then make a push for Ramsey. And I don't think that that's off the table, but I would just say that my initial reaction to Bowman was that maybe it's not as pressing of a need for them to do that as it was yesterday.
Yeah, I would agree with that. What do you think, Adnan? You think the Ramsey stuff is probably gonna go by the wayside now?
I don't know about by the wayside. I mean, look, obviously we need to preface this by saying that there was always a higher chance of them not trading for Jalen Ramsey than there is of them trading for Jalen Ramsey. Even after the rumors came out, I don't care that Morris was his head coach. Like, these kinds of trades don't really like happen that often. Well, at least for the Falcons. But it's like, I do think that with the Falcons, like having traded away, they're already down a first next year, and now they're down a 5th rounder. I don't know if Fontenot is going to want to, continue depleting next year's draft, especially if he's a believer in what the draft picks are going to do like this year, and it seems like he very much is. If this draft class is what we expect it to be, then I would expect this team to be in the playoffs, and I would expect Fontenot to still be here making the picks next year as well. And I don't think he'll continue that mentality of saying, F those picks next season. And, to get Jalen Ramsey, I think it would cost I don't know, maybe a third rounder, maybe a fourth, and I don't think that they're willing to continue depleting the draft next year, especially after they already went down to third last year with the whole Matthew Judon stuff. I think this year that they're moving away from that. Last year they tried to go the veteran route. Like, all right, well, we're getting Simmons, we're trading for Matthew Judon. It didn't work out, blew up in their face. So I think this year they're like, all right, instead of going the veteran route, we're gonna go the trade up and like focus on like having these like day one like impact rookies right from the start. And I mean, shit, I respect it. It didn't work out last year in this way. Go the other way, like go the other way and see if it works out like that, because I feel like it's more likely to work out relying on these rookies whom you take and who are highly rated versus going for these veteran players who who knows how much they have left in the tank.
Yeah. No, I agree. Like, I like Jalen Ramsey still. I think it's clear that he's not, all pro anymore, right? That doesn't mean he's not a useful player. And the fact of the matter is the team trading for him is not on the hook for much. We're probably talking like 5.8 to 6 million. That's still a lot for a guy that I'm not sure has a clean projection to start in Atlanta now. Like, are you really converting him to safety to take snaps from Xavier Watts? I don't think so. Maybe slot, right? I mean,
if you trade for him, I'm assuming he's going to be your other starter opposite Terrell. Like, but then it's like you did just give Mike Hughes that contract. Hughes was fine last year. It all depends on the resources. It all depends on the resources that you're willing to surrender to go from Hughes to Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah, and Ramsey's definitely a guy that has played a lot of slot in his career and is very good at it. That was kind of always his calling card, is that he would travel with top receivers into the slot and play that position very well. So to me, that was always maybe his projection. His best fit was like he's going to come in and give the Falcons potentially a really good slot corner, who might do some sort of big nickel safety stuff too. I still think the Falcons would be very happy to get him as a free agent, like if he is eventually cut post June 1st, which I think could happen. Yeah. But I think that's probably the path now. I don't know that they're going to go send any picks for him. I think they would love to have him in the building, just his versatility, his experience, the potential that he could be a little bit healthier this year and give you something, but I don't think they're going to send picks because they just don't have any anymore.
They've already traded two away.
Yeah.
And when you traded the picks away, when you don't have those picks, not only is it like, man, we're already down picks, but it makes it harder to like actually put together a package of picks that like is a value match that makes sense for a trade.
Yeah, exactly. So, at this point, doesn't seem like, we're gonna see Jalen Ramsey via trade, but I wouldn't rule it out entirely. That's kind of what I would say on that note. And I think he's still an intriguing player. But they might have felt a little burned last year about the two veterans that were kind of like questionable in terms of like, is this guy still prime? Are they still going to give us good production? And to be fair, the prices they paid for both players kind of reflected that, right? Like Judon, who until this last year was like a double-digit sack guy every year, like clockwork. You only paid a third rounder for him, and you didn't have to give him an extension, which genius, by the way. That was a big deal.
Man, can you imagine if they gave Judon like 18 mil a year?
I don't want to imagine it. No, I'm not going to. I'm not going down that path. So again, like there seemed to be the knowledge and the foresight to at least be like, we're not extending him until we've seen him play. Like we can't do that. Or maybe they were like considering extending him and then he showed up and they were like, yeah, we're not doing that. But sorry. We're going to have to wait this one out.
That's why
No, go ahead.
Like teams want to see how the player is in the building. Like and that's why they want to extend the guys that they've drafted, is because they've done a lot of that work ahead of time. They know who's coming into the building. That's why teams want to build around who they've drafted, and you don't really want to have to be bringing in free agents unless you obviously have these glaring needs on the roster. But there's definitely that concern. I'm curious to get your guys' opinion on one thing when we're talking about like free agents and stuff. Do you think David Onyemata is going to get cut? Because I do. Like I've always, and I don't know if this is correct, but I read, maybe Trayshawn may have posted. I can't remember who had discussed it, but he had a contract restructure, which means he wasn't able to be designated a post June 1st cut, and instead the only difference is the team has to actually wait until June 1 to make that cut if they want to get those the savings. So I don't know. I don't know if that's true, but I've heard that,
It's
and it
entirely
makes sense.
possible.
I mean, he's $17 million against the cap this year.
He's not worth $17 million.
Feels like you could help the team more by utilizing that money in other ways.
So I mean, his dead cap is according to Spotrac is $9.3 million. So if you wait for post June 1, you can. Well, he has a dead cap of next year from a void year of $2.4 million as well. But I think if you wait post June 1, you can split that to 4.6 mil dead cap this year, 4.6 mil in addition to the 2 mil next year. As long as I'm not mistaken here, correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin. So it'll be like $6 million in dead cap next year for Onyemata, but you're essentially maximizing savings where you would save, if my math is correct, like over $12.5 million.
Yeah. So I'm pulling it up right now so I can get us some firm numbers on this, because that's a great point that is often forgot about, right? That if a guy is restructured, that the NFL gives them some protection to make sure they don't get like screwed out of money, essentially. Like teams can't basically game it and try to like get around stuff. And yeah, I agree. It was kind of shocking that he wasn't released. Also because like even if they had released him like pre-June 1st, it's still $7.5 million in savings. So it's like I kind of thought like if they wanted money for free agency to play around with, that would have been sort of an easy place to acquire it. Obviously, it seems like I mean I think it could have happened if like say that they were able to pull off something for Trey Hendrickson, or Aziz was going to come in, or whatever. Like I think it's very possible that they could have done it, or really worked hard to get an extension done with like Bates or something, which they haven't pulled that lever either. And I think that's probably going to come at some point. But yeah, so at this point, if this is a post June 1st cut, actually after June 1st, it's a 10 million savings instead of 7.5 this year. It'll be 6.9 in dead cap this year and 2.4 next year. So that it splits it up. So yeah, I mean, obviously you don't care about 2 million in dead cap next year. That's not a big deal at all.
But he's already voided for next year for $2.4 million. Like either way, even if he plays out this year, it's going to be. So is it 2.4 in addition to that 2.4 next year if you post June 1st, Tim?
It seems I think it's no, because if you were to cut him pre-June 1st, that void year cap accelerates. Yeah, so it accelerates
in this year, and that dead cap hit would then go to 11 point like
exactly
6 million, and you're only saving like $5 million.
Yeah, you save like 7.5 instead of 10, basically. So, so they can squeeze a little bit more out of the contract with the post June 1st release, and I expect that they will probably do that. But also, it's like, I mean, I think it's fair that they may be like, look, we do want a veteran here.
Yeah.
Like we had to move on from Jarrett because that savings was too much to pass up. I mean, it just was. It's just kind of the way it is, unfortunately. And Jarrett, I think, fairly didn't want to take a significant pay cut. That's fair too, But without Onyemata, this is a super, super young room, right? I mean, the oldest guy in this, Morgan Fox becomes the veteran, and he hasn't really spent any time here. You got Contavious Street, and TQ is a veteran now, I guess.
TQ is a veteran,
but otherwise, it's a super young room. I suspect they would probably go out and like add another DT, like a veteran. We'll see. And maybe that's, this is great day 3 conversation. We can look up who's available in free agency. I think what you said is a great explanation, Joe, and that they may have been unable to do a post June 1st designation. So they were fine just unless they needed the money immediately. There's no reason to force to do the cut early unless, they really needed that. Unless they needed that savings immediately for some reason.
I'm getting text that Shador has been drafted.
Oh my God, my bet's gonna hit. I had Shador at plus 550. Shador plus 550 to the Browns, and that was day 1.
Oh wow!
Yeah, that was like I thought they would trade back into the first for him. So yeah, plus 550 Shador. Gonna go get a nice steak dinner now.
I mean, if we're talking about value, like this is kind of the value of the draft, like Shador at like 144. Like we were talking about,
Yeah.
there were like conversations about him like this time last year about like, oh, will he go like 1 or 2? Yeah, like I don't like. My guess is teams don't want that Sanders circus.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the Cleveland Browns. I don't think that they really care. Like, if they were willing to make that move for Deshaun Watson,
Right.
I don't think they like care at all. But
No.
I mean, obviously they cared at least a little bit, or they wouldn't have waited this long.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think, but yeah, I mean, this is like an easy decision here at this point. Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
crazy
Yeah, I mean,
stuff.
4th round, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's absolutely crazy. But that also means that they're probably off the board for Kirk Cousins. They'd come away with 2 quarterbacks in this draft.
Yeah, so not been a great last hour or two for the Falcons in terms of Kirk Cousins with the Vikings and this.
Yeah.
The Vikings were a premium landing spot, but they were potential.
Yeah. Yeah. But no, good for Shador. Like this was getting ridiculous. He's way more than worth this at this point. Like I know people don't want the circus or whatever, but I mean, it's just at this stage, I mean, it is starting to get ridiculous, This is a guy.
And I mean, for him,
yeah.
he's got a potential to be the team's starting quarterback. Like at some point, like they're like, even though it's a crowded room right now, they already drafted Dylan Gabriel. It's like, it's a pretty good landing spot considering like where you're getting drafted at this point.
Yeah. So, impressive stuff. I think that's good. That's good for the Browns. I think he absolutely could be their starting quarterback. I mean, I get like maybe he's not the most sexy quarterback or the most high upside or any of this stuff, but I mean, at the end of the day, like I think he's probably a solid starting quarterback in the NFL. And in the 5th round, I mean, come on.
I wonder what the odds are that he starts at least one game for the Browns.
I'm hitting those odds.
I'm curious.
I'm in. Yeah,
because like I don't think he'll be a starter. Like I think they'll want to, like with any rookie quarterback, you want to kind of take him slow, let him learn everything, which I think they'll do with him. But if they're out of playoff contention by the end of the year, there's no reason to play Joe Flacco. Like So I think he'll probably get some game time.
Yeah.
Maybe Kenny Pickett too. You don't know how that factors in.
Kenny Pickett's just lurking. I don't think he has to worry too much about that. So. Yeah. Yeah.
You're like, I'm the spoiler.
he's like, he's the Undertaker in this situation. That's Kenny Pickett. Yeah. Exactly. Oh god.
Yeah. The tweets were so funny. Someone tweeted out Shador is about to go from a day 10 pick to having his draft pick announced remotely by a mariachi band.
Oh gosh, I love those remote picks. Yeah. So now I'm sure the TV is going to talk about Shador for the rest of the evening. But I'm glad he doesn't have to sit there like suffering anymore. I mean, it was getting people were prank calling him. Like, come on, that's just the lamest thing ever. Like. We don't need to be doing that.
Some black guys from Ole Miss. And it's like, oh.
We don't need to be doing that. That's ridiculous. And like, I would not do that. I
gotta bounce.
Okay, no problem, Joe. Thanks for coming in.
Sorry, go
Appreciate
ahead.
You. Oh no, I was gonna say like, I would not like if I was gonna prank call and like screw with somebody, I would not touch the Sanders family. Like Dion is crazy enough.
No,
you could get a hit squad sent to your house. All right, I'm just saying. Like I would not recommend that.
I have a certain set of skills.
Yeah, it's like I would not. That's not the guy I would go after. That's for sure. But thanks, Joe. It's been fun talking to you. Thanks for coming on.
All right. Yeah. Always fun, guys. Appreciate it.
Yep. Have a good one.
Yep.
Yeah. I would be like worried like Anonymous is gonna like destroy your entire life and like a hit squad is gonna show up. So and they'll make it look like an accident. Dion's got that kind of money. So 10 Camo 1 says, "Hey, Pickett's a Super Bowl champ. Put some respect." Well, you're technically correct. The best kind of correct. So
apparently there was like a conspiracy theory going on of like, all right, it was like some frat guys from Ole Miss.
Yeah.
The GM of the Giants, like his daughter goes to Ole Miss, and it's like, how could they have gotten that number? So there was a conspiracy that maybe it was leaked somehow, some way through that connection with the Giants.
Wow. That would be, yeah, I mean, Dion's going to find out. So if we find out, just like there's some accident,
Doesn't
Ole
have those
Miss.
guys hanging by their toes,
Yeah.
in the basement somewhere.
Yep. We've been trapped in this basement for 2 weeks, please let us out, type of stuff. So, yep. Oh, there goes Braden Swinson. I don't know what went on there. I mean, like, yeah.
He went to the Niners?
Yeah. Oh, no, he went to the Patriots at 146. Yeah, 146. But the Niners are about to pick here. I guess we could talk about the players that have been drafted. We haven't done that in a minute. We go back. Go back to the. We did see Q Robinson go at 134. So RIP that dream. Josh Farmer. Titans went up for Alec Iomaner, so his fall is over. 49ers drafted a linebacker that wasn't in the PFF simulator, so I had to draft somebody else. Sorry. Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins, the Georgia boy, to Minnesota at 139. The Panthers got Cameron Jackson, RIP that dream, 140. Alabama A&M tackle Carson Vincent to the Ravens at 141. Then we had defensive tackle Riley Mills from Notre Dame go at 142. Then we had Jordan Phillips, the defensive tackle, nose tackle from Maryland, go to the Dolphins at 143. Shedeur Sanders off the board to the Browns at 144. UCF legend, cornerback Mac McWilliams, a guy that I liked a lot as maybe a 7th rounder, but I think some teams did like him a lot better.
Well, I mean, clearly,
Eagles,
is this the 5th technically?
This is the 5th. Yeah. We're well into the 5th now. I think we're like 10 or we're like over 10 picks into the 5th, so we're getting there.
Look, man, I won't lie to you. When everything becomes a blur on day 3. I don't know where the 4th round ends and where the 5th round begins.
It all, it all just blends together. Yeah.
Which picks are the comp picks, and the 5th round doesn't always start at the same point every time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But an Atlanta Falcons, the 3rd rounder, just because we were mentioning Matthew Judon, the 3rd rounder that the Atlanta Falcons traded to the Patriots ended up in the hands of the Panthers, and with it they ended up with Princely Umenmielen. So it was a solid pick by the Panthers, and it's the one that could come back to bite the Falcons.
Yeah. Yep. It's funny to see how these things sort of track and how they change hands how many times. Cleveland now has 5 quarterbacks on the roster: Deshaun, Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur. So there's got to be a starter in there somewhere, Adnan. So
yeah, I mean, if we put them all together, then we can make a starter in the aggregate. We can moneyball some of this stuff.
We can make a super person, It's like that meme. It's like, the legs of Adrian Peterson and the arm of Josh Allen.
Yeah, we'll have the football intelligence of Joe Flacco. He's the veteran.
There you go.
Plus the the arm of Shedeur Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
Plus we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out for sure.
I don't know what. I think you probably just leave Deshaun out of it entirely.
Oh, bro, it's going to be the contract of Deshaun
Watson. There you go. Yeah, the agent of Deshaun Watson. Yeah. The agent of Deshaun Watson.
Hey, the agent
legal
of Deshaun
team and
Watson
agent.
Is the most valuable
Deshaun.
commodity in the NFL right now.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, it's just 5 quarterbacks in a trench coat. Yeah. Oh, man. Got running back Jordan James from Oregon to the 49ers, as if that running back room couldn't get more confusing. Oh, man. What a round. What a round. I can see a couple forfeited picks coming up. I wonder why those got forfeited. Huh. Falcons would have been on the clock here in about 5 picks, folks, if not for Kirk Cousins' big fat mouth. So, yeah.
Well, we should be adding to this draft room, but instead Kirk Cousins had to open his big mouth, bro.
Yeah. Oh, man.
It's not great. I don't know. Here's the thing. I get it. I get you want to keep him. I mean, he has some value as a backup. I don't know. I was always, if you can't trade him, I think it's going to be a bad move not having cut him. Like before that $10 million like guarantee in 2026 comes in. Because I mean, that 2026 guarantee, that just sort of like continues diminishing Michael Penix's rookie quarterback contract. Because I mean, you now have, add an extra $10 million in what would be dead cap to Penix's like salary. That's what you're committing to a quarterback, plus like whatever you're having to pay your backup quarterback next year.
Yeah.
You got to find one of those. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, that Cousins like signing just like completely eradicated any like advantages and benefits you were supposed to have with Penix's rookie contract. And we know that there's nothing really more valuable from a cap perspective in the NFL than having a really good quarterback who's on a rookie contract.
Yeah. One interesting thing that I did hear about the Cousins contract, maybe we've talked about it before, I don't know. The roster bonus is subject to offset language. It's the first part of the it will be offset by any contract he gets with a new team. So if he plays somewhere else in 2026,
Okay.
they will pay the roster bonus, and any amount, right? So if he signs a vet minimum deal, then that gets that $2 million or whatever it is, considering his years of experience, will be subtracted, and the Falcons will get that back. If he signs a $10 million deal to be a backup, it's all refunded. And if he signs a big deal, 15, 20, then it's all refunded, whatever. So I think there's a very good chance that Atlanta doesn't have to pay the whole thing.
Yeah,
so we'll see.
it also it like sort of depends, because I mean, Kirk Cousins is going to get that money. So I mean, like, why wouldn't Kirk Cousins like make it easier for his next team by signing a minimum if he's going to get the $10 million anyway?
You think Kirk Cousins is taking less money? I don't think he's ever done that in his career.
I mean, yeah, but like, wait, is it like? So my question on the $10 million is, does Kirk Cousins already have that money in his pocket, and this is just like on the books, in the salary cap like perspective, or is it the Falcons are going to actively be giving him like $10 million worth of game checks next year, even if he's like off the team?
Yeah, it would be paid out whenever, I think it gets paid out on a certain day if he's on the roster. It's guaranteed though, so like even if he's cut, they would still have to pay it out on that day. I think if he's on another team, they would have to pay it out, and obviously they will have to pay back the Falcons. But yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think he's gotten it like at this moment.
But,
so
yeah, but that's my thing. If it's like, if he hasn't gotten it, like, why would Kirk Cousins hold out for like a $10 million contract with another team when he could sign $1 million with that team? It'll help that team in their like endeavors, and he's going to get the $10 million anyway, because why, like, Kirk Cousins has no incentive to help the Falcons here.
No,
like,
it's to help himself. Yeah.
Maybe if he finds like a $15 million contract, then it's like, okay, now you're getting $5 million extra. Like, yeah, but it's like up to $10 million. If you can't find anything that's like over $10 million, at least the way that I'm understanding this, like this stipulation, there's no reason for him to, if he's going to sign anywhere, like, in his market is up to $10 million, it doesn't make sense for him to hold out for that $10 million from that team when he's getting it from the Falcons anyway.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is like legit. Yeah, like that he's not, like, I think he could easily take a lower than market value deal to possibly, like, because he is getting a 10 million roster bonus. I think that I don't think it stacks though. Like, I think it's sort of like
yeah, it's going to be up to $10 million. Like, he's not going to stack $2 million plus the $10 million.
Yes, exactly.
So that's what I'm saying. So it makes no sense for him to like hold out for $10 million from anyone when he's $10 million is what he's getting. Like, whether it's from the Falcons or someone else, he's pocketing $10 million. Now, if you find someone to give him $20 million, okay, then you're getting an extra $10 million. Like, more power to you. But yeah, like in that scenario, I don't envision him like, taking too much, like, more than like the vet minimum, because anything more up to $10 million doesn't help him at all. It just helps the Falcons.
I'd have to look into those details. That is interesting. I think that it is in addition to his salary. I just think that there's offset language that means that the team that's paying him then has to like return money to the Falcons essentially. But I think there's also some stipulations about like you can't like to prevent people from trying to game this. And like John Maglino said, Russell Wilson signed for the minimum. Russell Wilson's was different because his contract was mostly like his dead money was almost all signing bonus from that ridiculous deal that Denver gave him. It wasn't necessarily roster bonus. So I'm not sure like there was any way like that wasn't going to be offset. Like so Russell was still getting like, a ridiculous sum in guarantees from that. Whereas this as a roster bonus is a little bit different, but like, yeah, I just don't think Kirk will be inclined to take like a minimum deal. I don't think he's going to demand a crazy contract, but again, it's like,
yeah, like I don't know. Like I'm speaking from the perspective of I don't know the full language. I don't.
Yeah,
know,
exactly.
Like,
we're guessing
of like what the agents and what the lawyers have like put together. I don't know if the Falcons will have any like legal recourse if like they do try to game it. But it's just like from what I'm understanding, and if I was Kirk Cousins, like I wouldn't have any incentive to help the Falcons at all here.
Yeah. I don't think it would be because of that. I think he would be taking a deal to maximize his personal earnings.
Yeah.
And not to help the Falcons out, But yeah. So we'll have to see. I'm curious how that's going to play out, if it even comes to that. I know everyone's like, oh, well, looks like he's the backup. Like, looks like guys like this. I was not expecting Kirk Cousins to get traded during the draft or after the draft. It's going to be June 1st at the earliest would be my guess. And it was always part of the calculus that the Falcons were probably maybe going to have to wait for an injury, right? I mean, but an injury is going to happen. Like, I hate to tell you this and I hate to put that out into the world, but there's going to be quarterback injuries, okay? Like, there's going to be quarterback injuries. And after June 1st, the Falcons can make his contract very, very easy to take on in exchange for a decent draft pick. So, and like a lot of people are like, oh, well, like, do teams really care like about winning? Yeah. I mean, like what happens? Like, I mean, the best case scenario is probably a playoff contender having their starter go down. And they're like, well, if we don't get a quarterback in here that's at least like serviceable, we're just going to have to punt the season. And so a lot of these teams have like, like let's use the Eagles as an example. Like if Jalen Hurts were to miss significant time, that roster is all in, right? They've shifted all of their money to the future. They're paying limited money now on these guys, and wasting a year now of these cheap contracts could be catastrophic. It's obviously not an ideal situation, but I mean, Kirk Cousins going to Philadelphia in that scenario would make a ton of sense. He could operate that offense with great weapons, a great offensive line in front of him to keep him upright, great coaching, a really good defense. Like, I mean, Cousins could absolutely thrive in that situation. And I would still pick the Eagles to win double-digit games with Cousins at the helm. I mean, I think most people probably would. That's a great roster. But like, Dorian Thompson-Robertson, like, is he getting the Eagles to 10 wins? I mean, no, right? Like, you're basically having to punt. And obviously, knock on wood for all this. Certainly love Jalen Hurts. Want to watch him play all season long, healthy. But that's just an example, right, of one of, like, people are like, oh, well, nobody really cares. Like, if they lose their starter, they're just going to punt. A lot of these teams can't punt. They can't. Like, they're too invested in this season to punt, even in that situation, right? So that's the ticket. Yeah.
Teams, like, there's very, very few teams who can punt, because even the bad teams, like, some of them have these coaches on the hot seat and GMs on the hot seat where it's like, okay, you can punt, but you'll get fired. And, you'll just have created a top pick for the next guy who's coming in.
Yeah, exactly. And we did have a question asking us about, assuming we actually had this pick, because this 152 would have been the Falcons' 5th round selection. So we can see the board here, who would have been available. And we got a question from Baby Milo asking, assuming the Falcons actually had this pick, who would you guys have liked to take here? And yeah, my answer would definitely be like Logan Brown, right? I was considering him in the 4th, as a developmental tackle. let me read off some of the guys like Pooh Paul Jr., the linebacker. I mean, I would love to have gotten him here. I know he's small, but that's an Old Brick linebacker if I ever seen one. Jared Ivey from Mississippi. If you're looking for that big end to play across from Pierce and Jalen Walker, that could be really interesting. I know Elijah Roberts, the edge rusher from SMU, has a lot of fans. We were talking about Marcus Bowe earlier, as maybe a guard center type of guy.
Miles Frazier's still on the. You mentioned Miles Frazier, right?
Let me check. See if he's yes, Miles Frazier is still here. Yeah. I mean, who would you be kind of aiming for in this range, Adnan, if we didn't have Kirk Cousins open his big mouth?
I mean, yeah, Paul Jr., the linebacker. So, I mean, I would still be looking to add on the defense, but some of these developmental offensive linemen, like I still think that we need some depth at guard. I mean, shit, we were mentioning Kobe Bryant. I don't think he's been taken yet. We really wanted to continue bolstering the secondary. I feel like he would have been a really nice selection here. Because I mean, we were talking about him a little bit in the third round. So yeah, I don't know. Let this be a lesson to the Falcons to not take these fifth rounders and sixth rounders or fifth rounders at least for granted. There's always a lot of guys on the board who fall multiple rounds where you can get really nice value from them.
Yeah. So this would have been a nice pick to have, no doubt about that.
I mean, and if nothing else, you could have traded it. You could have traded back, gotten some ammunition, traded it for a veteran player if you wanted. Yeah, it's never a good thing to just lose draft picks, no matter what.
No, never a good thing. So, unfortunately, that's the world we live in with Atlanta, just losing draft picks to dumb shit. But it's just the way it goes. But hey, we're still here, doing the best we can. Yeah, Marcus Bowe, we're still here. Yeah, Gabriel Rogers, Marcus Bowe is still there. Yep. So, Adrian Russ with the $2. Thank you, Adrian. Appreciate you. Says, Falcons have killed it. I think we nailed every pick possible for our defense. The only thing I didn't like is what we gave up. Also, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I don't like how Shedeur was done this draft. The Giants are just sit behind a vet at least. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously not great. It seems like, how he approached the process was part of it.
Oh, yeah. Black
for
is
sure.
on the board too.
Who? Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, he's still around.
Yeah,
Where
man,
he
screw
ends up
Kirk
going.
Cousins, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, but no, I mean, I wouldn't, worry too much yet about the Falcons not being able to move Cousins. I thought it was always a decent chance that we would have to wait until, training camp, preseason to get it done, because there's just shit happens, right? It's like one of life's great constants is that shit happens. And, speaking of, there goes Marcus Bowe to the Giants at 154. So, if you were hoping he would make it to 218, sorry to slash those dreams. But he goes 154. So we could have had Marcus Bowe at 152,
Hey man, look, all I'm saying is at the very least we don't have to sweat the dog quote anymore.
Yeah.
Normally seventh round we're sweating and we're like, all right, got to take a Georgia Bulldog or this draft doesn't count. It's not official, but we stamped it in officiality in the first round this year.
Yeah.
On Thursday night.
That's right. We got that taken care of early. Didn't have that hanging over us, so we could be stress free the rest of the draft. Great options there. Yeah. Let me take a look. See here. We'll see how the rest of these picks go as we move through the fifth round. Got another, 20 or so picks here in the fifth, and then we're on to the sixth, and Falcons will pick pretty early in the seventh, thankfully.
Those fat Italians are going to love Scataboo in New York.
Yeah. The good news, Adnan, is that the Falcons have the second pick of the seventh round, so we don't have to wait too long for that one. Maybe if we're lucky, they'll trade up.
Thank God.
So
If they trade back from it, then I'm
trading back to like 250 or
Yeah.
something.
I'm exiting the
I'm
stream
out.
with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Peace. Yeah. I'm done. Yeah. Yeah, I know we were talking about it with Joe a little bit here about the Falcons' plans in free agency after the draft, and David Onyemata. David Onyemata has the third highest cap hit on the team right now. Funny enough, and his release would free up another $10 million. They currently are sitting with about $10.5 million in top 51 space. So they're okay. They certainly got some cash in terms of like money available after this draft class. They don't have much, right? Maybe $4 million right now is what they're got to work with after this draft class is factored in. So, if you do move on from Onyemata, you're up to like 14 million, which is a little bit more to play around with, possibly able to get a few guys in here. Maybe some mid-range veterans, maybe some guys that get cut or what have you. But
yeah, that's the thing. Like, just because you have $4 million doesn't mean like, all right, what free agents can we get worth $4 million?
Yeah.
Like, it's they always want to have that emergency fund for like the middle of the season. Every general manager like just operates like that.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's definitely like they're gonna hold money in reserve. They're not gonna spend every penny they have. They're not gonna do that. So don't expect that to happen. But if they are looking, technically Linval Joseph hasn't retired. He's great nose tackle, right? 37 years old. I think he's the oldest player not named Calais Campbell in the NFL. We could go that route. I know there's some other again, there's always some nose tackles out there. Hey, Timmy Horn's a free agent.
Timmy Horn.
Go get Timmy Horn back. Yeah.
Yeah. Man, wasn't he on the show once?
Maybe we did.
Friend of
We
the
might have
show?
had him on. Yeah, friend of the show, Timmy Horn. So we could go
I
back.
remember,
Yeah.
He was a topic of conversation at training camp one of those years. He was doing well, and we're like, oh man, Jerry really is nailing these free UDFA interior or defensive linemen, and then where you knew it, he was cut.
Yep. Jordan Phillips, nose tackle, most recently with the Bills. Played for $1.2 million last year. So, he's 33, but I mean, if you're looking for some run stuffing snaps, you could go that route. Quentin Jefferson, if you're looking for another pass rusher, without having to break the bank. Maurice Hurst, I that was a guy I liked coming out of college. Hasn't been able to stay healthy, unfortunately, but a guy that could be, a potential fit. There's definitely some guys out there. Linval Joseph, let's do this. Yeah, age 37 season. Let's go, Linval. Let's get in here. I mean, we had pretty good luck with Calais Campbell, so I'm not ruling out old defensive linemen anymore after that. But maybe we should because Calais Campbell is singular.
Yeah, I mean, Calais is still going in Miami, I think.
Yeah, he just re-signed. Or no, he went back to Arizona.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I heard that. I think that happened recently. That he was trying to decide if he was going to go back to Miami. Didn't sound like he was considering coming back to Atlanta. I don't know why, but
hey man, I mean, look, we could use the veteran leadership now, but
yeah,
it is what it is. That's a dude who you really want him. You really want him in your locker room.
Yeah.
Former man of the year. Especially this team, which has a bunch of these young front seven guys as well.
Yeah.
And Mike McDaniel really unbuttoned 4 or 5 of those buttons off as well.
We're late in the day. It's getting more and more of those buttons are coming off.
You're not seeing any skin. He has the undershirt on and everything, or he has a shirt underneath, but it's I don't know. I don't know about the look.
Yeah. Oh man. All right, we got Kansas City coming up here to 156, trading with the Steelers. Saw Dante Trader Jr., the safety, go to Miami at 155. The
Ooh.
Chiefs jump the Bucks here. Wonder what.
Bossa to the Chiefs.
Oh, Bossa, interesting. I wonder if they thought that the Bucks were going to take him. I know the Bucks were potentially interested in linebackers. So.
Oh man, it's gotten to be such a drag. The picks are so picks are coming in so slow.
Yeah, they got to pick it up now. Need to get these late picks coming in a little bit faster.
Still have what?
So
70 more until the Falcons pick.
Something like that. Yeah, roughly.
62 more picks.
Yep, just 2 whole rounds. Just a couple more. Yeah.
I don't know how we're gonna kill this time.
I don't know, man. We're working it as hard as we can.
We've already gotten past the point of reading out the current free agents.
Yep.
Should I just pick up the book I've been reading and just start reading it out loud?
It's okay. Trayshawn's gonna rescue us. He's here. Hey Trey, how we doing?
I'm here to save the day and help y'all kill this time.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Yes.
I was gonna say right on time. I was about to start reading a book out loud.
I think your mic might be not your good mic because it sounds far away. So you might maybe check the settings. I don't know. I was like, I can hear you, but it sounded like we were hearing you from the dark tunnel in the distance.
Ooh.
All right. Hold on.
Evan makes a good point. Have you guys been noticing Arthur Blank's son? It has taking
the calls, yeah.
He called Xavier Watts. He's been pretty prominent in all those videos so far, in the war room.
Yep.
We could be thinking of a succession. The succession plan seems to be there. Josh Blank looks like he'll be the next in line, and I don't know. It's kind of smart. Get him involved, get him used to some of this stuff, in real time. Let him talk with the late guys. Then later on, a few years from now, we'll be talking to the early guys.
Yeah. Yeah. No, Yeah, Trayshawn, I know you were pulling hard for CJ West, only for him to get sniped. Are you okay? I know that was probably really hard for you.
It was tough. But I'm doing great, honestly. I think this has been a great draft. And yeah, Adnan, I noticed that too. Hey, if this is the kind of draft we have with Baby Blank in the room, I'm all for it because so far, maybe nepotism is a good thing. Who knows? Because I think they've nailed it, especially the Watts pick. I know you were big on that, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
So I had him and Billy Bowman down as 2 of 3 safeties. I was like, they should definitely look at, and just getting both. I think Bowman as a nickel is going to be a ton of fun. And just I really like that Ulbricht's come out with direct roles. None of this positionless nonsense, right? I think that's the biggest trap they could have fallen into with taking Walker, is if they started coming out and started saying this, extremely versatile. He can, he's going to be positionless, this, that. Ulbricht said today, he's an edge. We want him to win there. We think he can be elite there. And you work backwards from that. So, and then hearing him say the same thing for Bowman with just him being the nickel, I like it. And I think it's the best way to approach these versatile guys. And I don't know. I'm really high on Bowman. I think he could be really similar to what Cooper DeJean was for the Eagles last year. That's basically the role I think they drafted him for, is to play that kind of star robber role, and just kind of be that nickel cornerback, that nickel defensive back, hybrid safety. I don't know. I didn't think I was going to be too happy with this draft coming in because it's the Falcons, but so far I think they've nailed it.
Yeah, no, it's been exciting. Obviously, day one was very spicy, and I think it got to a point where it was man, as soon as they made that trade, I said this earlier, but it's getting a third back in that trade up, like that was nothing. I had never considered that you could gain a day 2 pick that you lost, that you didn't have, by trading up. I mean, that's the most galaxy brain idea I've ever heard, but it worked. And it's like, okay, well, all of a sudden now, like, people are all obsessed with this future first, which, like, I get that fully. But
Yeah.
like, now it's like, oh, well, the more important thing with this pick for the Falcons is what do you do with the pick that you got back? Like, now this pick, 101, which became 96, like, now this is a critical piece of the puzzle, and they knocked it out of the park. I mean,
I agree.
Like,
I agree.
A+.
And yeah, you know what? It's a high leverage trade. Like, sure, you're borrowing from the future. I think, like, the notion that we're screwing whoever the next GM, though, is, like, definitely jumping the line. The next GM's going to have a very, he's going to have a nice amount of money to spend. He won't have a first round pick, but if this thing goes sideways, the next guy isn't going to be left with nothing or left in a bad cap situation. It's not going to be like the situation Fontenot came into. So, I don't really – I understand it's a high leverage move with the trade and everything like that, but I don't think it's going to be as costly to the future of the team as it's being made out to be.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a little overblown, but it obviously depends a lot on what happens this year, right? But
Definitely.
If they suck it up and it's a top 10 pick, then it's catastrophic, obviously. So if they're decent and it's like a late teens, early 20s pick, then it's maybe not so bad. But welcome back to Aaron as well. Did you guys like watch us like floundering and you're like, okay, we got to save him. Somebody's got to get in here.
Well, I was gonna come over at 2:30, right? Like I told you guys last night. But I was watching some Billy Bowman film, so I had to finish that real quick. And so I was like, okay, let me get over these guys because I know you guys are like 3 hours into this thing, so like you need as much help as possible.
Yeah. Well, that's a great cue because I really do have to use the bathroom, so I'm gonna go do that now that we have some people in here. Aaron, we just got a take from Trayshawn about today's selection, but why don't you tell the people what you think about Billy Bowman fresh off that film watch?
Yeah, I mean, basically he's Clark Phillips, but he's got a little psychopath in him. So that's what you kind of need as a nickel cornerback, I think.
And he's a little taller.
Yeah, he's like an inch taller than Clark Phillips.
He's an inch, yeah. But he's got some speed too.
Yes, he does. He also that's the other thing. He can actually run a 4.4. So he's an athlete. Which I know. I know you guys were like, Aaron's gonna come on here and just hate on Clark Phillips, but
Oh, hey, I'm not. I don't really believe in this whole Clark's now a nickelback. I'm like, oh, okay, sure. Like after 2 years, now Clark's gonna be this the player that I think has like just not really his game is inside. I know you want to see him more inside. I'd rather see more.
It wasn't even that I want to see him inside. I just like, to me, I never saw any upside to him being outside. It was just like, if he's going to make it in this league, it's going to be as an inside corner. And so for me, the last 2 years, I feel like they wasted development. And like, maybe if they had spent him inside, maybe he would be a halfway decent nickel by this point in time, but it is what it is.
Is that one Josh Downs rep on the outside? They saw that and they were like, no. This is actually going to work.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would have been nice if they put him at nickel last year because they had a lot of opportunities and didn't want to do it. But it is what it is. What do you think about the? What do you think about these trades, Aaron? Just kind of like, are you bothered by them? Are you think they're fine? Like, do you care? Like at this moment now?
I'm always bothered by the Falcons trading future first picks or future draft picks because like I think we have like 40 years of data that tells you that when you trade up in the draft, it doesn't work. So like just on principle, I don't like it, but it's always the same thing where it's just like, well, if you win games, no one cares. Which is basically the story of the Atlanta Falcons for the last 7 years. Well, if they just win games, no one's going to care about their unorthodox, whatever approach to the draft and free agency or whatever, because all that matters is, you can, right? Like everybody dunks on the Saints because they're terrible cap standpoint, but the Eagles do the same thing, but no one cares because they win games, right? So it's like that's always the thing, and it's just like we keep telling us that same story every year. It's like, okay, well, this year it's going to be the year that they win, so it's not going to matter. And it's just like now 7 years into it, it's just like, all right, like this year is going to be the year that they win because they got Michael Penix. Zach Robinson's going to start cooking up play action passing,
right?
And Jeff Ulbricht's going to be scheming up things, doing Jeff Ulbricht things and scheming up all this stuff. And
this is the year. This is the year.
This is it. It's
like they wrote me back into it. They wrote with this draft. They wrote me back in, and I think this is finally it. This is finally the year where they win the division.
Well, I was talking with somebody earlier today where it was like every year, and we joked about this last night on the show. Every year they're in first place in the NFC South, and then they completely crap the bed after that point, right? And so this year, because we have Michael Penix, and because he's a first-year starting quarterback, and because like he's probably not going to be playing the best version of football coming out of the gates, that all those reps that he gets by the time we get to that Week 8 game when the Falcons are finally in first place, then he'll actually be on the upward trajectory, and we can actually finish the season strong. So again, these are the things that I have to tell myself in order to buy back in to the Atlanta Falcons being good every single year. And so we just come up with new ways, and I'm just like, okay, all right, that's it. It's all Michael Penix. He's going to save this franchise. That's it.
That's pretty much what they're relying on. It's just like with Matt Ryan in 2008. It's like, okay, welcome to Atlanta. Everyone's job in this building completely hinges on you being successful, so no pressure.
No pressure.
It's the life of QB1, unfortunately, for most.
But this year they're finally going to let Michael Penix get practice reps with the first teamers, which they didn't do until like week 15 last year. So,
yeah. So I see the vision. It's just it's the same thing every year. It's like we all see the vision. Like, okay, this can work if X, Y, and Z work. This will work out, and it's the same thing. It's like, so my negativity and skepticism is just because we've all done this song and dance so many times over the years that I'm just like, all right, we're doing this again. Okay, it's definitely gonna work this time. Like I just don't know what my mental.
It's a new dress and a new song, Aaron. All right.
I just don't know what my mental health is going to be like in 2026 if this does not work. So I don't know where we're going to be at a year.
Man, I sat here and I said last season, going into last season, I think it was like it may have been our last show after preseason or right before week 1 or something. And I was like, okay, if this team wins 7 games again this year, I will never trust them again. And lo and behold, they win 8 games after starting 6-3. So now I'm like, I don't know what, I don't know.
You should have set a higher bar for yourself, honestly. I think that was really the issue.
All the way back in.
You let them off the hook with only needing to surpass 7.
Yeah, no, but my point is I shouldn't trust them. The point was okay, if we don't win 10 or 11 this year, then it's just never going to happen. And it's like, well, we were right there halfway through the season, and that somehow makes it even worse.
Yeah, and you're going to do it this year, right? You're going to set the bar higher where we don't win 10 and 11 this year. We're never going to trust them again. Then we get it, and they get fired, and we get a new coaching staff and a brand new GM, and you're like, I'm back in.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's going on right now. They're roping me back in with this draft right now. It's like I can't wait. I'm to the point where I'm coming into the draft, I was like, man, this is kind of a drag right now. The team is objectively worse right now than they were last year from a talent standpoint. We're completely relying on Michael Penix. Will he, won't he be what we expect? And now coming out of it, I'm like, I can't wait for training camp. I can't wait to be complaining about the starters not playing in preseason. I just can't wait for the entire thing all over again.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. They trick us every year.
Every time I think I'm out, they pull me back in. That's what this draft is. This draft is cracked for that. I was not gonna do a day 2 recap show. I was like, they got the 1 pick. It's 101. Whatever. It's gonna maybe I'll like it, whatever. But I don't always do that. I usually only do it if they have 2 picks, and they haven't done that recently. But then they took Xavier Watson. I was like so hyped. Like when we closed the show, I was like, all right, I got to do a show. I got to do it. So, good job. You got me back, Falcons. I'm back in now. But
while we're here, let me, because I know none of the guys I like to play fantasy football with are actually watching the show. But I have my dynasty draft starting in 2 hours, and who are the guys I should be like taking? Like in your guys' opinion.
What's your pick?
6.
6? Is it Superflex?
Wait. It is Superflex. And yeah, hold on. I'm in the wrong one. Sleeper, like I have every one of my leagues in Sleeper right now.
Yeah, me too. Sleeper's goated.
No, wait, I'm 8. I'm pick 8 actually.
Okay. Is it 10 or 12 team?
It's a 12-team Superflex, pick 8.
How are your quarterbacks?
Yeah. Oh, my quarterbacks are good, bro.
Okay,
like,
so don't have to worry about that. Yeah.
My quarterbacks are fine. I have Kyler, Mahomes, and I got Bo Nix as well.
Okay. Man, Colin Oliver going off the board here in the 5th round, Trayshawn. That's tragic.
The Panthers are wait, no. That was
Packers. Earlier.
Panthers are still on the board right now. Panthers are having a knockout draft themselves.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I think getting Scourton and Princely is a pretty nice double dip as well.
We were talking about it a little bit. Princely was the pick that the Falcons gave to the Patriots, and then it ended up in Carolina's hand. So that adds another layer to that.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm fine with I don't know. It's like lesser version James Pierce, and like kind of what Princely feels like to me. It's like
I feel like Princely.
Prospect.
No, I agree totally with that. Like I feel like Princely has quite a high bust potential.
His draft cycle was brutal. I definitely thought it was going to be a lot better.
Yeah. So like to me, like I don't mind when because Princely is like high upside. So if the Falcons took him, I'd have been like, oh, this is a high upside pick. I'm excited. But if it's the Saints or the Panthers, I'm like, yeah, well, I'm pretty nervous about that. So really, we're covered either way.
Big gamble.
Yeah. So I love picks like that, but I did like Princely. I wasn't like, I after the Senior Bowl, I was significantly lower. So
well, I told you guys during the Senior Bowl, I was ready to jump all in on the Princely bandwagon. I just needed one highlight reel rep from him in the one.
You were waiting there for days. You're like, it's gonna happen any minute.
It never happened, and I was like, okay. And then we got to the combine. Did he run at the combine? Because he ran like a 4.7 or something like that. At some point.
Yeah, he did not have a good combine.
Yeah, and then it was like, okay, I'm out.
I wasn't as concerned after that about Princely. I was like, well, maybe 3rd round, But I mean, yeah, I do like Scorton a lot. Princely, I think I think Scorton's a great pick for them. I think Princely has high bust potential. But yeah, I do like Cameron Jackson, so that's unfortunate. But and then the Panthers go tight end Mitchell Evans here. So,
Adnan, do you need the tight end for your dynasty draft?
I have Andrews, so TBD.
Yes.
TBD,
so you do.
Yeah.
So yes.
Definitely. But I got Ben Sinnott too, so I'm.
So yeah, you definitely need one.
Not a strong case.
I think you might want to go Tyler Warren. Maybe
Tyler Warren, okay.
Yeah, Loveland or Warren could be good for you. You'll probably have them at 8.
I mean, if you trust Ben Johnson, go Loveland.
Yeah.
If you don't trust Ben
Aaron
Johnson,
doesn't trust him apparently.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna the more I think
I don't know. When you look at some of the plays that the Lions did, if you picture the Bears trying to run them like the Penei Sewell pass and stuff like that, I'm like, he's got a little bit of a bozo gene in there as a play caller. I don't know. He just gets away with it because Brad Holmes is great at his job.
Yeah. No, I think you got to be a little crazy to be a good OC. I mean, Andy Reid's the perfect example. Like, every once in a while, you'll see one of those Andy Reid plays. It's like, what the hell did I just watch? And it didn't work at all. But it doesn't slow him down. They'll get a first down on the next play. But you gotta they don't all work. Sometimes you gotta have some stinkers.
Look, man, it's like the OC needs to be the guy in the colorful, wacky, tie dye T-shirt where it's you just don't know what's going on through his head. And you want your defensive coordinator to be that rugged, like suit and tie, like type person.
Angry. I like angry DCs.
You guys sound like you're selling me on Arthur Smith because he had the
I know. I'm like, I don't like this.
Arthur Smith. Yes,
Arthur Smith pass to Michael Pruitt. That's perfect bozo right there.
Yeah, I mean, look, like Jonnu Smith was like just god tier Arthur Smith signing. Like he understood Jonnu Smith on such a deep level. Unfortunately, Arthur Smith's biggest weakness is that he doesn't think quarterback matters. So
Jonnu Smith had a better season than Kyle Pitts last year.
He got force fed like 12 targets.
Oh yeah,
underneath.
He was a dream in fantasy, but I'm not even in a PPR league.
He was a monster in fantasy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean it's like I do respect Jonnu. Shout out to Jonnu.
I would have kept him, honestly.
Yeah, why not?
Kyle Pitts a couple nights ago.
Yeah,
I didn't realize Mondin went to the Eagles too.
Yeah.
What do y'all think about the Eagles? Howie coming out and being like, yeah, we view Campbell as an edge that can play off-ball linebacker, but not an off-ball linebacker that can play edge.
Right, guys, I'll be back. So I'm going to go eat. I'll be back for our pick.
I don't think Campbell can play edge at the next level. I know Aaron thinks that's definitely not a possibility.
Yeah, that was, to me, that was the biggest lie of this draft.
I thought so too.
That Campbell could play edge. I'm just like, I don't know. I would love to see that film that you guys saw that made you think he could play edge.
He's like, is he like your Caden Ellis? Like you're just like the same thing. You're like, wow, people need to stop talking about Caden Ellis playing edge. Is that Campbell for you? Yeah.
I think Caden Ellis could actually play at least some edge. I don't think Campbell.
At least he did it in college.
Like, yeah, like I don't think Campbell could do that. Like maybe you put him out there for 5 snaps or something like that. But like other than that, like I don't know if I'm putting a.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm putting an off-ball linebacker with a shoulder problem. I'm going to be like, go set the edge.
Yeah, get out there and hand fight. Let's go.
Like, to me, Campbell was Tremaine Edmonds, or he was like Deion Jones in Tremaine Edmonds' body. Like that's to me how he plays.
Yeah,
and like the coverage upside to me was always the sort of intriguing thing for Campbell, not the pass rush ability. Like, like to me, he was a good pass rusher because he can get to point A from point A to point B really fast, not because he actually has the skills of a pass rusher. And it's like, just put a fast guy. Like he's no different than any other fast linebacker that it's like, oh, just, hey, run through the A gap and hit the quarterback. Like that's not a skill. That's just, he's just a great athlete. That doesn't make him a good pass rusher. So that whole, let him rush the quarterback. Like, sure, like any fast linebacker, let them rush the quarterback. But like, there's nothing especially unique about Campbell besides the speed or anything like that.
Yeah. No, I just thought that was really weird. I don't know. I was surprised how he came out and was like, oh, okay. Like, the guy drafts knows way more than me, but odd take.
Did you guys listen to the Ulbrich presser?
I did.
I saw quotes from it, but yeah, did you actually? I couldn't obviously listen to the whole thing.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I thought it was interesting that he was comparing Jalen Walker to Bryce Huff, and talking about like Will McDonald, and I'm just like. But like that whole thing was like those guys can't play the run, and like that makes them useful players, but not as useful because I think that's the difference between Jalen Walker is like he can actually play the run a little bit. So
yeah,
I just thought that was interesting that he brought up 2 players that are kind of I don't want to say one note, but just not necessarily. That's not how I would sell Jalen Walker.
I wouldn't sell him as DPR guy.
Yeah.
And like maybe he's just I do think that's probably his floor. Like if he can't play the rundowns, then maybe that's what we're working with here is somebody who is just DPR or whatever. But we were talking about it a little bit earlier. I liked that he came out and like we weren't doing this like positionless nonsense. Like he was very much like, I view him as an edge. We want him to succeed in his edge. When he talked about Bowman, he's like, see Bowman as a nickel. We're going to do it this way. Because I think that's like what's always worried me about Walker is just like if he gets taken and then he gets pulled into this like, we're going to have you do everything kind of like role, which never really goes well. And just let him start in one spot and succeed and then build out his role from there.
Yeah. I really appreciate like the conviction that Ulbrich seems to have about players. That was, I think, a big problem last year. It was like, yeah, I think we're gonna move Zach Harrison to interior, and we're gonna draft these 3 defensive tackles. But yeah, we're not really sure. They're gonna play a role for us. Yeah, I'm sure. Ruka, yeah, we like him. He's not gonna play, but yeah, we like him. We're comfortable with these guys. Yeah, we're comfortable with the roster. I don't want you to be comfortable. I want you to goddamn like have conviction about something. Like, and they seem to have that. Like they. I don't know if Jalen Walker can be a starting edge rusher like full time or what they're going to do exactly with that. But maybe I appreciate that they at least have made a decision.
Yeah.
And that's what he's better at right now is playing edge. And I think they obviously would like to build out an off ball role for him where he can maybe play some Sam stuff, and drop down, and blitz and whatever. But I think it's a good idea to not overload him as a rookie. And then, with Pierce, obviously that's pretty simple. He's going to be your pass rusher. And, they didn't have to say anything about Watts because Watts is going to play safety. That's pretty straightforward. But with Bowman, it was like, at first it's kind of like another safety. Like, okay, is like Helm's not going to play again or like what's happening here? And it's like, no, he's going to be our nickel. And it's like, oh, okay. Like I didn't really think of Bowman as a nickel, but you go look, it's like, he played a lot of slot. Like he has played a lot of slot. So it makes sense.
When this pick happened, I was like, "Oh, I think Aaron's mad." Like when it happened immediately, I was like, "Yeah, I don't think this one's gonna jive."
No. I wasn't mad at the Bowman pick. I was like, "He's a corner." No, yeah.
But he is a corner now, so yeah. There you go. Yeah,
right. We've spoken it into existence. Now it's fact. He is
a corner. I prefer the outside corner, but those guys were pretty much all gone by like pick 75. So
yeah, the actual corners, like the pure corners, went like super fast. Like I mean, we had some dudes that I thought were like barely third rounders going in like the late second. Like the corners cleared out, and then the safeties, like nobody took them. Like it was just like, oh, okay, we're just gonna let Xavier Watts sit out there. Like some safeties went ahead of Watts. That it's like, what are people doing, man? Like, what are you watching?
Look, I'm gonna complain about them not taking a corner early when we get to the Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, and Mike Evans games later this season. It will inevitably become an issue.
There's a rookie QB in there,
So I'm sure, yeah. Sam Darnold.
Sure, yeah.
You think JJ McCarthy's the truth, Aaron? Is that what you're saying?
Look, we lost to Josh Dobbs. Okay, so like JJ McCarthy is better than Josh Dobbs. So I just will sit there and say like, until we beat Kevin O'Connell, like he can put a dog at quarter.
There's an astronaut and a philosopher. I don't know. McCarthy with his Italian quotes.
Elite quotes here.
Yeah, guys like Justin Wall. Like I was like at the end there, I was like, I think Justin Wally's going to go pretty high. I didn't think he was going to be a top. I think he ended up being a top 100 guy. We saw Noel Williams. This was a really good draft for the Shrine Bowl.
Yeah.
They had a lot of guys, I think, that went much higher than people were expecting. I don't know. And I thought there was good talent there, but you just never really know.
Yeah. No, you don't. And I'm glad get some pop there. Some guys that definitely earned it and got drafted earlier. We'll see. I think we're waiting. I know most of. I mean, Elijah Huzzy's still there. If he lasts into the 7th, I mean, I wouldn't mind just picking him up. Obviously, like
Eagles just got. Eagles just ruined your mock draft.
they just got our ace in the hole. Yeah. I'm not surprised. I really didn't think he was gonna make it. So, the Eagles get Drew Kendall. So the center dreams are dead. Yeah.
No, we still got Monahan.
Okay.
Still one more. We still got one more.
There's one more. There's one left.
On the board, right? He hasn't been picked, right?
Who?
Seth McLaughlin.
Yeah, he's still there.
I think McLaughlin and Majors might both be on the board.
Yeah, they are.
Eli Cox is still out there, so there's still a shot. I think.
Actually, let me check.
Let's see.
I got the
Miles Frazier.
McLaughlin's still on the board.
Yep.
Jake Majors is still on the board. Monahan's still on the board. Joshua Gray is also still on the board. I didn't think he looked great at Shrine, but like he's a pretty big center, and I think he's a better pass protector. It's going to be really interesting
I like
the O-line approach is definitely like we're just going to bet on the 2026 free agency money.
I like Gray's film against Latu last year. Latu beat him a couple of times, but I thought for a guy that is not an elite athlete, I thought he showed a lot of good technical know-how to deal with some of the things that Latu was throwing at him.
Yeah.
I like
that.
I like that him and Money have that tackle background.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
And the other guy that Latu beat the brakes off of last year, S.A. Pole, apparently got really good because he was terrible. He played for Washington State last year, and I think he gave it like 20 pressures to Latu in that game. And it was just like, I was joking about Pac-12 offensive linemen because I was calling them all like future plumbers, and he was the player I was picturing as a future gym teacher or a plumber. And then apparently he got really good this past year, and it's like, okay, like he heard the slander, and he put in the work. So shout out to S.A. Pole.
Yeah,
he was at Shrine and he was moving people. I thought he had a pretty good like all-star week.
0 sacks allowed this year. He allowed 3 sacks and 23 hurries last year. In 2024, 0 sacks and 6 hurries. What a step. Yeah.
Cam Ward was his QB, right? The Latu year?
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe Cam holds on to the ball a little bit.
Maybe it's Cam
I'm like, this guy's a mobile QB.
I see what you're doing. I feel what you're putting down. Okay.
Yep. There goes Zoff Frazier to the Bears here. He had a lot of fans as like that developmental corner.
I know people that were higher on Zoff Frazier than Darian Porter.
Yeah, I think it's basically pick your poison, right? I mean, Frazier's like maybe, I guess they're same size. Yeah.
A lot of good running backs on the board still. Obviously, it's the strength of this class. But
I mean, the Panthers Panthers had to get another one. Yeah. Panthers had to get Trevor Etienne. So, yeah.
The Tyler Algier replacement is Kyle Monagai.
Yep.
Out of Rutgers.
Yep.
Pinball type running back. Devin Neal though would actually, I think, work as like a more of a receiving scat back. He offers. I'm surprised he's still here. I kind of figured that if Etienne was already gone, that he'd be gone too.
Yeah, Damian Martinez still on the board. My guy, of course, is LaQuint Allen. Yeah, big fan of him.
You've been high on Allen.
Mm-hmm. Syracuse legend. I'm gonna start saying that now too. Pretty soon there's gonna be a bunch of legends on this team, but. Almost through the 5th, only a couple more picks here in the 5th, so Atlanta's pick is coming.
And then a whole 6th round, and then
and then just one more whole round, and then we pick. So.
We're getting closer,
just inching closer to absolution here in this draft class. But earlier we were talking about what to do with David Onyemata, and does the team hold him, or maybe why they have held him is because they can't actually post June 1st designate him because of the restructure. And what do you guys think about Onyemata? Do you think he's going to stick around at this point, or do you think that we're probably going to go for that 10 million cap savings?
I don't know.
Wow, Aaron, what a take. Yeah.
I mean, it was like he seemed like a surefire, cut at the beginning of the offseason, and then the Falcons are like, no, you know who we're going to cut? We're going to cut the cornerstone of our franchise, and we're going to keep the guy that was everybody decided by like week 8 is like, oh, this guy's not playing.
Oh, he's cooked. Yeah.
And then, so we sit here, and it's just like, I guess I can't wrap my brain around. We can't afford to pay Grady Jarrett $20 million, but we can afford to pay David Onyemata $17 million. But if they are going to cut David Onyemata, then why wait? I don't understand why you couldn't just cut him at the beginning of the offseason. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Because they want, maybe if they couldn't do the post June 1st designation, they want the extra $2.5 million in cap savings or whatever. So it's 10 instead of 7. If they're going all in, they need every penny, So
if they don't add a nose at any point, it's kind of like, are they really going to try it?
He did do that early in his career a little bit.
I don't think that's a good plan.
I don't think it's
to Aaron's point, we're going to pay $17 million for that.
It
seems a little crazy, but
just so crazy it might just work, you know.
I also don't feel like are the Falcons mean enough to like hold on to him this long? And
it does feel spiteful. It does feel spiteful.
As soon as it's June 2nd, they're like, clear out your locker. It's like that's where we're at this point too.
Yeah, I mean, they may have already communicated. I mean, he hasn't like said anything or done any team events or anything like that, as far as I know, right? I mean, I don't know if he showed up to OTAs or what, but you know, if they may have been like, "Hey, David, like."
That probably would have been a good name to look out for on the list, but
yeah.
I don't know if he.
Yeah, it's like, hey, David, like, just don't worry about it, you know. Why don't you just relax? Yeah, why don't you stay home, rehab, you know, just chill. Yeah, don't worry about it, you know. But yeah, I mean, we were looking through the free agent list trying to see if there was anyone they might go for. Like, do you think that Jalen Ramsey is like not a thing anymore now that we've taken 2 secondary players?
What's a fifth safety?
Yeah, I mean,
we'll just be the Browns with their safety.
I'm a fan of Jalen Ramsey. I really am, but like I don't feel like the Falcons are in a position to deal with all the Jalen Ramsey-ness going into the season. You know, like I know everybody is like, oh, we need to get guys that don't fit the Falcons ethos, and I'm just like, all right, but like Jalen Ramsey, like the minute they lose a game and he doesn't like a call, like he's throwing Jeff Ulbrich under the right, and he's gonna ask for a new contract because that's basically what Jalen Ramsey does. Is like, I need my money, and we need to win the Super Bowl. Otherwise, I'm not going to be happy, and I'm going to let you know about it. And it's just like, I love the player, I love it, but like that's not really the phase that the Falcons are in right now. Like maybe next year, maybe, you know, after they make the playoffs and we're sitting here, you know, not without our 26th overall pick, and we're like, hey, we need another corner in here, and because we don't have a first round pick, so we're gonna get Jalen Ramsey in here to be that first round corner for 2 years or whatever, and pay him $30 million, and then he just decides that he doesn't want to play football after 2027 or whatever. So like I'm willing to deal with the drama with Jalen Ramsey after the Falcons are coming off a winning season. I'm not willing to deal with the drama of Jalen Ramsey with the team at this stage in this pattern. So I have thought like no on Jalen Ramsey, but the Falcons, they do weird stuff all the time. So it's like, we'll see.
It's possible. Anything could happen,
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting Jalen Ramsey anymore. Only because I was like, well, it'd be cool if like we move him to safety, but I'm like, now with the plan that we have, I definitely think he could still play corner, but I don't know if it doesn't seem like an investment right now. And like Aaron said, it's like, this is the tip of the eye. Whatever he's coming over with, because he's going to be like, well, Miami's actually paying most of my contract. I know that. So like, I don't necessarily know if it's going to be worth like another contract and then whatever the pick is going to cost at this point, because it's probably a future fourth or something like that. So I don't know.
Yeah,
they clearly don't care or value picks right now in their mind. So
F them picks. Let's go.
I know. Maybe that's Baby Blank. Maybe that's Josh Blank out there being like, this is the new way. Like,
this is my time.
He's got the consensus board up on the screen. They're just following it, and they're like, okay.
Wow, this is easy.
We're doing this Howie Roseman style.
Why didn't we do this before?
Play games anymore.
Why didn't we just pull up? We don't even need a scouting department. Why don't we just pull up the consensus board and pick off of that? Wow, it's crazy. We could let everyone else do the scouting
trade
for us.
Last year, I can tell you that much. If that was what they were playing was.
Oh man, no, it's like he just walks in. And he's like, walks over to Rich McKay, who's still in the building despite not being involved with the team allegedly. He's like, look at me. I am the captain now. Not you. Okay, I'm the captain. He just, just walks out. So if that's the case, I think probably Falcons fans would be pretty happy about that. But I was trying to think if there was any spot they could go spend money like after this, given that it seems more aggressive, and I don't know.
If they don't get a nose tackle, someone threw out Foley Fatukasi as an initial option.
Yeah.
Like, all right.
Biggers is still out there.
Yeah, I mean, that is the GOAT nose tackle name, so I would never bet against a man named Biggers on the interior. But
all you have to do is pay for gas. The man's already in Atlanta.
There you go.
Super easy move.
Low moving costs. Yeah, it's critical.
They might be able to get him as a UDFA, honestly, though. At this point, I don't know if he's going to get drafted.
Yeah, Fatukasi could be interesting. I didn't think about that.
I say that like it's the 7th round, and we're not.
Yeah.
Falikasi's played for Nate Alley, and I think in like 3 different places.
Yeah, yes. I mean that's a good one. That's a good. I like that. What do you think about David Andrews? Are we going to bring in David Andrews to battle it out with Newsflash, or
didn't he get signed?
I don't think so.
Andrews, no,
he's still out there.
Yeah, the worry is that he's going to retire because his shoulder is all screwed up.
He should retire.
That is a concern.
I don't want to jump into those waters.
No, I don't want to do that either. But we are running low on center options. So
Look, I'll take David Andrews for 4 games before he re-injures his shoulder.
Why not? Yeah.
I want that man to be able to hold his children, Aaron. Okay, he doesn't need to give the Falcons 4 games.
What about Mitch Morse? How about that guy?
He actually retired though.
Yeah, he actually did retire.
he actually
he could change his mind, unretire.
Mitch, we need you to do it one more time.
Yeah, we need you back. Yeah. If we're looking at like tiny centers in the theme of this draft, Nick Harris is a free agent. So
once upon a time,
I remember. Yeah.
Yeah,
he was linked to Atlanta. Yeah.
Yeah, there was. I remember when Jim Nagy was like, he's going to be a top 50 pick, and I was like, Jim, 4th round.
You sure about that?
I think that was the point when I realized, Jim Nagy just says stuff. He just likes to talk.
You really think people would do that, Aaron? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
Anytime he talks about a Senior Bowl guy, I just got to take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh man. No, I do like. Let me see what we got here. They're really like dragging these last couple picks out. I don't know what the hell's going on. This is the 5th round, NFL. Get your shit together. Like we don't need to be here for 5 more hours. Miles Frazier to the Lions here, 171. There's been so many damn trades. Like my like mock draft simulator is a nightmare. It's like I don't even know how this happened. This pick has been traded like 5 times. I know that the pick at 166 actually was traded 5 times. 164 was traded 5 times. Nobody wants like these picks. They're like, yeah, just get it out of here. I don't care about this one. There goes Pooh Paul to the Rams, 172. So.
I know he had a lot of fans, but this kind of feels appropriate for like his.
You weren't a Pooh Paul guy?
I just never really saw I don't think I saw the ceiling people were seeing for him as a player. I think he's in this group of linebackers where like him, Nick Martin, they're all these like undersized, short arm guys that are gonna have to like just overcome a ton to be like to actually see the field.
Yeah, I came away with a similar conclusion. I liked the film, but the size was going to make it hard for him to be anything more than like a slightly above average starter in the league or whatever. And it's like that's not a day 2 pick. That's a 4th, 5th round guy.
He does feel like a Jeff Ulbrich linebacker though, like for sure. Tiny, fast, tiny. I feel like
for the Rams, I think that makes a lot makes for them.
I could see
that.
What,
you don't believe in Nate Landman?
Is Nate Landman tiny?
Yeah, if you could design Landman with Paul, I think you really got something going.
The run stopping of Nate Landman and the pass coverage of Deion Jones. There you go. No, we were trying to come up with an explanation for the Cleveland Browns quarterback room, and I loved it's like the football mind of Joe Flacco, the arm and throwing skills of Shadur Sanders, and the agent and legal team of Deshaun Watson. Elite.
Speaking of Deshaun Watson, can we talk about the Browns adding 4 cornerbacks and not one of them was Kirk Cousins?
They didn't have the money for Kirk, at this point. So yeah,
they're like, we'll sign Kenny Pickett, we'll sign Joe Flacco, we'll sign Dylan Gabriel, we'll draft Shador.
We'll do anything. They just can't afford him. I mean, they just can't afford him. I think that's but
I need Aaron Rodgers to retire on Steelers tonight.
He's on his vision quest right now.
Best hope we've got.
Yep.
I'm gonna do some AI editing and put some play action plays in for Kirk and send those to Arthur Smith via FedEx.
Mm-hmm.
And we're gonna get this thing rolling.
Yeah.
From what I heard, the Steelers fans are in shambles because they didn't take Shador. they don't have the patience to wait till 2026 because that's basically been the Steelers' selling point. Is just like, yeah, we still got T.J. Watt, we still got Cam Hayward. We're going to the playoffs, guys. Like with Mason Rudolph, it's just going to happen. We're going to get bounced in the first round of playoffs, and then we're going to get our quarterback next year.
And then
you can bet on an Oklahoma State legend. It's not a bad plan. Like I actually see the vision with Mason Rudolph here.
I can't think of a better Arthur Smith quarterback than Mason Rudolph. That's true. Yeah.
That's a 5,000-yard thrower in the Big 12. But that's a little bit of qualifier there. But
was it Kean Fahey who had Mason Rudolph as his QB1 in that draft class?
God, Kean Fahey, shout out. Yeah, I haven't heard that name. That's a name I haven't heard.
James
that's the one nugget that sticks in my brain. I'm like, oh yeah, Kean Fahey was like the biggest Mason Rudolph guy. Was that 2019? I guess that was
20. No, I think it was 2019 or 18.
Yeah,
Can't remember.
Yeah, I will say this about Kean Fahey: dude didn't give a shit. He would say anything. The takes were bold. They were all god awful and wrong, but they were bold. And I think we could use. I miss Kean Fahey's just terrible takes on my timeline. Like we all need a punching bag. I mean, it just is what it is. Like, and he played that role masterfully for many years. And I think draft Twitter's worse off without Kean Fahey out there delivering those terrible takes. So, maybe that's a hot take. I don't know. But
okay. Like I'm looking at the ticker and seeing all the picks that went immediately after the Billy Bowman. I'm like, oh, that's why I missed all these picks because I was focusing on the Falcons.
Yep.
Getting Billy.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. No, we got. I don't know. Is it a coincidence that like Chris Paul was like a day 2 projection, and then as soon as he changed his name to Pooh Paul, it's like okay, he's a day 3 now. It's like you're calling yourself Pooh. Like I mean, I don't know. Like
you my own man. I'm not my father.
Like I don't want to draft a guy who's calling himself Pooh. Like that's dangerous. Like if you think you're Pooh, like I don't know if I want to get involved with that. You know what I'm saying? But
oh, man.
The name change is dangerous because didn't Nick Scorton change his name from Nick Carraway, and that's where was he Nick Carraway at Purdue when he led? Maybe. I can't remember what.
I think when he was there initially, I think he may have changed it before the year before he left. But you're right. I forget that he went through a name change.
Yeah.
Yeah. You always got to be worried. The name change, usually someone's either their career is about to go up or it's about to go down.
One where it's a dangerous game you play.
Perfect example, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
When he was, Darius? Was it Darius before?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's worked out okay for some people, but others not so much.
Any of those picks standing out to you, Aaron, that you missed? I thought David Walker going to Tampa. I was like,
when I saw that, I was pissed. I was like, come on, man. Stop doing good stuff, Tampa.
I hate that. Yeah.
That dude is going to be a thorn on our sides for like at least another 4 or 5 years. So
I like the ransom pick for Carolina as well.
Yep, he's a good player. What do you think, Trayshawn, about Igbuka to the Bucks at 19? That was like completely.
That was like my biggest wild card. I didn't think they were going to go receiver. I didn't have that down at all.
No.
I don't think anybody, nobody I knew that covered the Bucks.
Didn't like
defense.
Didn't
it was
like
a good
DJ.
edge.
Didn't like somebody had them going
the
receiver. Like somebody had them going receiver in the last draft. I forget who it was, but I was like, wow.
And like I don't see an issue with them being so similar, but it is odd that him and Godwin are extremely similar. And I'm like, is Godwin fine? Like, is everything fine health wise, or is it worse than like we know?
Yeah.
I think it's pretty obvious that Godwin, there's something going on there. Like,
because like that was really the only way I could think of justifying it is where if it's like, if Godwin's unfortunately cooked, then like, they would need another. They could benefit having another guy. I thought maybe they would hope McMillan would take a big step this year because he seemed to come on towards the second half of the season, but.
Yeah,
I don't know. Panthers are really killing me though with this draft. They ended up getting they got your guy Cameron Jackson.
Yeah,
they did. My Jalen McMillan over Jalen Polk takes are aging beautifully though.
Yes.
The what?
My Jalen McMillan over Jalen Polk takes are aging.
Yeah.
Good stuff there. Yeah, I was really pissed about the Jalen Buka to the Bucks because like Jalen McMillan like won me a fantasy championship by coming on late, and now you add Igbuka. and you're like, oh well, yeah, we don't care that Jalen McMillan was our best receiver. We're gonna put him on the bench now for Igbukah. It's like, yeah, thanks, Bucks. Screw you. Yeah.
Well, I know a team that might be looking to upgrade a slot receiver, and Jalen McMillan played for a certain elite left-handed Washington quarterback and was doing some great slot stuff, and they were doing some Cooper Kupp stuff with him in that offense. I'm just saying it's it's in the cards.
We can't rule it out, right?
Repo, I'm like, this dude just keeps falling. He's somebody I don't know.
Harry loves to trade future draft picks. I'm just saying.
The Bucks would never trade him to us, though. That's the problem. They might trade him to somebody, but they would never trade him to us.
Hey,
maybe we can get him
27th first round pick. They'll take it.
Yeah,
take
yeah.
it.
Who says no? Who says no? Oh man, wow, Robbie Oots
Robbie Oots, the blocking tight end / H-back / fullback from Alabama.
Robbie
I think
Oots.
he was at the Falcons local pro day, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow, 5th round pick.
The Seahawks pick.
Yeah, 274. Oh man, that's a blocker right there.
Yes, he's the new Will Disley.
Yeah, wow. He's not even on the board. I can't even draft him. It's been a bunt there. I think this was the earliest I've had to go off the board. I think there was somebody in the late 3rd that was not on PFF's top 400 prospects that I had to just try to find someone to stand in for him in the draft.
There's a guy with a weird name, Hunter Hippolyta.
Yeah, Hippolyte or whatever.
Yeah. I was like, that's the first guy they drafted that I don't know who that is.
Yeah. I really hope we see Moose Muhammad III get drafted. That's a goated name. I'm sorry. I need Moose Muhammad. Yeah.
Is he Muslim Muhammad's son from
Maybe.
the Panthers?
It's the 3rd. Yeah, he could be.
So.
Yeah. It's a goated name.
Man, that's the dude that cooked the Falcons for a little bit back in the day.
Oh man.
He is a Falcons killer. Just like so many. Rams, Saints, Bucks. Just nothing but Falcons killers.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we could kill the rest of this draft time if we just went back and went through the Falcons killers.
Deuce McAllister, that's the first one out there.
Yep.
We'd actually need another day for that one.
Yeah. Gotta have the day 4 show, the UDFA coverage.
It's just us naming people who have cooked the Falcons in the past.
Just go around the horn until we can't name anyone else. So, yeah. I got, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, you can just name any Bucks player over the last 3 years.
Yep. Devin White. Oh wait, no, he actually didn't. Devin White. Nope. Wait, he didn't cook anybody. Yeah. He played really well in that Super Bowl, but yeah, that was about it. So I do that's just the most hilarious things. Devin White's a total bust and then just shows up in the Super Bowl. It's well, I guess if you had to pick one game, I mean, that's the one. So yeah.
Hey man, I remember when Rashid Hageman had that sack against the Packers in the NFC title game where he tripped up Aaron Rodgers. I was like, was that pick worth it?
Yep. Goated after that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Rashid Hageman. Yeah.
Good times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Man, I was excited about Rashid Hageman when we made that pick originally. I'm like, man, got our interior pass rusher next to Grady Jarrett, and we didn't. And then we got Marlon Davidson, and then that pick
Marlon
six.
Davidson, yeah, shout out.
We'll always have that pick 6.
We will always have that one.
That was a great play, but yeah, unfortunately, it was the only play. But yeah, Marlon Davidson.
Marlon Davidson and Desmond Ridder are in the Falcons Hall of Fame for beating Tom Brady. That's all it is. Tom Brady.
Well, they technically beat him, even though he was benched at halftime.
Hey, they were up. They were up when he got benched, so they count.
Yep.
Technically counts. Man, that's the game where the fan base was sold on Desmond Ridder after that one. You couldn't tell anyone anything about Desmond Ridder not being the guy.
He had I remember it like it was yesterday. He had a perfect passer rating on 3rd down in that game, and I was like, this is it. This is proof. that he's going to be the guy.
Hey, man, I remember bringing up the fact that he wasn't like throwing the ball deep at camp at all. And someone in my mentions was like, we saw him throw deep against the Buccaneers. We don't need to see it anymore.
We don't need to see it again. Yeah, that's enough proof. That's all the proof I need.
He's
Yeah.
a gamer. He's
Outdueled.
not a practice guy. He's a gamer.
Outdueled Tom Brady.
Why you still don't understand this? He's a gamer.
Yeah, we're talking about practice here. You know, this is the actual game. Man, what an era! I'm glad that's behind us.
What an era! Yeah.
It's been so good since then, you know.
Yeah, the thing is, the team hasn't done any better since then. So it's like, you know, I don't even know. Maybe it's just
this year is going to be different.
This is the year. This is the year.
Yeah. Oof.
This is the year.
This is it. We're here. We've arrived. We've arrived, everyone.
Yeah,
this is the year. Finally.
You know, all those decades of like futility with the Falcons. This is the turning point for this franchise.
Yep.
You know, taking Billy Bowman, that's the turning point for the franchise.
I wasn't in until Billy Bowman, but now
sealed the deal.
He sealed the deal. Yeah. Big fan. But
I like the contrast we've got going with our players too. I think Carlton pointed it out, but you know, when you look at Jalen Walker and you look at James Pierce, you got your 3-piece suit edge and your sweatpants edge on one side, and I feel like that's a similar vibe between Watts and Bowman.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a fun group. I like the youth movement for this defense. I feel like it was much needed at this point, and you know, maybe it's just the Dan Quinn fan in me, but we got some speed. We got faster. That's for sure. We'll see if we got more physical,
and physical, buddy.
Speed was a need, and they did a pretty good job, I think, adding it at all three levels of the defense too. So, just like the range that we got, and you know, we don't have to rely on Troy Anderson holding up and being the only player that can go sideline to sideline.
That's right. We got Divine Diablo now. Yeah, we got Divine Diablo now. We're all set.
We've got real insurance.
Yeah. Got, you know.
Man, I am very happy that, I mean, one, they addressed defense, and two, they like got hopefully an impact starter at every single level of the defense. You know, we got the top tier linebacker in round one, even though he's not an interior linebacker, but still, you know, he'll play OLB out there. We got the guy, the edge guy, you know, also in round one. We got the nickel, we got the safety. You know, they were serious about really tackling defense head on. And I mean, yeah, it's I don't think anyone has any qualms with just focusing everything on that side of the football this year. It's been long overdue.
Yeah, I respect it. And you know, we were talking about, I think it was brought up, you know, Foley Fatukasi could come in and be our nose because of his experience with Ollie. I like that. There's definitely going to be some signings post-draft. So I'm interested to see what they do with that. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I mean, you look, it's sort of like, I feel like it's like kind of, it's like the opposite. Like last year was like the opposite of this year. It feels like last year they kind of just like deferred the impact of that draft class entirely to this year. This year, maybe like if we get Rook and Dorless playing, and we get, you know, Divine Diablo at linebacker actually being competent, and like maybe Braylon Trice plays, you know, we got all these young guns in at edge, you know, we got, you know, a young nickel and Billy Bowman, we got a young safety Xavier Watts. Like if these guys all hit, like if we get like 8 hits now, like, I mean, sky's the limit, right? I mean, if we get all these guys to hit at once, like a la the Rams that one year, you know, we could really cook.
8 hits, we're going to the Super Bowl. Like
we could really cook, yeah.
Sending them out, like
we just need like 8 players to hit, and then we're Super Bowl bound. So just 8? I mean, we got this.
You're talking about like an entire like defense, like
80% of the defense to hit, you know, this year. Then we're good to go. Yeah.
I wouldn't be against it.
Who says no? You know, you're telling me you don't believe? You know,
I'm the one who says no. I wouldn't be able to hate on the Falcons anymore.
Yeah, I know that's critical for your brand. So I don't.
It really is.
We all know if they're good, you just, you know, shrink into a corn cob. So yeah.
Travis Smith is right. Those 8 hits, and then we get some hits in UDFAs as well. 1 or 2 starters there, and we're cooking with grease at that point.
We'll sign a couple of more starters, and then we'll sign some more high-end starters, and we're just gonna keep signing all. And
it's just gonna be starter after starter. We're gonna have more starters than roster spots out there.
Right.
We're gonna have, Troy Anderson on the bench, because Diablo's a god. I mean, he is divine, so I think we should expect him to be a god on the field, right? I mean, that's his name. So, I mean, he's taken number 0 from Xavier Watts, so he better be a god.
Well, his last name also means Satan, so it is an oxymoron.
That's the dichotomy with Divine Diablo, right? I mean, you never know which one you're gonna get. But
it literally describes his play.
You never know. Yeah, don't know which one you're gonna get. Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, oh, that guy knows what he's doing. Oh no, he was just.
Oh no, he doesn't yet.
Every snap, flip a coin.
Yeah. The gods flip a coin.
Yeah, that's.
You love the good stuff, and then it's like, ooh, what was that?
This linebacker room is still pretty funky. I don't really. It's gonna be interesting to see like what the vision is for it. But I'm like, this is kind of a weird group. We're gonna see if they figure it out.
We're gonna vibe it out.
Look. The team won a Super Bowl with Troy Reader, and I don't even know if Ernest Jones was on the team at that time. So
being able to do it with Troy Reader alone is like, is a feat in and of itself.
Yeah, pretty impressive stuff. I mean, there are some free agent linebackers out there. We could get that Devondre Campbell reunion, right?
Sean Evans is still out there too.
Oh yeah,
I think Kevin White is still out there, Kevin. If you're interested in that,
we might as well call up Paul Warlow, see what he's doing.
Warlow, hey,
Falcons linebackers of the past.
The draft call. It's like at the end of the draft. It's like, hey, Paul. Hey, want to come back? Let's go.
Paul,
let's get it. Let's get it.
It's time.
I'm gonna put you on with our owner. Okay.
Yeah, Josh Blank.
Here's Josh Blank. Yeah. Let's see who we got here at linebacker. Chaz Surratt. Remember him? A couple years ago. Shout out. We got Shaq Quarterman. He's like a quarter of a good linebacker, right? So we just add him to the mix.
He went for the lowest hanging fruit possible.
That was the only reason I mentioned. I don't remember anything about Shaq Quarterman other than the name. So
I think he went to the U. That's all I remember about Shaq Quarterman.
The U. Yeah. Let's see. Sam Eguavoen. He's 32 now. God, I feel old.
There was a Sam Eguavoen moment in Miami for like 4 preseasons ago. I remember they were pretty hyped during that Flores era when they were tanking Tua and they were bad and like, hey, we might have found something, and then
they did not. They did not find something. The results are in, and we did not find something. Got back-to-back corners going here. Bills take Dorian Strong. He had some. Funny enough, the biggest issue with Dorian Strong's game is that he isn't strong. Like, apparently his dad's like a championship bodybuilder or something, and like Dorian Strong is not that. So it's kind of interesting. And then Bilal Cohn from Western Michigan, another corner to the Ravens, 178.
I feel like if you're a championship bodybuilder, like a cornerback son, he's got to feel shameful.
I mean, yeah, he's like,
he's like, what did I do?
How
this guy just eats Skittles and back pedals all day. This isn't what I wanted.
This is not what I expected.
Isn't the St. Browns, isn't their dad like a championship bodybuilder or something like that?
Yes, he's I believe he's won a Mr. Universe title.
Wow.
Like he's legit. Yeah.
He's carved up. He's a slab of beef. I mean,
I think
prime.
Thing when they were like 8 years old or whatever.
He had a gym regimen for them. Yeah, he had like and whatever he did works, because everybody says like lifting weights when you're young stunts your growth, and all his kids are giants. So whatever he did, I'm like, I don't know, this guy might know a thing or two.
Yeah. This guy knows some maneuvers. Let's see.
I'm a little worried. Because the Cowboys have drafted a lot of guys I was high on.
It makes you
I'm
nervous.
a bit concerned at this point.
Well, to be fair to the Cowboys, they generally draft well.
They do.
It's everything else that's the problem.
Yeah. It's just
the rest of it.
You get to the playoffs, and then Dak decides he wants to throw 4 interceptions, and they can't stop the run, and it's Colin Kaepernick sprinting 80 yards down the field. That's usually the problem. So I don't know if it's the drafting that's causing all of that.
Yep.
Fair enough. I remember, I think this was a blue sky only take, but I was like, why not Tyler Booker if Atlanta wants to get crazy? And Aaron was like, he can't turn. Like, what do you want? He's like, what do you like? He can't turn. So I felt validated that the Cowboys were like top 12 players.
Top 12.
I was like, that's right.
That's right. You've been vindicated. You've been eliminated. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
They took Shamar James in the 5th. I thought that was a little rich.
A little spicy. Yep.
They took Jaden Blue as well, another guy where I was like, they kind of had like a draft where I was like, if we were a totally different football team, I would really like these guys. But
yeah,
they got Ravel and Ezeraku. Those are 2 guys that was on the table before.
Yeah.
And I was late on this, but I did not realize my guy Nick Martin went 75.
Yeah, nuts. He was like super early. Yeah.
They saw those 3 reps in the Senior Bowl where he shut down the running back in the coverage.
Yes, like I really liked him, but I'm like, okay. Like
every time I think I like someone, I always remember that there's somebody out there that's like, this dude's a day 2 pick. You know? So it's like, okay, yeah. I guess I don't like him that much. But oh man, Duke Riley's a free agent. Oh shit. Let's go. I mean, like Jeff Ulbricht's back. I mean, like Duke Riley. Come on down, Duke. Let's do it. Just send him a text and call him a Brody, and he should be. He'll be here.
Ollie
here
Gordon.
Oh man, Ollie goes. All right.
I like
Good
that.
For him.
I like that move for the Dolphins.
Good for him. Surprised he went ahead of like Martinez and stuff like that, but. They've been weird with these running backs.
Cover athlete, Kevin. Show some respect. All right. Actually, he was not on the cover.
He
was in the trailer, though. They let him in the cut for the trailer.
There you go.
Right. The Doak Walker Award winner.
Did you guys see?
At my fullback.
Yeah. They swiped him. Did you see that? What was it? Like they traded up for who was it that did it? The Texans traded a future 3rd to draft Jaquavius Marks and like pick 117. It's like, what? Like you had to have him. Like Dylan Sampson wasn't good enough for you to wait 10 picks for. You had to have Jaquavius Marks so much that you traded next year's 3rd rounder to go grab him. Like some of these teams are just like insane with their love for these like day 3 running backs. They're like, no. We can mortgage the future for him. He's the truth. Yeah, JJ Pegway.
Nice. After Mostert got cut, the first thing I said was, Ollie Gordon, you're a Dolphin. So I'm feeling even better about this Ollie pick now.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Now it has to work. It was always going to work, but now it has to.
Now it has to. There's no question now. Maybe before there was a question. Not anymore. Let's see who we got left.
Forward to the Eagles.
Ooh, wow.
So were the Eagles going to take Shedeur?
Maybe.
Or is it just straight owner meddling at that point? It feels like owner meddling, but I don't know. They dropped the video of Barry and Stefanski reacting to the pick. And Barry looks like he's counting the number of quarterbacks they have on the roster in the video. He's just sitting there and he's like,
oh man. Shout out my guy, Kyle McCord, though.
I was just recently watching Benjamin Morrison against Marvin Harrison last year. And I was like, oh, I forgot how bad Kyle McCord, Ohio State film was so god awful. And I'm happy for Kyle McCord, getting his life together, getting his game together, becoming a draftable quarterback this past year at Syracuse. But oh boy, that Ohio State film was a rough watch.
Yeah. Syracuse was just like come to Syracuse. We don't care. You can throw any pass you want. We just want it to be entertaining, and by God, it was entertaining. So yeah, shout out to Kyle McCord. Yeah, that was some fun tape.
He's got a cannon. When I was at the Shrine Bowl, I dodged an errant football of his, so not super accurate. It kind of bounced off the receiver's fingertips a little. Dodged it, and I mean, it nailed Alex Katzen and popped out its lens. I definitely had some survivor's remorse out of it because I didn't really yell anything. I just kind of ducked.
Yeah.
It all happened so fast. And Alex, I'm sorry. I still feel terrible. Obviously, I still think about this.
I still think it to this day. Yeah.
Verified in person that the arm is live. There's some heat on it when he's throwing those little 8-yard out routes. So I like that move for them.
Yeah.
You lose Kenny Pickett, you gotta re-up.
Yeah, they got
another.
You improved. Yeah, you improved on Kenny Pickett there. So yeah.
This Eagles team, they like big arm quarterback. They had Tanner McKee, Jalen Hurts. They had Carson Strong for a preseason. I still to this day, if Carson Strong had cartilage in his knees, he'd be the starting quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles. He would have led them to the Super Bowl last year. I will always die on that hill.
He's the Carson that should have worked out for them. Nevada legend.
Yeah. Nevada legend. Yeah. If only Carson Strong had functional knees, could have had an NFL future. But unfortunately, knees are kind of important for playing in the NFL.
They kind of are important.
They are critical. Yeah. There's actually some somewhat interesting linebackers on here. Kaiser White, he's interesting. He's fine. If they're looking for another linebacker, Jawan Bentley got cut by the Patriots. He's all right. I was joking about
not liking this linebacker class.
Yeah, you're feeling good. Yeah.
Yeah, because I didn't think it was too fun.
Yeah. Hey, Daniel, how we doing?
Hey guys, how are you?
You coming to us live from the branch here?
Hang on one second. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice day here.
It looks beautiful.
Hot.
Yeah.
80 degrees, sunny, partly cloudy. It's a nice day, man.
Yeah.
Nice day to be outside.
Absolutely. How are you doing? How's the mood there in the branch right now?
It's been good, man. It's been long couple days. I haven't been on a live stream for the last 3 days, so I'm sure you guys are probably more tired than I am, talking wise, anyways. But our vibes are pretty high here. We're all just kind of ready to see who they grab at 218.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, what's your personal take? How do you feel about how things are going so far?
I think it's been really impressive because the vibe that I get is that if Walker had been gone earlier, they probably would have been all right if they'd walked out of rounds 1 and 2 with Pierce and with Watts. And so to me, the fact that you can get Walker as well, and then I think they're extremely happy with how it's played out. I think the board has gone about as well as it could have for them. And I think you have a guy who can start pretty early on at nickel. You have a guy who can start pretty early on at safety, no matter where you put him. And then you have a few guys who should really help you rush the passer early. So if you're the Falcons, I think you have to be thrilled. And they, by all accounts, seem quite pleased. I mean, when Jeff Ulbrich walked into our room this morning, he was very surprised and obviously pleased with how this morning went for them. So I don't know, man. I think they're extremely happy. I think they feel very, very pleased. And I think they were surprised Walker was there when he was. I think they were surprised their last 2 picks were there as well. So they're pretty pleased.
Yeah, in your opinion, it sounds like Ulrich's really, involved. Is that kind of what the vibe you've been getting, Daniel? Like he's had a pretty big say with this draft class?
Yeah, no, he said that earlier, that he's actually been more involved throughout the whole process this year than he ever has, which I found kind of interesting considering he was here. But obviously it's not the same as when you're calling it versus a linebackers coach, right? So, but I mean, he had that role the last 3-4 years with the Jets as well. So it seems like his imprint is all over this, and it was kind of neat as well because he does have a very defined plan, and you can kind of see that with each piece they've taken that there is a route to where each of them can play early, and they have a very good idea for how they'll be used. And I think that's important. And I think he talked about this a little bit this morning as well. Having that experience last year as a coach just kind of showed him what he values more. And I think it might have helped his process as well. And so he got to reconnect with a staff, a coach who he's extremely well connected with. And I think he just feels free, and I think he feels involved. I think he feels valued. His voice has been heard. And I think he's having a great 3 days. So, he's involved, and I think you can for sure see his imprint.
Yeah, exciting stuff. I'm excited to see this class in here, and I mean, pretty crazy stuff. I mean, were you like wrapping up your draft coverage on Thursday, and then they just burst into the room like like a wrestling champion just burst open the door like, "Hey guys, we're back on the clock." How was that for you? Yeah.
So on the topic of wrestling, I told Mark Ramundi at about like pick 21, 22, because it was kind of late and we just wrapped up with Walker. I was like, it would be great if Raheem and Terry just like walked in here right now and we could just knock this out of the way and all head home a little bit earlier, because I ended up leaving here about 2 a.m. after everything on Thursday night. So I did not think they'd be going back up. So when we heard about that, it was very hectic. It was a bit of a frenzy. Pierce made a lot of sense though. And, I've seen very mixed reviews online for how people perceive value. I'm not sure I have a strong take on that either way. It's been a little bit hectic, but I do think that the move itself makes a lot of sense to me. And if he's a guy that you felt comfortable and convicted about taking 11 picks higher, and you think he can be a guy who can legitimately improve a passer rush early, I don't think you can afford to wait. Especially when Atlanta hasn't ranked in the top 10 in sacks since 2004, if I'm not mistaken. So, no, I completely understood the logic to it, but it definitely it caught me off guard, man. The whole process, I thought they'd be going the other way. So, no, it surprised me for sure.
Yeah, pretty surprising pick. And like you said, like, obviously, like Xavier Watts was a guy I had mocked at 46 a number of times and was excited every time he was there. And like, I mean, that was the vibe you got too, that they were prepared to take him at 46 if they had kept that pick. So they must have been ecstatic to have him at 96. Yeah.
100%. Yeah, no. And I actually, on Thursday morning, I was working on a rounds 2 and 3 mock draft, like a rewrite of it. And I had Atlanta taking Watts at that spot in round 2. So, no, I want to say Jeff Ulbrich said earlier they had a round 2 grade on him. And then he said that they were pretty confident he would have been taken by the Raiders and one of the other teams that was in between 101 and 96. So they were confident. They waited a long time. And I think for Terry Fontenot, who has proven to be rather aggressive, that patience was hard to come by. But they trusted it. I think it worked out extremely well for him. I thought it was surprising. Like Kevin Winston he ended up, I thought he would have probably gone a little bit earlier than what he did. Reed from Penn State sliding a little bit as well. Like I liked a handful of safeties who were projected in that range, and a lot of them fell. So I don't know if I valued them more than pro evaluators did, and obviously I would trust them more than me. But Atlanta at least was extremely high on Watts. So I'm not sure a lot of people, I haven't seen a lot of people upset over trading was it 2026-5 for Watts or whatever it was, 5 or 6. But I don't think if there's any outrage about that, I'd be kind of surprised, because really it was logical. And if you are convicted in that guy and you have him graded an entire round earlier, because it was I think it was pick 32 of round 3. So it worked out. It worked out.
Yeah, slam dunk there. What any thoughts on? I know they were itching to trade up, but Jeff Ulbrich was, at least for Billy Bowman too. And they end up like playing that one out a little bit, and obviously he ends up being there too. And sounds like they view him more as a nickel corner option than just a pure safety.
Yeah, it's. I was joking about that earlier. It's really funny. I think Jeff Ulbricht's probably had the most fun in Flowery Branch the last 2 days, and he showed up to work this morning and was all over Terry Fontenot wanting more. So he's greedy, man. But I think Bowman's a tremendous player. I was at the Combine. I didn't know much about him at that point. I hadn't watched him yet. But he was so fluid and loose and twitchy, and I was really high on him. And obviously, I think he had 11 picks. I think he had 3 pick sixes in 2023 alone. Elite level captain there last year, 23. High level off field, great leader, and a guy who they feel like has enough slot skill to hang there. Like I mean, I think Ulbricht said lateral quickness they're high on for him. High instincts, traits that translate pretty well. Tackling maybe a bit of a concern, size a bit of a concern. But if you're Atlanta, the nickel spot in general, I didn't feel great about personally coming into the weekend. I didn't think you could run it back with what you had last year. I personally thought Hughes was an all right outside corner, but I thought they had to improve inside. And I think if you're putting him there, I think it's going to work out. I think that's a guy who has the instincts, the speed, the range, and everything off field to be a very high caliber pro for a long time. So I thought him and Watts back to back was a very impressive high value picks. I thought they'd each be gone by then. So I think in my rounds 2 and 3 mock, I had Bowman going at like 82 or around that range, and you get him 35 picks later, whatever it was. So I think they're extremely happy with that. And I think Jeff Ulbricht said he was like he was kind of out of it just because he was not expecting him to be on the board there. So again, I've been impressed with how patient they've been at times, and they've been able to balance that patience with aggression when needed. And they've worked it really well, I think.
Yeah. Do you guys have any other questions for Daniel here? Appreciate you making the time, Daniel.
Absolutely, man. I've been inside for too long today.
Yeah, I got to get out. Yeah, go ahead, Aaron. Yeah.
I was just going to say, Daniel, there is one person that is outraged about giving up the 2026 fifth round pick, and it is me. Yours truly. I just want you to make note of that.
Yeah, I got you. It's noted. I have been surprised by how freely they've been willing to trade those picks. I have been surprised by that, but it makes sense as well when you consider that GM's probably on you got to win this year and you're out. So yeah. I get it. I'm not sure he cares too much about 2026 if he can't make it through 2026.
Yeah, he's the Magic Johnson. I'm not going to be here, so he's not worried about it.
100%. I respect it.
Yeah. I mean, obviously we got one more pick here.
Yeah.
We'll see where they end up going with it. But how are you feeling? Obviously I think a lot of fans pretty lukewarm, pretty lackluster before the draft. Free agency pretty quiet. Not a lot going on. I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but how are you feeling, now after we've seen the first 4 picks here?
Yeah, I mean, Atlanta's offense, in my eyes, was not a problem. There are people, obviously, I've seen online who aren't all in on Penix and whatever Atlanta is, obviously. But I don't think they addressed the pass rush enough in free agency. I think when you look at Walker and Pierce, the investment they made there, the athletes that they are, the production they have, those are 2 guys I feel like you can bank on being at least solid level pass rushers early on. There is not a great track record of pass rushers producing at a high clip as rookies, right? Like that is a very real thing. Atlanta, I'm pretty sure Jeff Ulbricht said earlier, I'd have to read this back, but he said there's an argument you can make about Pierce that he is the best pure pass rusher in this draft. That's his words, not mine. But it shows you how high they are on him. Sorry, there's a very loud noise over there. But it shows
he
you
has
how
the
high
win
they
rate
are.
to back it up. So
yeah, exactly. No, exactly. I mean, he's got 2 years of high-level pressure stuff playing against high-level tackles, too. So I think they've done at least step forward. Not that would be, challenging considering where they were. And I think when you look at corner and at safety, they've done enough to get by. I think at safety, they should be pretty good. Corner, I'm still iffy, admittedly, still quite iffy. Interior defensive line, they're putting a lot of pressure on last year's guys improving. And that's just the reality that I in my eyes, like, you need Rukaroro to take a really big step. Raheem mentioned the league meeting that I asked him about that. He talked about how that leap that guys make from year 1 to year 2 is maybe the largest leap they'll take as pros. They're really banking on that with him. They liked what he did last year, kind of limited time, snap count wise, but they think there's promise there. They're going to need him to show it, because I really think they're going all in on him being a starting caliber player at that spot. Because they've got veteran guys, obviously, who've proven they can be adequate rotational players but aren't playmakers. So I think they need a step forward from last year's class in that regard. But other than that, I mean, if you start looking at, edge, linebacker is going to be, I'm curious to see how they handle Walker, how much inside linebacker he ends up playing. They kind of want to start him at edge on early downs, and then Rick said they'll get creative with him, rushing the passer a little bit too. So could see some interesting looks there. In my eyes, the outlook's a lot better. To answer your initial question, it's a lot better. And I do think that you got to be happy with how it's played out. I think with the idea coming in was that they lacked high capital picks, right? It was 2 in the top 117 coming in. They've probably added 4 guys who I think a lot of people would consider top 100 players. Kind of consider it from that angle. It's been quite impressive, and I think a very impactful weekend.
Yeah. I mean, I completely agree. I think I think you could, depending on whose boards you're looking at, you could probably argue four top 50 picks. And
yeah.
I wasn't that high on Bowman, but I would say that at least 3 top 50 picks for me. So, very exciting stuff. It's been a fun draft. I think it's kind of given hope to. It's definitely given hope to me. Like, I wasn't planning on doing a day 2 recap show, and after that Watts pick came in, I was so hyped up I had to keep going. So, I was like, all right, we're doing it. But yeah, I'm glad we got you on the ground there, Daniel. I appreciate you taking the time. It looks like the weather's nice. Anything else you want to tell the fans or let the people know about this draft process or anything else before we let you go? I don't want to take you too long, but
you're good, man. No, as always, highly appreciative having you guys, or having the offer, or having a chance to join you all, and just having the chance to speak to a lot of gritty fans, man. If you're still watching at this point, that's credit to the host and a credit to the fans. That's gritty. That's gritty. But no, I mean, it's a cool time of year, and y'all are crushing it. So hope to catch up soon, guys.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll try to get you on for a full recap show at some point. But Daniel, thanks so much for taking the time. Let everyone know, we're having a good time watching, and pass it on. Say hi to Mark for me. He's gonna be on Wednesday.
Yeah, come with it. Yeah.
But yeah, thanks,
Mark's
Daniel.
doing well.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Good.
All right, guys.
All right, man. Have a good one. Thanks, man.
Have a good one, Daniel.
Yep. You too, guys.
All right, had our Daniel Flick interlude here. To get us through a really slow time. I think like 2 picks were announced during that entire interview. So yeah, the NFL's really Tyler
One of them,
Loop.
Unfortunately, was Devin Neal to the Saints, which is
I don't love that. Don't love that.
A good pick.
Yeah,
it's a good pick.
It's okay. I'm sure the Saints will ruin him. I mean, they had a good running back taken a couple years ago that they just refused to use. So maybe they'll do the same thing with Devin Neal. So they'll just give 45 carries to. 40. Well, it's not carries. It'll be like 45 passes to Alvin Kamara at like 1.2 yards per reception. So, it'll be fine.
The Ravens also take their swing at a Tucker replacement. Ben Saul's Pitt legend is getting jobbed right now. I don't know how he didn't go after the Miami kicker, but yeah, looks like they finally take a I think that speaks to the whole Tucker situation right now.
Yeah. Tyler Loop. He's throwing my draft simulator for a loop because he's not in here. So I'm going to have to figure out some player to take instead.
Gonna be honest with you. This guy was not on the All-Star. I don't think this guy was on the All-Star circuit. I don't know much about him either. He was not one of the kickers I was looking at before we had signed Lenny Craig.
Yeah. Oh man, I don't know who I should pick in his spot. Like, because he's not there. I don't know. Like, because I feel like some of these other kickers, like Ryan Fitzgerald or Ben Sauls, might actually get drafted. So I probably shouldn't put them in there. Maybe I'll give him a punter. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Nobody cares. We'll put it. We'll slot in Eddie Zaplicki here because I don't. No offense, Eddie Zaplicki. You are the last ranked player on PFF's board, so need you to fill in that slot for us.
I was just gonna say, I wonder if the Colts go QB and they just went with Riley Leonard.
There you go. I actually like that for them.
What if we got Anthony Richardson without an arm?
What if we got Anthony Richardson, then we got white Anthony Richardson, now we got discount Anthony Richardson. So they really have 3 flavors of Anthony Richardson.
They're really
now.
Fixing the issue that they have in that QB room with all this experience.
Oh man, wow. So we had Jalen Reed go to the Texans, safety from Penn State. Surprised he stuck around.
Arthur Smith is going to make Will Howard start at some point next year as well too. That's one where I'm kind of like, I can kind of see the vision there, Art.
Yeah. I mean, it's better than what they have. It's better than Aaron Rodgers, I bet. So.
He's going to be a really good guy to learn from Kirk Cousins. Really with the direction that
just so gritty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh man. I do wonder who's actually going to take Kirk Cousins, but I feel like we're not going to find out for. It's going to drag out now.
Who's spoken for it, Kevin?
Yeah. It's going to drag out now, unfortunately. But yeah,
he's locked in.
Yeah, he showed up to freaking voluntary workouts. So yeah, I mean, he's committed. Like
he's got to get Casey Washington going, man. This is going to be the Casey Washington breakout year.
That Casey Washington 300-yard preseason game with Kirk Cousins throwing him 15 passes. It's gonna hit it's gonna hit, man. just Kirk is gonna be out there and deep into the third quarter of the preseason, just roasting the second.
He's gonna be throwing those hospital balls that he was throwing to the boys in Minnesota to Washington.
Yep.
You're gonna boost my value and get me out of here.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah, Kirk's gonna go one half in the first preseason game, throw for 300 yards, and he's gonna be traded the next day. So,
Oh, and this is our 190 pick that the Colts have.
Oh, that's right, our original 190. It's changed hands 3 times.
So this will complete that deal.
Yep.
The Colts are back to back right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I really hope we don't have to get 4 quarters of Easton Stick this summer. I don't know if I can deal.
Oh, it's coming. They're gonna play Penix the first series of the first game. They'll say this is enough. This is
We've
all
seen
you
enough. Get. Yeah, we've seen enough. Yep.
I can do 2 quarters of Easton Stick. I can't do 4 quarters of Easton Stick. I'm sorry.
You're gonna
We got Emory Jones
and
for the
Jason
second
McClellan
half.
in the backfield.
Yeah. No, we got Emory Jones for the second half. Maybe we can get the simulator back.
We might go Jared Ivey here. I'm surprised Ivy's still on the board.
Yeah, that'd be a great pick. I don't know what the deal is with him, but
Ivy or maybe Tyler Batty. Maybe we finally get him off the board too.
Well, he's batty, so you can't. That's taking him off the board. I think
we're at that stage of the draft.
We're making bad puns based on player names. That's where we are, Adnan. Yeah. You missed Daniel's appearance entirely, Adnan.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was just here. You missed him probably by a minute.
Yeah, Daniel came live from Flowery Branch. We had the Falcon logo in the background. That was a very nice little interlude there. I enjoyed that. So.
I mean, maybe me and Daniel are the same person. I mean, have we ever been in the same room together?
You don't look the same, so I'm gonna open with that. Gonna open with that. Daniel's pretty clean cut. Not as ripped. Either. I think Daniel maybe does skip leg day, unlike Adnan. But yeah.
Adnan puts on glasses, and all of a sudden, becomes Daniel.
Whoa! The facial hair disappears. Yeah.
It's like that joke I made after we fired Thomas Dimitrov. It's like we have a new surprise candidate for Falcons general manager, Damas Dimitrov, and it's just like that bad Photoshop of Dimitrov with the mustache.
Yep. That's funny. Yeah, we got. No, Thor Nystrom, shout out to Thor. He does the 500 player big board. Said his comp for Will Howard was Mason Rudolph. Good job. And his comp for Riley Leonard was Daniel Jones.
There you go.
Wow, it's all coming together. I can see the vision. Oh God, they are really dragging out this 6th round, man. I don't know what they're doing. Nobody wants. I don't think any of these
all
NFL
those
teams.
fan picks and everything, like all these ad promos.
Nobody. We don't need that. Okay, no one's even watching at this point. Like,
Yeah, not even the teams themselves care at this
yeah,
point.
they're just like, let's just get it over with. Yeah. Daniel Ikic, yeah. You just add an F in there, and that's the same letters, right? Like if we just added an F to your last name, like that's Flick, right? So I just realized that. This is conspiracy theory now. I like that. Yeah, he just took the F off and rearranged the letters. That's all. So. Yep, and Adnan too. I mean, we're just like an I away, an I and an L away there, you know.
And it's we've derailed officially.
We've definitely, yeah, we're deep into day 3 for conspiracy theories. I've never actually seen them in the same room. Yeah, so. Yep.
You know, it's man.
Thanks for sticking around, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and we're less than 40 picks away. I'm going to go ahead and start this day 3 giveaway as well. So we're going to get that action going here. So you guys look for that. It'll say in the chat when you can join. Shout out to George Costanza for that once again.
George.
Big George. All right.
Okay. Got the Eagles pick is in now.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Hey, every quarterback here is going to get the Tom Brady comp.
Oh yeah, who's got pick 199? Can we get a quarterback? Is that the Chargers?
Every quarterback, yeah. It's like Quinn Ewers when he gets taken by the Falcons. Is that gonna be Tom Brady?
Is this Tom Brady?
Yeah.
Oh man. All right.
Okay, we can. I don't know. They need to do something to speed up the draft.
They got to do something. Please help us.
Like, in the coming years, they have to do something. Like
I saw something with Roger Goodell on Pat McAfee where he was like 7-minute first round, and then you get like 1-2-minute extension, but you can only use it one time in the draft or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, let's roll. Like, let's do it, Raj. Like, yes, anything. Like that would maybe cut down the first round by like at least 30 minutes.
Yeah, that would help a lot. I would be into that.
But also, like, why is the NFL? There's no way the networks are happy about that suggestion.
Yeah,
I mean, it's really day 3 that they need to cut down. Like days 1 and 2 are fine. It's like you could tighten it up a little bit, but like it's prime time. You know, everybody's reacting to stuff. It's when you get to these slogs in day 3 when it's just like 12 minutes between picks, and it's just like we should have been like through like 8 picks by this point in time. Like, what are we doing here, guys?
Yeah, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, between you and me, I'd rather be watching the NBA right now.
This is a secret. Yeah, you can't share it. Yeah.
Or taking a nap, like either or at this point.
Napping. Yeah.
Shout out to the fans, because I don't know if I could ever be standing out here.
258 people, and it's been consistently like that much, like throughout the entire like day today. Like, you know, I'm not watching myself for 5 hours. Right?
I don't have time to watch myself. Yeah, no, I don't ever really like watch the shows. I mean, like obviously I said everything, so I guess there's not really any like point to it. I hope I would like know what I said, I guess, but yeah. Do you ever like rewatch yourself, Aaron?
Yeah, all the time, because I do so
love
many
your
shows.
takes. Yeah.
Number one reason.
You have to hear him again.
That's A.
Number one. Yeah.
A, I love my takes.
Yeah.
B, I'm handsome, and I just like looking at my face.
Yep.
And 3, because I do so many shows, I don't actually remember what I said on the show.
Yeah.
Like I know, like in my head, I'm like, oh, there was a joke that I made on the show that was was pretty funny, but I have no idea the context that I made that joke, and so sometimes I'll like go back and be like, what did I talk about? for this episode. I'm like, oh, that was a terrible take. Like,
Oh,
that
delete
didn't
that
age
one.
well.
Yeah.
And then sometimes I'll listen like, oh, that was genius.
Yeah.
That exactly hit or whatever.
Write that down. Write that one down.
Gotta bring that one up. Yeah, gotta rehash that one.
It's when I first started, like, at the Falcoholic, and when I first started, like, doing, these shows and stuff, I would go back and watch every single one, like for the first, like, I don't even know how long. Like, I would do it, and then the next day I would, like, go back and, like, rewatch it, because it was like really cool and stuff like that. And now I'm at the point where I'm like, I said what I said.
Who cares? Yeah, whatever at this point. Yeah.
But it did sort of help me at first, where I'm like, man, like, I am using so many filler words. We still do it. Everyone has their ums and their likes, like, here and there, no matter what. But there were some moments where I was thinking to myself, I just use the word like in every single sentence, and I have to, like, see, I'm still doing it now.
I have to stop. Yeah, somebody help me.
Now that it's begun. But it was really cool.
I just stopped trying at a certain point. I'm just like, it is what I'm going to do. So I'm whatever.
I am who I am.
Yeah. At one point, I was thinking to myself, I have to get more conscious about not saying the word like over and over again.
Yeah. No, for me, it's been just being comfortable, like, taking pauses, waiting before saying the next phrase. You don't have to fill every gap in time, right? You can just say words. It's okay. It's okay if there's 2 seconds of dead air in the recording. In fact, it's great for ad breaks. So, it's okay. It's allowed. It's allowed to have a break, and people don't tune out if you go silent for 2 seconds on a podcast. It's allowed. It's okay. It's okay, guys. But yeah, please enter the giveaway. $50 shop card given out. All you got to do to win is be subscribed to the channel, like the episode, and then join the Falcoholic Discord server. The link to that is in the show description on YouTube. That's so we can communicate the code to you after the giveaway. But that's all you got to do as we wait it out here for the Falcons pick at 218. But we're almost within 20 picks now, so the light is there at the end of the tunnel. I can see it in the distance. It's closing in. So
I will say it is cool, and this pertains to all of us. It will be really cool, like 20 years from now, 30 years from now, just having this, like, archive of all of these old shows and if the internet's still a thing, and and if the world is not over in 20 to 30 years, it'll be cool, like, being able to go back and being like, oh, that was me 20 years ago talking about Dan Quinn and the Atlanta Falcons, and losing my mind over this stuff that probably has no, like, meaning or doesn't matter at all at that point.
No, I can see that. Yeah.
Skynet has different plans for you, my friend. I think you're right about this no more internet theory. We're going to be out here fighting for our lives.
Yeah. Oh, man.
I do like the Seahawks pick here. I think they got the better of the Kansas offensive lineman, which was Bryce Capeldue. I think he's more of a guard, but they might try him out at tackle. But Logan Brown's still on the board here.
The Logan Brown dream lives.
I think are tackle needy left at this point. Chase Lunt is still here.
Yep.
So you might get those. You might get those developmental tackles that you guys have been wanting. I don't want one. But,
I don't. Yeah, you're out on the developmental tackles, but
they would probably be better than betting on Monaheim at this range. But Seth McLaughlin's still on the board, but that makes me wonder, like, are the medicals really bad? Like,
apparently he might not play in 2025 because he tore his Achilles in, like,
that makes him
10.
a really good candidate for us.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
We don't need you in 2025. We got Ryan Newsel. Newsflash, pal.
I think he was I think McLaughlin was at the local pro day.
I think he was.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know if he practiced, if he just showed up and hung out or what.
I think he worked out. I think he's, like,
Maybe
able
he's
to do a little bit of stuff, but not, like, a ton.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so for his sake. That
that'd be nice.
Remington Award-winning center, right? I mean, so hey, could be.
Cameron
decent.
Williams is still on the board, and I'm absolutely terrified of that kid. That is like the Jalen Mayfield clone.
Please do not draft Cameron Williams, please.
Like, everybody's like, oh, like, Jalen Walker and Michael Williams beat up on Kelvin Banks. I'm like, y'all, you did not watch the tape.
Cameron Williams. I
definitely
watched
a tackle that got beat up that game, but it was not Banks.
Yeah. No.
Everybody. Yeah, I get it. We talk crap about Banks because he's with the Saints now. I get it. I'm all for it. All 100% push your agendas. But like when you watch the Texas game, Banks is fine. It's Cameron Williams that is getting beat like a drum, play after play, in like every game I've watched. It's just like
his feet are in cement. He gives everybody a two-way go. He is like he's super young. This was his first year even playing tackle. I'm like, why did you come? I'm like, why did you declare in this draft class?
He looks like a tackle.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that's the scouting report.
He has better measurables than Banks, like in terms of like
he's like 6'6", 330 or something like that.
Yeah, he's a big kid. He had weight issues. It was kind of one of the reasons it took him a while to play. Was he came in way too heavy as a freshman, and it took them a while to carve him down.
Yeah, no, he could be interesting. I mean, I guess in the 7th round, it's like, okay, I don't really care. Like, do whatever you want. Like, if you feel any sort of conviction, I guess go for it. But there's no way.
I don't want him.
Okay, I love your.
I don't want him. I would much rather deal with lunch and short arms.
I would be like,
no,
fine, great. Cameron Williams, I'm out.
I didn't even rank him. Like I didn't even watch him, so I have no take on Cameron Williams. But yeah,
I'd much rather have your guy Holland Pierce, Kevin. Like if we're gonna take a heavy-footed giant tackle, let's take one that's like at least a little bit better. And at least bigger.
He had good tape. I mean, like I don't think he's a great athlete, but he's huge and actually had good tape this year. So I mean, I'm into that. Logan Brown seems like the prototypical like NFL developmental tackle to me. Like.
I think he could play guard too. I think he's like, I think he's somebody else that's like Bergeron insurance, like, and I'm kind of like, thinking they might be vibing that way as well.
Right. Yeah. I mean, a lot of great players left at this point. I mean, honestly, we've seen.
I don't know why we're discussing non-Georgia players for this.
That's true. That's true. Let me sort by Georgia.
No, speaking of Georgia players, tackles, and the 6th round, can we? Once again, I think the annual tradition of talking about how they probably confused Jamari Salyer and Justin Schaefer 2 years ago.
I mean, I don't think we can rule it out. I think that's legitimately better than them thinking Justin Schaefer was actually a better pick than Jamari Salyer.
It had to have been. They had to have. Schaefer was his backup in college. Salyer was the guy who actually played.
Yep. Yeah. Have to think that was the case. Shout out to Justin Schaefer for sticking around for 2 years. Maybe they just like felt so embarrassed about it. They like felt bad. They're like, we're to keep you around. Like, we're sorry. That was not what we meant to do there. But
they were like, well, we'll invite you back to camp for a couple of years.
That's like the. Did you ever hear the Byron Young conspiracy theory with the Raiders and the Rams?
Yeah.
Where the Raiders drafted the D tackle thinking that they were drafting the edge rusher that went to the Rams.
I do remember that. Yeah. That's dangerous when you got those guys with the same name. Yeah.
I will say Jamari Salyer would have been a great get.
Yeah, I would love that pick.
But it solved a lot of offensive line issues many
Yes.
years ago. They done that.
We wouldn't be talking about tackles right now if that was the actual pick.
Yeah. Love Jamari Salyer's tape. Would have been really nice. Oh man, Ahmed Hassanin going to the Detroit Lions here. Boise State edge. We're almost 20 picks away. We're 21 picks away.
We have an IHOP trade alert. Denver Broncos.
IHOP trade alert. Is that what they're doing? Is that what they're rolling with this?
They're not putting corporate logos on
the IHOP flapjack arrival trade alert, just like shows a bunch of pancakes on the screen. Like,
hey, well, if it's an offensive lineman, that's the pick. They could do something with that.
We could have something here. Yeah.
Well, guys, I enjoyed it. But
it's been real. and it's been fun, but it ain't been real fun. So.
Like Trey mentioned the possibility of Cameron Williams, and I can't be on live for that reaction.
I gotta get some sustenance in me for this Falcons pick before I crash out for whoever they're taking around.
Fair enough. Yeah, you gotta get ready to immediately record the this guy's a bust pick podcast. I respect it. So yes, thank you, Aaron. We appreciate you hanging out, guys. He's at Locked On Falcons. Still doing the work over there. Still 5 podcasts a week, even in the off season, right?
Yep.
Crushing
52 weeks a year.
There you go. Yep. All right, Aaron. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for coming and hanging out.
Later, Aaron.
All right. We're almost there. We've nearly made it.
I will not forgive the Falcons for making this pick.
I can't believe they didn't get rid of this one in that trade up. I was really disappointed by that. So.
Yeah, they could have easily just thrown it into that trade up where they got Watts at.
Yeah.
Just call the Eagles back up. Hey, are you guys sure you don't want the 7th rounder?
Sure you don't want this one?
Free charge.
Yeah.
we would have been off this stream 2 hours ago.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. We got like you said,
actually, it's such a good, I don't know why. I weirdly feel I'm never this draft positive. This is probably the first time I've been happy about a draft, and they're still in great position to pick a really good player here. It kind of feels like we've talked about this for like the last couple of years, but we talked about it a ton during our pre-draft stuff, which is that they've just seemingly overthought everything. Like in so many of these drafts. Like when you look at like the some of the trades, just some of the reaches where they take projects, they really seem to dial in and trusted more of like the, I'm not saying they're staring at the consensus board, but they definitely went with more of the, I think, general scouting feel and consensus on players this year. It's just been a big diversion from how they've normally gone about it. Like obviously in the first round, they've taken the guys who were considered, at those spots worth the pick at that time. Obviously, there has been some reality that's hit them with certain players, but it just feels really good to see them attack these day 2 and day 3 picks with a little bit more intention. Just kind of, I think, not that they haven't been taking it seriously, but they really did look at it and go for guys that have that high floor that could play right away instead of these project players where, how many of the past guys are we all still hoping hit this year when we think of Zach and Troy and Phillips and so on and so forth.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like it's nice to they needed it bad this year too. Like we can't just bank everything on development. Like at a certain point we need guys to actually play, and I think this draft is a good example of that. I think we got 4 guys that not only can play but will. Like I think Bowman's like the one where you're like he still has to earn that job. He's got to beat out D. Alford, and I'm sure Natrone Brooks is going to factor in there and stuff like that. But if I don't think it's that outlandish to think that Bowman has a legit shot to win that job.
Not at all. And you know what's funny about Billy is when he was recruited to Oklahoma, this was like his quote from his freshman year where he said his plan is to go in and compete and win the job. And he was a 4-year starter. Like Billy Bowman's a dog. So I'm really excited just to have a DB with his mentality in the room.
Yeah. No, he's fun, man. He's a fun guy, and I'm super high on Xavier Watts. Big fan of his game, and I think it's just a really, really exciting draft. It's been necessary for this team to infuse some energy into this defense, like speed, youth, production, all these things. Like last year, we didn't get any of that. It was just like hope. All we got was hope that didn't pan out, obviously. Now maybe those guys come due in this class, and like we get those, get Rook and Dorless contributing, and we get some contributions from these rookies early. Then it's like, if that happens, like if Rook turns into a good starter this year, we're not really going to care too much about 2024, him not playing, right? It's like, if you show up now and you play well, or maybe even play really well, then it's like, and Dorless plays now and all this. It's like, okay, I can see the vision. Like, I get it. We slow walked it a little bit. They needed some development time, but now they're playing and they're playing well. The issue has been like, we've kind of been banking on that like every draft, and then it just like they never show up. Like, they never actually arrive. We're just sitting here waiting for them to arrive, and it hasn't come. So hopefully this will be that year where they will arrive, at some point. Will arrive. So
look, man, so far these past 4 drafts haven't been very good from Jerry Fontenot. I think that can be an objective statement right now. But this one, it kind of feels like they have completely changed up their draft philosophy a little bit, in that they're not going for these, rather ridiculous reaches. They're not going for some of these guys from, some of these schools that are relative unknowns. And I get it. You scout the player, you don't scout the helmet. But maybe there is something in the fact that some of these big school guys have proven it against the best possible competition at the collegiate level. Maybe that has to do with some of their success, as well, and in some of their projections over at the NFL level. I mean, this draft feels like the first time where Fontenot is just sort of letting the draft come to him, not that trade up for James Pierce notwithstanding. But even that one, James Pierce is a hell of a value at pick 26. And I don't know. It kind of feels refreshing, because this is what the Eagles do. This is what the Ravens do. This is what the Lions have been doing the past few years. You let the other teams reach. You let the other teams have these galaxy brain selections, and you benefit from it because the guys who should have no business being there are there, because these other teams reach for guys that should probably be where you are right now. And it's I feel like you're going to be way more likely to succeed if you do something like that versus if you just think, oh, I'm the smartest guy in the room and I'm going to get this guy that nobody else is expecting to go at this stage. I get it. Get your guys. And at the same time, I know that each team has their own, consensus boards. It may not be the same as what is consensus when it comes to the media, when it comes to these draft analysts. But sometimes, sometimes the media gets it right. Sometimes Daniel Jeremiah gets it right. It doesn't have to be, all right, just because this guy's popular, so I'm not going to go get him.
Yeah. No, you shouldn't discount the media board. I mean, it's not always reflective of what NFL teams think. There's 32 entities. Guys are going to have different takes. But, I think in general, the consensus board is a good measure of how the sort of overall thought process on a player is. It's not everything. It's not 100%, but it's a good place to start. And I think Arif Hassan with his consensus board has seen that it is something that teams look at, and they do use it as a comparison point, even if it doesn't necessarily reflect their own draft board.
Well, we know that Howie Roseman uses it. I think the report was that he once called Daniel Jeremiah and told him to stop talking about some prospect because he wanted him on the Eagles and he was afraid that someone else was going to snipe him.
Yeah, and it's entirely possible. Yeah,
and I mean, the Eagles are in a pretty good spot right now.
Yeah. Got a Georgia player going off the board here to the Packers, Warren Brinson.
Yeah, getting some of these guys taken care of for us. Getting them out of the way.
Yeah.
I thought Mertz going as early as he did into the Texans was interesting.
They traded up for him, yeah.
Yeah, did not really didn't really see that. I liked Mertz. I had him as our pick 242 at one point in the mock before we had added Stick or whatever, but yeah, that's an interesting one. Still a lot of good players left on the board here. Jared Ivey is still on the board. Restrepo still on the board. I'm surprised Mickens is still here, but this safety class, like we were talking about earlier, they've been like kind of just being passed up on. I think they're going to be a really high value group. Peebles, didn't think he would still be here at this point. But I think they're going to be able to get one of those tackles they were looking at. I think they were looking more harder at that group than they were at the center group. I would much rather prefer them to get Monaheem, but it looks like they're going to be able to get one of Lunt or Brown.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it plays out. We're officially, less than 10 picks out now. So I'm excited to see who remains on the board at this point. Obviously your boy Zeke Biggers is still there, so we could get bigger on the defensive line.
If you had Zeke Biggers, then I think you've like at least taken a big step for this run defense. Like if I'm thinking about what is the flaw of this defense still at this point, and obviously we don't know with Rook and Dorless playing or not playing, I should say, but they'll add a boost there. But the run defense is the one area that I'm actually a little bit more concerned about, and I would much rather splurge on somebody like Biggers. But he could be somebody that maybe does end up being a UDFA guy, or they find another nose because those are easy to find, and they go the tackle route here or center route. But it'd be funny if they draft. If Restrepo makes it, I'm like, that dude feels like a Rams, like Zach Robinson system kind of wide receiver. Like it almost feels too good. For him. At this point, he'd be like, "Can I please get one draft pick?
Can I get one? Can you give me something?
Can I get this one, Jeff? Jeff's got Z-Rob in a headlock right now.
Yeah,
he's
like, nah, bro.
This draft is mine.
Yeah. No. You had your time, and your time is over. It's my time now.
Yeah,
I'm the
wasn't
captain.
even Zach Robinson's time. He just became the OC last year. It's your predecessors had their time, and now that's over for you.
Yeah. Pick 200. So we're 18 picks away, guys. 18 picks away. So close. So close we can almost taste it, Pick 200 coming in. We'll see if they can make these picks faster, but we know they won't. So oh man. Oh, we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it, guys. I promise. Join the giveaway! ! Enter. This is like, what hour are we on now? We're almost 5 hours in today. We were 8.5 over the past 2 days on it, so we're what, hour 14 now. So.
I mean, when you say it that way, it makes it sound like something's wrong with this.
Something wrong with me? Something wrong with you? No, something wrong with everyone. It's not. No, am I out of touch? No, it's the children who are wrong.
I think I've charged my laptop and seen it die at least 4 times during this entire process.
Yep. Oh man, Raywan Lane, the Navy safety, going to the Jaguars at 200. Good for him. Senior Bowl guy.
So, question.
Yep.
Dumb question. So, is he now going to have to join the Navy for a few years before he comes to the NFL, or?
No, I think they let you defer your service until after your NFL career or something like that.
Yeah, that is an option for guys. Andre Carter went through the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now, well, when they say after your NFL career is over, can you just claim that, I'm still looking for a team, even after a team cuts you years ago, and it's like, oh no, my career is still not finished, even though I haven't joined a training camp in 4 years.
There's probably like a system like that in place. I'd imagine that's definitely come up as an issue a time or two. I feel like most of these guys probably get a pretty nice desk job too. I don't know if these guys are being sent into the front lines after.
Yeah.
Get on that boat and we'll see you in a year.
Yeah. I'm sure there's rules and regulations around it. So.
I don't know, because if the country keeps going the way it's going when it comes to conflicts, it's so some of these guys may try to hold on for dear life to that.
I'll take any contract, like anything really, just to get me in there for a little bit longer. Yeah,
please just invite me to camp. It means way more to me than it would to anyone else here. You have no idea.
Yeah. Got tight end Gavin Bartholomew going to the Vikings here at 202. Kobe King, the linebacker, at 201. Oh, man.
Kobe King was nice. I liked his film.
Yeah, I'm surprised he made it this far. I feel like the linebacker grades have been all over the place. Like, we saw Nick Martin go, like, on day 2, like, early, and, like, then we've just seen, like, some of these earlier guys like Kobe King go later. Kind of wild.
It's one of the hardest positions to evaluate, and it's because, what the college game has done to linebackers. They're just not asked to do things the way that they are at the next level. There's just such a bigger learning curve for them. And because they're mainly facing all these different types of spread, gimmicky college offenses. So it's tough to get a read. And then we talked about it, I think it was yesterday, a couple days ago, but it's literally the worst position to be at for the all-star events. Like, you're set up to fail or be on somebody's highlight reel in an unrealistic, like, passing one-on-one drill. And it's just like, yeah, this sucks. Like,
yeah. Oh man, just getting cooked out there. It's unfortunate, but then if you do make a good play, probably get drafted off that one highlight reel alone. So
that's right.
It cuts both ways because no one's expecting you to look good. So
I was really high on Teddy Buchanan, and he ended up going like 129.
Yeah,
and he was somebody that I think was rated like. I think PFF had him as like one of their like overall 252. So yeah, like you're saying, it's been all over the place.
Yeah. So it's just, that's not surprising, especially like this. Oh man, LeJonte Wester, 203 to the Ravens. Wow.
No, God.
Our son.
Oh
man. The dream dies. Neither one of the guys in that mock where we had we were deciding between Ollie Gordon and LeJonte Wester, and neither one makes it. Man.
Wow, I abandoned my one son, and the other one was stolen from me.
Yep. It's how it be sometimes. It's how it be. We got DM3L022. That's a lot of numbers. With a $10 super chat though. Thank you so much. Says, I'm absolutely loving the way this draft has gone. September can't get here fast enough. Rise up, fellas. Yeah, absolutely. Fun draft. Love the players they took. Interested to see where we go here. With this final pick, but I think it's been a good draft. It's definitely feel a lot better about it, no doubt about that.
Great draft.
Yeah,
I've very much enjoyed this draft, and normally at this point in the draft show, I'm always the really negative one. That's like, yeah, no, this draft kind of sucked.
This draft sucks.
And every time, and everyone's like, "Oh, you're so negative.
Such a hater.
You get tired of this." And I'm like, "Yes,
I do.
Absolutely don't want. I don't want to be this, but they're making me this." And this is the first time where I'm like, "Yeah, this draft has been great. I don't really have complaints right now."
Yeah. Nope, no complaints. Pretty happy. Yeah, everything's going well. Can't believe this is my life, I'm happy with it, no doubt about it. And yeah, nobody, like, maybe some people actually want to be haters. I don't want to be a hater. I don't want to do that. That's not very much fun. I don't love that. I just get. But sometimes there's nothing left to do but hate. It's what it is.
Being a hater.
Yeah.
Well, that actually.
Wow.
I'm not really proving the point there.
Hate.
But I absolutely do not like being a hater. It's just I feel obligated to be as objective as possible when it comes to this team, because it's not fair to our readers and to our viewers for me to just put the blinders up and be like, oh, everything is sunshine and rainbows. But yeah, the team hasn't really given me any reason to be happy over the past 7 years.
Yeah, it's been depressing, and we've needed them to. It feels like we've been constantly sort of juggled between like hope and despair every single year. Like the same thing will play out every year. It's like, oh, maybe we can do something. Oh, maybe we can do something. Something's gonna happen. Oh, it's going well. And then it just like by the time we get to week 15, it's like, okay, well, let's run some mock drafts. You know, a couple of years ago we were running mock drafts in like week 11. So
no, there was one year where Eric started it in week 2. It's like after the Cowboys onside kick game, he's like, "Yep, season's over."
Yes, yep. Okay, we can phone it in now.
I was like, Eric, it's a week 2. We're 0-2, and he's like, "Nope, it's over." After that, there's no coming back.
Yeah, no return. He was right. Yeah, we're done. We're cooked. Yeah. So, yeah, this team has not been easy to follow. All of you hardcore folks, you know, that are still here, obviously, at this point in the draft. We love you all. This is the true DGen hours.
That's not. Yeah. I remember a time when we were on Facebook Live and there were 5 viewers, literally.
Single digits. Shout out to the single digit folks. Probably a couple of you guys left still in here, but yeah. No, it's you know, this team has not been easy to follow. Pretty depressing at times, and we continue to do it because, you know, yes, it's a job, but mostly it's because we want the team to be good and we like talking about them, and it's, you know, part of our daily lives, and we want to share our takes with you, and, you know, we're lucky enough that you guys like the takes enough to stick around, and yeah, exciting stuff. Hopefully, I mean, I feel excited now. Like I wasn't sure like what would happen after this draft if we were, you know. We got that like nightmare, you know, nugget dropped in our lap about, you know, Matthew Golden, which, you know, for the record was ridiculous, like that anyone would suggest that was in play. But, you know, didn't have to deal with that, obviously. Didn't have to deal with an offensive tackle, obviously. You know, so
in fairness, that was one of like 30 different nuggets just dropped.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many. Like, I mean, you know, I feel like I should just start like dropping draft nuggets like every 10 seconds and then be like, oh, I'll just name 37 people that could go in the first round.
That's what I was saying night 1. Next year, I'm going to be an insider. I'm just going to say the Falcons are going to be linked to every single player. And when they inevitably take one of them, it's going to be like, oh, I told you, morons.
You know, it's not my fault that things changed, okay? It's not my fault. So
you guys just wouldn't understand.
You know, it's a fluid situation, Adnan. Okay, things change. There's a lot of moving parts. I'm an insider. I got to deal with all this. You know, and you know, if you guys remember, like I had James Pierce Jr. to the Falcons back in January. So actually, I invented that. That's my take. Anyone who mocked James Pierce after that is stealing my draft take, which I don't appreciate, and I will need you guys to pay me tribute. And cite me every time you talk about James Pierce to the Falcons, because that was my idea. So the Falcons actually stole my idea. So yeah, Falcons. I think the check should be in the mail, right? So yeah, you know, don't be like that, guys. Don't do that. There's no such thing as having like a unique draft take. Okay, I guarantee you 15 other people have thought of it. It's also not about being right or like first. It's just about being interesting. You know, just have a good time. You know, talk about the draft with a lot of people, get some interesting takes, have a fun time, relax. Yes, I will. And MTK has said, you know, I am the new Falcons prophet. You know, Aaron Freeman has officially, you know, transferred the mantle onto me. So, you know, I accept the title, you know, begrudgingly. You know, that's a big responsibility to be the new Falcons prophet, but you know, someone has to carry the torch. So,
all right, guys. Well, my dynasty draft started.
The draft's not even over yet. Not that these like.
Oh, Chase Lunt just came off the board.
All right, we're starting to sweat now. Logan Brown
Chase Lunt just came off the board.
Yeah,
and Cam Madrano came off right before him to Commanders, and that is such a Dan Quinn linebacker. Like that, he weighs like 200 pounds, but he ran like a 4.4. Like he was the fastest combine time, I think.
Yeah, he had like a crazy RS. Yeah. Dan Quinn. Never changed, Dan. Like I loved when Dan Quinn was here because it was so easy to predict the draft picks. Like it was like, okay, who's the fastest linebacker? Okay, him. Okay, who's like a tweener, like edge, you know, defensive tackle hybrid? Okay, he's getting drafted by the Falcons. You know, so yeah, no, that does make a lot of sense for them. And I think you were higher on Lunt than Brown, right, Trayshawn?
I was higher on Lunt than Brown,
Yeah.
just because I think that Lunt is better in the run game. But Lunt has like similar issues that Caleb McGarry has, so I know that he would give people a little bit of heartburn. But I really liked him, especially just as a developmental guy, because he did need to gain a little bit of weight.
Yeah, he was a little thin, but yeah, I think he's got potential. I think for sure he has potential. And yeah, guys, we're coming up on 10 picks out, so we're almost there. Exciting stuff. Very exciting stuff. So we'll hope if you want to join the giveaway, you still have plenty of time. Make sure you type _ enter in the chat, subscribe to the channel, join the Falcoholic Discord, and we'll give that away here. We'll also be doing a drawing for what? Did somebody else go off the board?
Cameron Williams came off the board.
Oh, okay, woo! Save us from
the
ourselves.
Eagles took him, so now he's going to look.
Oh,
amazing,
now he's going to be a god. Yeah.
Oh man, I'm very happy that that's the nightmare. This is Jalen Mayfield Jr. Man. I was so terrified of them taking Williams.
Yeah, so we can put that nightmare to bed for you. I'm glad we can do that, so you don't have to stress out about it. We've endured enough this year. We don't need to endure that. So
I'm like, I don't need the 7th round pick to mess up the vibe.
I don't need this to ruin my vibes. Yeah, exactly. So now we are officially 10 picks out, folks. Falcons picking at 218 in the 7th round. Yeah, let's go around the horn, and we'll obviously this is subject to change if people go off the board. But right now, if you had to pick a guy, Trayshawn, we'll go first. Like, we'll say, who would we take? Who would you take here? If you were the GM, who would you take?
Yeah, if I'm the GM, even though they took Billy Bowman, I do really like Kobe Bryant, Elijah. Well, actually, I don't think Huzzy's still on the board. No, Huzzy got picked up.
Did he? I don't think he did.
Him.
I don't think he did. Yeah,
there he is. Huzzy's still there. So, these
like
two guys are both legit slot cornerbacks. Wouldn't really hate adding either of them. Jared Ivey intrigues me.
Yeah,
I don't know if he could work as an edge, but I'm like, this could be another project for like a 4-eye, 3-tech, like kind of the 3 to 5 guy.
Mm-hmm. I like Ivy. I don't know why he's still here. He tested out pretty well. Like,
terribly.
Oh, well, no, that's right. I'm getting confused with who was the other huge guy that tested well? Maybe it was Jordan Birch. I can't remember. It was somebody like that.
Yeah.
Somebody tested really well and shot up, and then Ivy tested bad. But like, he didn't test so bad that like he's undraftable. I mean, his tape is pretty good. Like, but yeah, you're right. He doesn't have a clean projection, so maybe that's what it is. But yeah, so you're aiming secondary. If you had a pick, Adnan, who would you take if it was up to you?
Oh, I mean, I would take Kobe Bryant. I mentioned
Kobe
Kobe
you would
Bryant
take Pickers
yesterday in the 3rd round, and now it's the 7th, and I'm like, oh, that's a no-brainer. I don't know, maybe we get fun with it, and maybe we go Isaiah Bond. He's a fast guy. Get him in here to compete for that slot wide receiver role. Like, let's get frisky. Let's get saucy with it right now.
Yeah, I mean, he was like a day 2 guy, right? And then got arrested, I think. Did that happen? I'm pretty sure that's the guy that got arrested, right? I don't want to slander him if that's incorrect. But, yeah. Well, there's definitely like way low-hanging fruit with like Isaiah Bond, that name and being arrested. But, I'll leave that for someone more lowbrow. But, they did appear to like him before that, although they did apparently not have him at the pro day. So that to me seems like they're saying, yeah, no thanks, we're done. But we'll see. I mean, for me, if I had to pick someone, for me, I'd probably just look at the top of the board and look. Restrepo ran a 4.8. All right, yeah, I get it. He's slow, okay. But like Restrepo's a good receiver. I would take Restrepo here. Yeah,
he gets open.
Yeah, he gets open. Like, basically, he's like I think he's a better Hunter Renfrow. Like, I mean, honestly.
And Cole easily.
Yeah. Like, I think he's
like carved people up, and he was not fast. He was not this crazy athletic guy.
He's quick.
Some dudes just know how to get open.
Restrepo doesn't have long speed, but like that's not his game. Like, he's a quick he's like a quick, savvy slot receiver. And like, yeah, like in the 7th round, I don't need you to be like, we don't need him to be this crazy productive deep threat. We just need him to cook people on short to intermediate routes. And I mean, I think he'd be a great guy to potentially take over for Ray. You know, if we don't want to pay Ray anymore, he might even be an upgrade over Ray. I don't know. I mean, he doesn't have the dynamic after catch stuff that Ray does, but you know, in the 7th round, I mean, yeah, sure. Maybe Damian Martinez. I mean, hell, I'm not one to say if we're gonna trade Algier, which there's been buzz about that, right? Like, take Martinez, trade Algier for a day 3 pick next year, replenish one of those picks, and let's cook. You know, I mean,
I'm with you.
I don't hate it.
You know,
Tyler Batty's still there too. If they want to just really load up,
like there's a lot of guys that I really like that are still in this range. That are a lot of fun for them. So I'm usually not ever invested at this point, but there's some pretty good guys left here. I like the Isaiah Bond call out. I think the team needs some speed. And I was pushing for them to draft guys with more red flags. So I think this could be good for the vibe of the locker room. That's
a flashing one. Yeah.
We've got all these leaders. We've got all of these shepherds, but without a flock of sheep to lead, they are sheep themselves. We've got to get some red flag guys in the building so that we can put these intangibles to work, or else we've just got a Bible study. And there's nothing wrong with that. But we need to have a reason to preach, okay? So Isaiah Bond, I'm with it.
Amen. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Oh man, Jimmy Horn goes to the Panthers. There you go. So, yeah.
The Panthers are really getting under my skin, man.
The Panthers are really pissing me off. Yeah. Well, they were mad about our draft too, so I guess it goes both ways.
It is going, but I feel like we're throwing haymakers at this point. Yeah. And Tampa Bay is obviously throwing some steady punches themselves. It's going to be I think the division is going to be be much better.
And then
except for the Saints. New Orleans is going to move into the basement. And New Orleans heads to the basement. Everybody else, all the grown-up teams are going to start, man, that New Orleans team is going to be so blood dry of talent. Like, by the time they finally go for a rebuild, I feel like that team is 2 to 3 years away with how they keep kicking those contracts. Like it's just everybody on that roster is insanely expensive, and they just refuse to eat any of the contracts. They're like, no, it's okay. We'll just restructure you again. It's okay. Yeah, Taysom Hill, you want to be here till you're 38? Let's go. Yeah. My goodness, man. Antoine Powell-Ryland to the Eagles. That's a good pick.
That's such a good pick for the Eagles, man. They're just never going to run out.
Nope.
Of edges.
They just
viable pass rushers. They're so good.
They just crush it every time. That's just the Eagles. Yeah.
I'm telling you. They just let everyone else get in their own way, and they're like, okay, we'll pick up this gold after you trip all over yourself and it falls out of your pocket, and they'll just be on their merry way.
Yep. Oh man, Ravens picking at 210. We're inching closer. Can you taste the freedom, Adnan?
Oh yeah, the snap is calling my name.
Release us from this hell. The day 3, the 7th round. Yeah, at least they traded 242. So
then we get word that the Falcons traded back.
They're trading back after we sign off. That's okay. I'm not coming back. I'm not coming back for 242. I'm sorry, but yeah, if they trade back into the 7th round, I got nothing for that. So sorry, guys. But yeah, shout out to all 330 people that are still here at the cusp of the 7th round.
They're ready, man. They're ready for this last.
Jonesing for this 7th rounder. I don't. I mean, I'm still here, so I can't say anything. So.
Yeah, I mean, we can't talk about anyone.
No judgment whatsoever. Yeah.
There is visual proof of us watching the NFL draft for about 14 hours so far.
Yep. Oh, the Ravens get Peebles. That's a great pick. Peebles at this point. I mean, this is just what the Ravens do. They're just like
the Eagles. It's these guys playing back to back in this draft class is fun to see.
Yeah. Man, Jared Ivey, he's in danger of going undrafted. I don't know what's going on there.
Where's the draft?
I could see the Dolphins taking a swing here. The Ravens have another pick. I could see them taking a swing on him. So.
Yep.
Oh, where's the draft next year?
Have they decided yet?
I don't know if it's been announced, but. I don't know. Yeah.
It's going to be making its way to Atlanta at some point.
Yeah, apparently 2029 is the buzz. according to ChatGPT.
Pittsburgh.
Oh, Pittsburgh.
That's right. Yeah.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
They have these legacy NFL cities. First Green Bay, now Pittsburgh.
Yep.
I think it's super smart knocking Green Bay off the list first.
Get that one out of the way. Yeah.
First at Green Bay.
Yep.
But it just seems like if you're gonna go this route, like take care of like the smallest small market team in the league, and then go scale. So maybe 29. That seems about right.
No, I'm telling you, when they get to LA, they're never going back to Green Bay.
We're done with that. Yeah, that's over. That's over with. So
Detroit seemed to have been really good.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people loved it last year. It looks like DC is the pick for 2027.
Mm-hmm.
It's not confirmed, but they think it could be the Bills in 28.
Yep.
And then
maybe Atlanta.
To be held here in 29, like you were saying, Kevin.
Yeah.
That's those are the two rumors for the next spots that aren't official yet.
If it's in Atlanta, we're gonna do live draft coverage from Atlanta. I'm gonna go down.
We're
gonna
definitely gonna fly in that week.
Yep. We'll do our live. We'll do a live draft show from ATL. We'll see if we can get set up at one of these bars.
So I just drive over.
Yeah, Adnan's like, oh yeah, I know it's tough. It's a tough thing for me to pull off, but I'll be there too, guys.
I'll see what I can do that week.
Yeah, I'll see if I can make time. Yeah, he just walks over. Yeah, that'll be fun though. When it comes to Atlanta, I'll enjoy that. Hopefully, we'll be good by that time.
If we're not, then let's just not do it.
Just screw it. Yeah, that they'll have traded away their entire draft. Terry Fontenot goes all in again.
The team is still on a playoff drought at that point, and it's okay.
It's been 84 years since the Falcons were relevant. So yeah, hopefully we don't have to deal with that. Hopefully it's good.
Oh, we need to look into doing a training camp live show this year.
Yeah.
I was getting some messages about people really wanting that to happen again. Mm-hmm. We didn't do it last year, but that was fun a couple of years ago.
Yeah, no, I'd like to do that.
As long as you two don't get barred from any facilities, I think that we can make that happen.
As long as that doesn't happen again, then yeah.
I thought that was a secret.
Not anymore. No.
These troublemakers over here, man.
Anyone is still watching late on day 3? No, but I'm looking forward to this year at training camp, and I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. Obviously, we got a lot of, really exciting players to watch. I think it's gonna be really spicy, and I think it's gonna be fun. Hopefully fans will be allowed, obviously, this year. that was a little disappointing too. So last year was the most clandestine training camp unnecessarily. Yeah. I don't really get what are we hiding?
Yeah, last year it was like the Gestapo. I was having people coming up to me being like, all right, we're following your Twitter and you can't do this, and this. And I'm like, well, are we trying to hold on to the secret of how to win 8 games again? What is this?
Inquiring minds want to know, Adnan, how hurt is Kirk Cousins really? that was the secret. It's Kirk Cousins was, hurt, I guess. But yeah. All right, guys, we're 6 picks away. Almost there. So yeah, no, I do want to do a live draft show. I think that would be a lot of fun. We'll see if we can get back to. I think we did it at Sweetwater a couple of years ago, so we'll see if we can go back there, or maybe there's another brewery that wants to step up to the plate. There's a lot of good ones in Atlanta, so that'd be a lot of fun. And yeah, I'm excited. Excited for the training camp. We'll see obviously what this final pick is, but I think we all feel quite a bit better about the trajectory of this defense, seeing how much investment has been made in this class. So
yeah, you just couldn't tell if they were lying or not when they were talking about how it's going to be a defense-heavy draft.
Yeah,
and now that the draft is over, it's okay, they weren't lying.
Yeah, they were telling the truth. It's maybe the most shocking thing of all, because considering everybody lies in the draft, it's not just a Falcon thing. It's everybody lies in the draft. So, yeah, all the centers still there except our boy Dree Kendall. So, yeah. R.I.P. that dream. But Seth McLaughlin's still there.
Chet was making a good point. I don't think it'll be too much fun for Caleb McGarry this year in training camp, facing some of these young pass rushers versus a few. Like last year, we had nobody off the edge.
Yep.
This could be a really good thing for him because these two specifically are like his biggest issue, which is speed. And so, hey, if he gets to see this all summer, maybe it'll help out. I think he's still been performing as an average right tackle, and that's kind of like what all the data suggests. It's going to be interesting to see what they do if they don't take tackle here. I think it's then very clear that like they're taking a big bet on landing somebody in free agency next year. But regardless, I think they're going to have to make a splash in free agency because whoever they take here, it's a 7th round draft pick.
Yeah.
So
still
I don't know.
7th rounder.
Like as badly as people are like, we can't put the hopes of Penix's protection on Caleb McGarry. I'm like, but we can on a 7th round project. Like
you're telling me there's a chance.
Look, man, Caleb McGarry is a right tackle. You know what? Fine. Yeah, he's gotten better and better, especially compared to how he was at the start. But Caleb McGarry is essentially a left tackle right now because Penix is a left-hander. So Atlanta's right tackle is our left tackle right now. So
yeah,
it's do you trust Caleb McGarry to cover your franchise quarterback's blind side? How many teams would say yes?
I think a decent amount would be okay with it at right tackle, honestly. I don't think that the blind side is as big of an issue because it's just all going to be matchup based at the end of the day. And so, it's going to come down to how bad is his sack rate? How bad is the pressure rate? And I know that there has been a statistic going around that shows like him and Jake Matthews are in the like top 10 for fewest pressures allowed. There's a little bit of context to that. And we've had like the fewest pass attempts when Arthur Smith was here. And so that's kind of factored into that we haven't been throwing the ball as much, but I'm cool with it for this first year. And who knows? Maybe the team is trying to feel out if they want to give Caleb another 2-year extension.
We have no choice with this. Like this first year is like there is no one else unless you're trading for someone. I'm talking about long term.
Yeah. Well, they could have drafted a guy, but
could have. Still could. Could draft the next GOAT. Could draft the next Jordan Mailata here. So
if you told me they took Josh Simmons in that trade up, I would have been like, okay, that kind of slaps. Like that's a fun move. Like that's a guy that will actually take over and be a great right tackle.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I
don't know, man. I need Caleb to get a bit better at pass protection before I'm fully comfortable with it. Yeah. I mean, this year we have no other options. This year it's going to be but Caleb's gotten better and better, like I mentioned. So if he continues on that trajectory, then 2 or 3 years from now, he'll be the best tackle in the league.
Yeah.
And it's definitely not good enough to rest your laurels on, like you're saying. It's definitely not to the point to where, because if it was, he'd have an extension, right? He's in the final year of a deal. So he clearly needs to take that step. And hopefully he can. And if not, hopefully they're able to figure it out next year, whether it's free agency or whoever they draft with this next pick. But they're definitely going to have to get aggressive at tackle.
Yeah. Either.
I was going to say, by the way, OMT in the chat, you will not get cell phone footage of anything. They do not let us record anything anymore.
They've got drones flying around that place now. They're going to come pick it out of your hands.
Yeah, they'll come slap you with the drone. Yeah,
they're going to laser our hands off.
Yeah.
If they see anything with this.
Yeah, so maybe that'll change this year.
Well.
Look who comes crawling back.
I saw Robert Longerbeam get texted. It's like my bat signal.
Yeah, he's like, it's time. Yeah, that's my cue. Yeah. How are you doing, Dave? How's the day 3 been treating you?
Good. I'm sure less intensive than for you guys.
Yep, not gonna lie, it's starting to drag a little bit. Yeah, starting to drag a little here.
Yeah.
We're seeing dogs being graded on NFL Network. So that's where we are. Yeah.
That's not a nice thing to call any Saints picks.
Well, it's He's just a dog. Yeah.
Dave, because you're not answering my Discord message, let me ask you in person: Are you getting the 7th rounder, or do you want me to?
I'm happy to get it. I can get it.
He's gonna release
honor
you.
of my life.
He's gonna release you, Adnan. So.
Sorry, I had to call you out like that, but it's like when you send someone a message and you see them post on social media, but they don't reply to your message, and it's like I see you in front of me. I see you're not doing anything right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna respond right now.
Yeah.
I'm just giving you a hard time.
Oh man, the Raiders take Montana State quarterback. Shout out to Montana State. Adnan was slandering Montana State yesterday. So.
Hey man, I was slandering half of like the western states in the United States yesterday.
He was like, I don't like this state. I don't like that state. That state can kick rocks. Yeah.
The Dakotas, Idaho,
the flyovers.
Montana, Iowa. All of those states have a combined 80 people.
Yep. At least 80 people.
The best thing to do in each of those states, the best attraction is the airport.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, shout out to the Detroit airport. It's pretty good. But, yeah.
Yeah, that was completely uncalled for on my end, guys. But, I don't know what got into me.
I don't know what got into me. Yeah.
I have nothing.
I'm so sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man.
Ooh, there was a Ben Garland name drop.
Oh, man. Ben Garland. Hell yeah. There we go. Talk about a goated, undrafted center. Yeah.
Falcons legend.
Falcons legend Ben Garland. Yeah. All right. Oh man, they're really dragging this one out. I don't know what happened with these last picks. They're just like, we'll do like 1 or 2, then go to commercial for 10 minutes, then we'll come back. We're gonna show 17 dogs.
ESPN ratings are like cratering, so they're like, all right, we're gonna get quantity over quality. Yep. This is the blogging dirty slideshow of NFL draft right now.
Oh God, shout out. It's a rite of passage, Adnan. You got to go get your stuff chopped into slideshows.
Yeah, I won't lie. I feel like blogging dirty was just like, the recruiting like firm where Dave just was like, all right, I need a new writer. Let's see who's over at blogging dirty.
let's see who stopped writing for blogging dirty because they're so annoyed. Yeah, let's get those guys. Great work. I mean, it's a strategy that's worked consistently. So I mean, you can't question it really.
You go to the wells that have water.
Yeah, that's right.
What I always say.
Yep. I mean, you can't argue with the results. So.
I think half the staff on the Falcoholic right now were at blogging dirty at one time.
I think that's true.
Yeah, elite stuff.
Most of us are there together too.
Yeah. God, what a time.
Man, this like Montana State quarterback, he reminds me so much of Troy Anderson. He's like he's like a quarterback, receiver, punt returner. Like, this guy. Yeah.
The Raiders have listed as a receiver, but are they saying
he said they announced him as a quarterback, but he ran a 4.39 and jumped 41 inches. It's like, oh, is that Troy Anderson?
Surprised the Falcons didn't take him in the 2nd round.
Yeah, there you go.
Probably a little pissed they can't.
They do love Montana. I know that for a fact. So they just love that place. Yeah.
Falcons legend Croy Bierman.
There you go.
Croy Bierman.
That
was a guy that got so much unnecessary criticism. Like, he was like the whipping boy. Like for those struggles, for those bad defenses, and it's like, whenever something bad would happen, everyone would be like, "Oh, Croy Bierman, he can't get to the quarterback." And it's like, he leads the team in sacks. What more? He was a 5th rounder. What more can he do?
He's like right outside the top 10 in sacks all time for the Falcons too. Like, it's
pretty scary. It's pretty scary.
That says more about Atlanta than does about Croy Bierman.
It does, but I feel like the fact that they had to use him as a starter constantly because, we were like, here comes the airplane with every young pass rusher, and Mike Smith was like, that was a problem.
And Croy was a nice rotational guy. It's just they made him the guy, and then the fan base just focused all of their anger on him. And it's like, I don't think it helped that his wife was like a reality TV show star too.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's man. I will say those red contacts were stupid as shit.
I was gonna say I was about to bring up the red contacts. It's like, are you supposed to be a vampire? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing here? People are just gonna be weirded out. Yeah, like
I don't know, offensive lineman. I just start laughing. Like maybe that was the plan.
Yep.
I mean,
Kevin the Poopy Pants is 2-0 on the Twitter series. Thank you, Abixis. Yeah. Where did the Poopy Pants come from? Is that a reference to something? He might be referencing something in the beef, but I'm gonna be honest with you, Abixis. I haven't looked at any of that other than shout out Evan because I'm blocked, so I can't see it. But yeah, did he call me a Poopy Pants?
Twitter, you can see anything.
You can. Do you just
if you're blocked, you can see.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Elon made it so
Elon.
you can do whatever you want. Yeah, if you override it or something. Yeah, cool. Well, yeah, it's not worth it probably, but yeah, thank you for reporting. Yeah, thank you for reporting on that.
Yeah, I constantly see come across Twitter comments and stuff, and I'm like, oh, this dude blocked me, and I'm like, I don't even know who this guy is.
I don't think about you at all. Yeah. Yes. Abixis says draft Ulfric Stormcloak at 218. I mean, yeah, Ulfric's pretty awesome. I would take Ulfric Stormcloak in a heartbeat. That's a leader right there. So Sean Witherspoon deep cut. Is Sean Witherspoon a deep cut already? That makes me feel old.
Oh no.
I don't think that's that deep.
I refuse to believe that he's a deep cut at this point.
Yeah, no. I
Sean
think he's
was drafted in the 2010s. It's
Literally
under
2010, I think, right?
Mm-hmm. I think so. It was 2010.
It was literally 2010.
Yeah, 2010 because we got Pariah Jerry in 2009. That's a deep cut right there. That was our first rounder in 2009.
That dude barely played.
He looked so good in preseason, and
Yeah.
then he had that injury, and he was never anywhere close to anything again.
Yeah.
I mean, if he had been healthy, would have been different.
Yeah, man, that 2009 draft is cursed. That was just.
But that was with the Willie Moe year, so we got something out of that.
Yeah, that is true.
And Willie Moe was always ready.
Yeah, I mean, we got Christopher Owens in the third round was trash.
I wanted him.
We all wanted it.
Spencer Atkins.
That was the year with was that the year that they drafted, or was it 2008 or 2007? I can't remember anymore. They drafted a guy out of UMaine.
Yeah.
That I was very excited. He did not do anything predictably. But.
Yeah. Man, we got the Raiders took Tommy Mellott from Montana State and Cam Miller from North Dakota State, two FCS quarterbacks with nearly back-to-back picks. So they're like,
two Tom Brady's are better than one.
There you go. It's elite.
I'm sure those were the Brady picks. He's like, no, you can find a good quarterback in this round.
We're going to find someone, okay?
Those teams just don't know what they're looking for.
Yeah, we're just one pick away from the 7th round, guys. We're almost there. We're almost there in the home stretch. The light is coming. I can see the Falcons.
Oh, the light at the tunnel is just an oncoming train.
Yep, there you go.
That's football.
Yep. Logan Brown's going to come through and pancake us.
Hey, I mean, IHOP was apparently the sponsor of the 6th round, so.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
Gotta get some pancakes in.
IHOP trade.
I'm going Restrepo because I made fun of him a couple of times this cycle, so it kind of feels like one of those where they come back to haunt you. Takes.
Yeah, full circle. Yeah, full circle moment there.
Well, it wasn't him necessarily. It was RG3 was making some kind of crazy comments about the player.
Yeah. Oh, I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He was like, this guy's actually the greatest wide receiver ever. Don't look, it had to do with his pro day or something. But, I would like that pick in round 7 for us.
Yeah. I mean, look, at round 7, I don't care if you're in a 4-8. I mean, that dude cooks people, so, whatever. He's fine. Yeah. Clearly, he's already.
Round 7, I have no strong take.
I have no strong feelings either way.
It feels like it's probably Logan Brown, though. I don't know. Just because he was, I think, the first guy that they spoke with at the cycle, and I feel like that's probably the players you feel better about are the ones you knock off the list earlier. You're not doing as much work on them in the later portion. So he seems like he's probably the guy.
Yeah, think so.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I would like it. Yeah.
Again, it is hard to like. The last time I remember feeling like strongly about a 7th-round pick was kind of excited about Zeke Mata way back in 2013. It's
Zeke Mata.
another guy who with
That's a hole right there.
That's a
Ooh,
deep
that's
cut.
a deep cut. Yeah. I
I
got
liked
pretty.
him a lot.
Yeah.
Didn't work out.
I got pretty hyped about Kamal Ishmael, UCF legend. So
Hey,
he
Kamal
actually worked
was
out. He actually worked
Kamal
out.
was like
Yeah.
7th rounder.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
All right, so that year we got we picked 3 7th rounders. Mata and Ishmael were 2 of them. Who was the 3rd?
John Renfree.
Good God, Dave.
Dave's
that was
been
just like
preparing
that.
for the
It's the best in
trivia
the business.
contest. He's been preparing for the trivia contest already.
It's the
I
best in
guess.
the business.
Yeah.
Like, how do do you casually just pull
He
out?
just
Sean
knows. He
Renfrew?
is like, oh yeah, Sean Renfrew. Yeah.
Drama's powerful, Adnan. Drama's powerful.
Yeah. He had a power, not in his arm, but like he had an aura.
His
said
aura
that
or
so
whatever. Yeah.
casually. It's like me asking, oh, who's the Falcons' top like leading passer? And it's like, oh, Matt Ryan. He's like, yeah, Sean Renfrew. Yeah, of course.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
supposed to be they wanted that long-term guy behind Matt Ryan, and it
Yep.
didn't really work out. So
Unfortunately,
man,
he was free to not,
Oh, I still remember the morons on social media who were like the anti-Matt Ryan brigade, where no matter what, they were just always they were always like, oh, like this team won't be good until we move on from Matt Ryan. Like we have to move on from Matt Ryan. I think it was Dominique Davis was the Falcons backup for like a while.
Oh God.
And I remember I was in this Falcons like Facebook group, and one
that was
person
your
like
first
made,
mistake.
huh?
That's your first
That was your
mistake.
first
yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%, yeah. But yeah, this one dude like made this 4-minute video about how we need to start Dominique Davis instead of Matt Ryan moving forward. Like we need to give him a chance. He's a running quarterback, and I'm like, this is dumb.
This is dumb. Can we not? Yeah. I like that. I like that answer. So,
I liked Davis too.
Sure.
I thought he was a good backup, but yeah, it's the backup taking over for Ryan. Like when somebody said it about Schaub, it was like, all right, we've jumped the shark now.
yeah, yeah. We have for
There's
sure.
no more promise there. And they threw for 1 million yards, so I guess maybe there was.
Right. All right. We got to get final predictions here, Dave. Who's the pick at 218?
I'll say Logan Brown.
I like that. I like that. Trayshawn, who's pick at 218?
They'll go Monahan.
Okay. Adnan, who's the pick at 218?
Isaiah Bond.
Okay. Like that too. You guys took all the good ones.
Kobe Bryant's still here. Man, the board looks.
The board looks great.
Board looks
Yeah,
really
this is
good
way
right
better
now.
than I thought. Maybe we should have kept 242. Shit. Yeah.
Yeah,
but
there's
this is
going
what
to
you
be
say
some
about
good players at 242.
yeah. Well, maybe.
And the undrafted free agent class, maybe like that's. I
Yeah,
kinda think
that'd
what
be
Harry-
great.
Yeah.
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 Maybe I'll say McLaughlin because Dave said Logan Brown. Kind of in that same vein. So Seth McLaughlin. If they want to go for that
Stole your
center.
thunder. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
What's that?
I stole your thunder. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's like that's why I asked you first because I can go deep. Yeah, I can go deeper.
Yeah.
So-
that's definitely true.
Yeah. All right. Let's see it. Let's see this pivotal pick. This is the one that will make or break our draft takes here. If they don't nail this pick 218, then I'm out on the class. So,
If they don't, I'm out on the franchise.
I'm done. I'm retiring. I'm getting out of
This
here.
is it.
Yeah. Oh
You're
man.
gonna crash out over this 7th round.
Crashing out over. Did you guys see the what was it like the Twitter Spaces after the Tyler Shuck pick or whatever?
Oh
the
my
guy just like
God.
screaming.
I did not, but I love that.
Yeah,
I-
it was hilarious. That was a
Dave, I
good one.
retweeted it at one point last night. So if you want to like an easy access, just see it on my Twitter profile. But yeah, I think the dude was literally crying at one point. Like
Yeah.
I think he was like in tears. And the lead guy was like, it's okay. He was basically like, pretty much like you're scaring the hose, bro. Like you need to stop.
You need to calm down. He crashed out hard. Like, I mean, he was he was like, I hope everyone involved with this, like, has a terrible life or whatever. It's just like, whoa, like, calm down.
Yeah, I'm seeing these
Relax,
Saints fans are like wishing death upon Kellen Moore, and I'm like, he hasn't even coached one game yet.
It's just like, I hope everyone involved with this is a terrible life. Yeah.
It sounds like you've been riding high as a Saints fan for the last few years. Like there's no like great joy you're coming down from, man. Just,
Right.
Like,
It's
I
like,
saw one
suffer in
dude,
silence like the rest of us.
one dude was like, "Oh, I wish I had died in 2018 when this meant something." And I'm like, guys, like, go touch some grass. Like, it's the end of it. It's football, bro.
yeah, come on. It's not that serious. I mean, yeah, like, it's a dumb pick, right? But, like, I've seen worse, but I mean, it couldn't happen to a better team, couldn't happen to a better team. So
It's not the funniest name that I've heard, but
Ooh, the
Jeremy
pick is
Rothschild is working for me.
The
yeah.
pick is. Oh, they're running a 28-3. Okay, great.
Oh, great, cool. Yeah, that's exactly what we want to see. Yeah,
They're like 2-2-1-8. That's close enough.
We got Jack Nelson.
it's two of the three numbers.
There's two of those three numbers in there. We can make this
Nelson.
Yeah,
joke
Jack
work.
Nelson from Wisconsin, tackle.
Okay, there's your Caleb McGarry replacement, guys.
Brad Paisley's
I'm
talking over the
stuck in.
pick. Country music. I'm feeling offensive line here. It's feeling stronger. I'm trying to connect the dots.
Yep. I mean, look,
Oh, and it is.
yeah.
It's someone none of us thought of, and Jack Nelson.
Yeah.
So
He is.
I don't know anything about Jack Nelson except that he's
All right,
big.
I'm gonna read you guys.
covered,
I also don't know anything about it, so I'm gonna shout out Trevor Sycama's scouting report here. He has a full write-up on PFF.com. So here we go. Shout out Trevor Sycama. He was 231 on the PFF big board, so this is right about the range. 6'7", 316, 23 years old.
Okay.
From Stoughton, Wisconsin, born and raised corn-fed white boy. That's what you're looking for at the offensive line.
More like cheese fed, but
yeah, a lot of cheese in there too. Yeah. We got Nelson has good size and length with quick footwork and good technique to create rush lanes as a zone blocker. Okay, I like that.
Sounds good.
Does need more power and balance with fewer penalties to be a consistent member of a starting five in the NFL. He will most likely be a utility backup. But
Sounds like hate to me. I think he's going to be the future.
you mean future Hall of Famer?
Yeah.
Look, forget about his on the field. This is an offensive lineman. What's his opinions on January 6th? What are his opinions on red hats?
Wisconsin, I mean, probably they have red hats, right? I mean,
does he like to fish in his spare time? What are his opinions on draft beers?
Yeah.
These are the real questions that I need to know the answers to.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like he and McGarry are probably going to be bros. So, yeah. All right. So he was a 79.9 PFF grade. That's pretty good. 82.2 pass block grade, 86.5 zone blocking grade. Nice to see that. Allowed 1 sack and 7 hurries. So it's not bad. Not bad.
Yeah. Hey, man,
he's huge too. So yeah. What are the arms? It doesn't say on his report there, but we can find out.
Bro, forget about the
has a
arms.
red
What are his
card.
opinions on the right to bear arms?
But is it like they're gonna be bare? Like, does he wear sleeves? Is that what you're at?
No, I'm asking for the Second Amendment. Yeah, that's what's his opinions on that?
Yeah, that's an
Okay,
important
this is
factor.
interesting, but Kent Lee Mathbaum had him in the system as a guard.
Okay.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Okay.
But the arms are 33.5, so he's sub 34, which is the mark people like.
It's not. It's
to be
longer than
over, but it's
McGarry's
not
arms, right?
terrible.
Yeah.
It's longer arms than McGarry. I think McGarry was 32.5 or 33.
I think he was
something
like right around 33. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But that's interesting. I wouldn't think that a 6'7" guy would have been plugged in as guard immediately.
yeah.
Man. If he is a guard, he can't be much worse than Devon Gwynn.
He's backup center. Yeah.
Hey, Devon Gwynn's changing his number. All right, things are different this year.
Yeah, he's
got
not
that
56
5-2
anymore,
on.
right? Yeah.
Things are looking up now.
Yep. Oh man.
right.
Well, there we go. We got all 7 rounds for you guys here as the Falcons select offensive tackle Jack Nelson here at 218 to wrap up their draft class. We think. I mean, theoretically, they could, trade up, but please don't. please don't. We've had enough. Yeah, interesting pick here. We're gonna go ahead and close. Gonna close out this giveaway. Shout out to everyone. I'm gonna give you guys 60 seconds if you want to join the giveaway. Make sure you hit that exclamation point enter. We'll give that away. We've got a very exciting look here at the whole draft. Yeah, we got obviously Jalen Walker at 15, trade up for James Pierce Jr. at 26. Then Xavier Watts, the steal of the draft at pick 96. Then Billy Bowman Jr. at 118. And then we wrap things up with 218, Jack Nelson, the offensive lineman from Wisconsin. So, yeah. Dave, are you trying to type? Should I go to you last on this?
I muted myself accidentally.
Okay.
Yes,
yeah.
I am trying to type, so come back around.
Okay, we'll come back around. We'll come back. Yeah. Adnan, how are you feeling about this draft class as a whole and the pick of Jack Nelson here to wrap us up?
The Jack Nelson pick, I don't care. I mean, yeah, I get it. Developmental offensive line piece. Okay, fine. I have no strong opinions either way. It's a 7th rounder. I wouldn't be surprised if Nelson isn't on the 53, but I would expect him to at least be on the practice squad. So we'll see. He has good size. He has really good size. And hopefully he can be one of those guys who really has a lot of development and, becomes, maybe a player who's a factor on this team in a few years. But if he's not, then it's a 7th rounder. Who cares?
Not gonna lose too much sleep. Yep.
No. Now, there's people who have takes right now. There's someone somewhere who is just furious at the Falcons taking Jack Nelson in the 7th round.
Furiously typing, yes.
Someone who's probably going to be in Dave's mentions about this. But yeah, overall, this draft was excellent. And that I'm not bullshitting you because I will tell you if I think the Falcons are doing something stupid, because that's what I've been doing for years. But no, I love it. I love the way they approach the draft. I love the way I love everything they did outside of the trade up is whatever. It's whatever at this point. I really like Xavier Watts in the 3rd round. But yeah, they tackled pass rush. They double dipped at edge with 2 very premium picks. It's something that we've been discussing for years of, hey, we wouldn't mind a double dip at edge. This goes back to 2018 that we were talking about that possibility. They I think got 2 very solid contributors in the secondary. Bowman's my guy. He'll be I think that right now, sitting here today, I would guess that he'll maybe win out that nickel cornerback role. I mean, we'll see. It's TBD. He's Clark Phillips has an advantage over him, given the fact that he's been on the team for a few years. He's the veteran here. But Xavier Watts is definitely going to be a day 1 starter. Nobody's beating him out. DeMarco Hellams is not better than Xavier Watts. I'm sorry. Pierce, Walker, those guys are going to get a lot of playing time, even if they're not technically starter. They're not out there in the base package. It doesn't matter. I consider it a starter if you play more than half the snaps in the game. But overall, I think the Falcons came away with 4 legitimate, immediate impact defenders. I think by mid-season, at the very least, all of these guys are going to start on the defense. It's a defensive youth movement. And I think that this may be the best draft this team has had since 2016.
Yeah, I agree. I think the potential of this class is extremely high, especially the instant impact, which we just, haven't had an instant impact draft class under Terry Fontenot. We just haven't had it. We've been needing it. We've been hoping for it. It hasn't arrived. I don't know if they changed their strategy. I don't know if maybe like Ulbricht's energy is like infectious and he's just like, nah. We ain't doing that shit. I'm coming in here. He barges into the draft room. He's like, no, when are we taking my guy? And they have to like hold him back as he's like trying to get to the card and like write the name down. And like, they're like, it seems like he had to ask permission to come into the draft room. There was like a clip of like, they could hear him like banging on the door. Like, oh God, who's the comedian? He's like, let me in, like he's trying to get in. And Jeff Ulbricht, he's like Raheem opens the door and like Jeff Ulbricht's out there. He's like, what are you doing? You could come in, like get in here. Yeah, Eric Andre. Thank you, MTK. Eric Andre's like banging on the door. That's Jeff Ulbricht trying to get in. And look, it's, I really like this class. I think they got several impact guys, like 4. I mean, I think you can make a legitimate case for 4 of these guys having a pathway to instant starting reps or at least playing. And then I think this tackle, for a 7th rounder, this is a guy that's going to have a chance to compete. We'll see if he factors in or not. But certainly a pathway there. Yeah, George mentions, Storm Norton was a UDFA and he's one of the best swing tackles in the NFL. Yeah, I love me some Storm. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible. I mean, Jordan Mailata is a great example of, it doesn't happen often, but Mailata comes in, obviously, as a starting tackle. So
these tackles, like, it's worth taking a swing on a developmental guy. Like, if Nelson isn't it, then, it's a low-risk thing. We haven't really lost anything but a 7th rounder. But remember, Ryan Schrader, he I don't know. Is that a deep cut? It's too recent.
No, I don't think it's a deep cut.
He's a multi-year starter.
Yeah, he's great player. Yeah.
Yeah, but Ryan Schrader, he's a guy who started at right tackle for the Falcons for years, including on that Super Bowl team. And he was someone who gave the team a lot of years of really good, play at right tackle. He was a UDFA out of, I think, Valdosta State. It was like a local kid too. So yeah, I'm not discounting the late round tackle, and I'll be very eager to see who they get in UDFA as well. But yeah, it's a boon. It's a huge coup if you can get one of these, a starter on your offensive line this late or in UDFA. I mean, Ryan Newsel was a UDFA and he's penciled in to start at center this year.
Yeah, newsflash. Let's go. As we do see Trayshawn's boy, Jonah Monheim, going to the Jaguars just a couple picks after Atlanta. So he does get drafted there. But yeah, Dave, are you ready to give takes or do you need more time?
I'm ready to give takes. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So we've seen the pick. We've seen the draft as a whole. How are you feeling now as we wrap this up?
Well, that Jack Nelson pick ruined it for me. So
I'm done now. I'm out. I'm out on the class. Yeah.
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 I was going to say, when I was saying there was someone, who's out there who's seething at the 7th round pick, multiple people in the chat were like, yeah, Aaron Freeman.
Yeah, he's angrily recording his 7th round recap show right now, just furious. So yeah, that checks out.
But me, not actually mad. So
yeah.
Don't put in the
don't put that don't put that on me. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's it's a compact class, and the piece that I've written for tomorrow morning, kind of recapping it, which I wrote ahead of the Nelson picks. I didn't expect it to swing things. Is about how I wrote right before this, with such limited picks, only 2 picks in the draft's first 2 days. This isn't going to be an impactful year 1 class. Hopefully they get some long-term starters out of it, some interesting players. But I kind of feel like they may have gotten 4 day 1 starters. And considering where they were with their draft capital coming into this, how major the needs were on defense, the fact that they did that makes me happy, right? There'll be all sorts of conversations to have down the line about the trade compensation and where some of these guys fit. But I look at it today as they bolstered the edge group considerably. I keep forgetting about Braylon Trice, but now you have 5 good players potentially there. I think Trice is a really interesting early down option for this group, considering not everybody should be an early down option in that group. But, Pierce has sky high potential. Watts, I think, is going to be a quality starting safety. I really like the idea of Bowman at the nickel. And if Nelson turns out to be your swing tackle of the future, then that's great. So with that modest draft capital, I feel really good about what they've come away with. And ultimately, if they can add a couple more useful reserves in their undrafted free agent class, which I think they're confident about, this will have been a good offseason considering you were limited almost across the board, right? You had Kirk Cousins here. They still haven't taken care of that, unfortunately. You were limited in terms of your dollars in free agency. You were limited in the number of draft picks. So to come away with what I think is probably an improved roster, however modestly, it's some really good young talent. It's a big deal. This team needed that.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a great, and Eli Amberson is here. Congrats to Eli Amberson for winning the giveaway. And yeah, I just reached out on Discord. Looks like he's responding. So that one's nice. We do this one in one shot. Congratulations. That's a big help. But we're gonna do the patron giveaway here in a second too. That one you don't have to be present to win though. So if you guys really want to leave, it's okay. But please stay. Please stay.
Also, George, absolutely. 325 people were in here. It got above 400.
No, we got two. Hold on. We peaked at checking. I think we got above 500 for a second.
500? Wow. On day 3, bro.
We got 493. It was the peak during this pick. Yeah, 493.
Yeah, Dave's expectation was 500. We're not going to get to eat tonight.
Yeah, nope. We fell short, so Dave is gonna that we don't get the bonus now. Yeah, the bonus is gone.
No. I'm gonna let you guys have that thin gruel that I promised. Okay.
It's thank God. Yeah. I'm starving, so yeah. Please send the gruel.
It's been 48 hours since I've been nourished with anything. So
yeah, no, we got close to 700 on day 1, so shout out everyone for that. I think yesterday we got in the 600s as well. Obviously big growth there. I don't know if we're going to get the overall numbers that the day one, because last year's day 1 show clocked out over 10,000 overall views, which is one of our biggest shows ever.
We were at over 6,000 when I looked today.
It was 7,000 on day 1. So, I mean, it's possible if you guys want to go keep clicking on that, go for it. Yeah, but those shows don't tend to gain tons of views because I don't know if people really want to watch 5 hours of draft coverage, 6 hours today, after the fact. But hey, I don't make the rules. Yeah, I mean, in June, I don't blame anyone. It's I need something, anything. I will watch literally anything at this point. So we see Catan Crawford, the Nevada safety, go here. Nice. But yeah, I like the class a lot. I think this is already in the running for, easily in the running for the best draft class of the last 5 years. I think this is definitely an early favorite for the best draft class of Terry Fontenot. And I think this could be a contender for one of the best drafts that the Falcons have put together in recent memory. Obviously, we have a long way to go before we know that for sure. But man, it's exciting. Big potential impact players at multiple spots. And, I feel really excited about the direction of this defense. I think that before today, yesterday, I think yesterday was kind of the turning point, with the Xavier Watts pick and getting, 2 impact front 7 guys, then getting 2 impact secondary guys, now getting, a developmental tackle. The Jack Nelson pick, probably nobody was really going to move the needle for us, right, with this pick. I mean, it's nice I don't have an issue with Jack Nelson. I think he could be interesting. So, that's exciting. But I think that, maybe this is where we turn the corner, and again, I think people forget that the temperature on that 2015 team going into 2016 was not positive, right? We were all very pissed off about how that 2015 season ended, rightfully so, right? And 2016 arrived, and after a little bit of a scuffed start, we did see some really nice stuff from that team, and that culminated obviously in a magical run that we didn't quite get to the promised land, but it was the closest that we've got in my time as a fan, seriously following the team. So I don't know that I would put that type of expectation on this team. I would not suggest you doing that, but why can't this team, get a winning record at the very least, right? Get a winning record and be legitimately competing for the playoffs. Why can't they? And I think
all I'm gonna say is the NFL is a fickle beast. Like, nobody expected Washington to get to the NFC title game last year. Going into last season, like who would have thought they had the number 2 pick last year? I mean, look, the Lions are looking like a heavyweight team right now, but 2 years ago, I don't think anyone expected them to make it to the NFC Championship game going into that season.
Yeah,
you just never know. Like the NFL is just that type of league where all it takes is getting hot at the right time, and that was the Falcons in 2016. Nobody expected that team to, do what they did that season. And I mean, if these young defensive players are as good as we hope, and if Michael Penix is as good as we hope he is, with the offensive weapons that this team has, with continuity going into year 2, I mean, you never know what could happen, and you never know just how fun it could get at a certain point.
Yeah, I agree. It could be a lot of fun. Yeah, I've enjoyed this draft. I figured we'd enjoy the first round pick. I wasn't really that afraid of a nightmare scenario evolving there, but I think that this is an exciting class, and I think that I'm pretty hyped to see what can happen with these guys. And obviously we'll have to see how it plays out, how it develops. But pretty exciting stuff. All right, let me announce the winner of our patron draft here. I have to use a random number generator for this because people don't join with tickets. So I'm that we have between Patreon and YouTube, we have 38 total supporters. So thank you guys. Appreciate you. If you are a member of both, you get 2 entries. You get an entry for each one. So that's including that. So I'm going to roll this off here. And the way I'm going to do it is we'll have the patrons be like 1 through 27. Yeah, 1 through 27. And then YouTube members will be like 27 to 38 or 28 to 38. So let's see what we got. 19. So go down the list here. All right. We have Jonathan Wiggins. It's going to be our patron / channel member winner here. So congrats to Jonathan Wiggins. I don't know if you're here at this point or not, but I will contact you on Patreon. George wanted to win back his own card. No. Thank you, George. And shout out to Eli Amberson for becoming a member on YouTube as well. Raymoon with the $2 says, yes, we will watch 5 hours of draft coverage. I mean, Ray, you are a special one. Everyone here at this point is definitely a special one.
And Ray, it's 6 hours now. We started at noon. It's 6 p.m.
Yeah. It's been a long one, Adnan. It's been a long one. So congrats to Jonathan Wiggins and congrats to Eli Amberson, who I've contacted on Discord, so we're good to go there. Yeah, guys, it's been a really fun draft, a really fun trio of shows. I've enjoyed it a lot. I know. How's it been for you, Adnan? You enjoyed it? I know where it's dragging, but yeah.
It's dragged down at points, but yeah, no, of course, we always enjoy these. We always enjoy doing it, and I mean, yeah, I think we're officially into an hour 15 of the stream total, so it's been 14 and a half hours. So I mean, yeah, that's definitely an accomplishment. I won't admit it to anyone that I streamed for 15 hours these 3 games, but we do it for the people.
Yep. And yeah, with I know MTK mentioned it. The patron and supporter fantasy leagues are going to get started here. We're going to fire those up again. So if you're interested in taking part in those, all you got to do is be a member of either the YouTube channel or the Patreon. We'd love to play with everybody in the chat, but having 200 to 500 fans in fantasy leagues, I can't do that. I can't handle that. So we do have to draw the line somewhere. So we have to leave it to these guys. But if you want to take part in those, we're gonna be setting those up over the next month or two. All you got to do, of course, is to be a member either on YouTube or Patreon. All tiers to get access to that. So looking forward to that, MTK. We got Moonstar with the $5 says, Kevin Adam Driver here with the 1,000-yard stare with 5 hours for 2 picks. Yeah, I mean,
It really was 2 picks, and it was 6 hours. 6
bookends,
hours, yeah. Last night, it was, 4.5 hours for
something
one
like that.
pick?
Yep.
God, yeah. Falcons made us go through 11 hours for 3 draft picks.
Yeah, it's been a real one, no doubt about it. I don't have much else to add. We do appreciate all you guys for hanging out with us, all you true Day 3 D-Gens here with us on Day 3 of the Falcoholic Live's NFL Draft Party. Of course, we will have tons of content coming your way over the next few weeks. There will be a little bit we usually take a little bit of a break in June. We'll probably go down to 1 or 2 shows a week for a couple weeks until things start to get fired up again in July. We will keep you guys posted on our training camp plans, and obviously we're waiting to get credentials and that sort of things before we announce any
TBD, yeah.
TBD, I hope not, but yeah, I hope not. But yeah, we don't want to promise anything to you guys until we officially get the credentials and the dates and all that stuff. But hoping to do some fun stuff this year, another live meetup. And yeah, if there was a place for me to ski in June, John, we'd be doing that. But I think I'd have to go to Europe to hit the glaciers or something. But yeah, that's not on my list right now. So, but yeah, we should have. I think tomorrow we're gonna try to do a show with Jordan Watkins. To be able to give you a little early draft recap. We'll be back on Wednesday with Mark Ramundi from ESPN helping us recap this draft class. Working to get Eric Robinson back on to give his thoughts. I'm trying to set something up with Trevor Sikkema to give his thoughts on the class. We'll definitely have Thor Nystrom back because he's the only guy I know that might actually have takes on UDFAs, he does at least a 500-person draft board. So he may actually know some of these. Yeah, UCF. George talking about my UCF memories with beer pong. Yeah, I didn't play a ton of beer pong at UCF. Funny enough, I took part in other activities that we won't talk about on air. But I don't know if they're legal in Florida at this moment or not. Florida is one of those less enlightened states, unfortunately. But shout out to college, but yeah, we're going to have lots of good guests on. We'll get you guys through the slow period as best we can. Maybe we'll have those vaunted, June podcasts where we discuss, the deep topics. How's that fantasy draft going, Adnan? Did you have to make a pick yet?
No, we've had 1 pick.
Yeah. Is it a slow draft or?
It's a slow draft.
Yeah.
The guy making the second pick is trying to make a trade, and I'm like, you waited until now?
Yeah, you didn't set this up ahead of time, or what?
So it'll be a while before I get to pick 8. But yeah, Ashton Jeanty went 1.
That's not a surprise. Yeah. Yeah, Superflex. I mean, Cam Ward could go early in Superflex, but
no Superflex. The startup draft. First 2 picks, I went quarterback. Now
it's pretty common.
Figure out.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I got back. I had the 11th pick or something in our startup, so I had to take Justin Fields. And that first year with him starting was actually pretty lit. But the last couple of years with him not starting has been less lit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I had picked 1, and I took Mahomes.
Yeah.
Probably bit me in the ass, but
yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world. He'll have more good seasons, but no,
Pick 2, I was deciding between Trevor Lawrence and Kyler, and I think I made the right choice on that one.
Which one did you choose?
Yeah. I went with Kyler.
Okay, good stuff. Yeah. No, I ended up with I think my starting quarterbacks last year. I ended up trading for Justin Herbert. I traded Drake London in a first for Justin Herbert, and that ended up working out pretty well. So I got Justin Herbert and Geno Smith, and Justin Fields is on my bench. But if he's a starter again, that could be pretty lit. So yeah.
The real win for me was getting Bo Nix in the 11th.
There you go.
Bo Nix to be as good as he was.
Yeah, I got Puka in that startup in the 15th round. Yeah, in the 15th round. That was when he was a rookie. Yeah, so I got him in the 15th round. Yeah. Basically for free. So that was nice. Yeah.
Tyrone Tracy was maybe my best value pick. That was round 18.
Yeah. Yep. Good stuff. But yeah, guys, thanks so much for hanging out with us. We will have tons more stuff coming your way over the next few months until we get to training camp itself, which will obviously be very exciting. Lots to look forward to. Obviously, stuff from OTAs and everything will be interesting. We'll see how long, Kirk Cousins is a Falcon. We'll see how long David Onyemata is a Falcon. We'll see if the team makes any other free agency moves in the meantime. But lots of stuff going on. Thanks again to everyone for joining us. It's been a fun.
Quinn Ewers goes now to the Dolphins.
Okay. Quinn Ewers getting off the board. Nice. Exciting stuff. We had Curtis Rourke going too to the 49ers. So a little bit of a quarterback. Dan Jackson goes to Georgia safety, goes to the Lions at 2:30. So everyone was clamoring for him as a UDFA. So RIP there. But yeah, guys, thanks so much for hanging out. It's been a lot of fun. This is one of my favorite shows. Well, 3-part shows that we do all year. It's always fun to get to hang out, to catch up with all of our viewers and spend lots of time discussing, all the topics, especially on day 3. So thanks so much for hanging out, guys. Please like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Really appreciate that. Check out thefalcoholic.com. We'll have tons of written stuff coming your way in the meantime. And yeah, we'll continue to bring you all that terrific Falcons content as the offseason turns into the dead zone and back to active stuff here in just a few months. But we're entering the tough times, right? This is going to be the breadcrumb season, and that's all we get. Or the thin gruel season, according to Dave Choate. But we're going to survive it. We'll get through it together. Until next time, guys. For myself, Kevin Knight at Falcoholic, Kevin for Adnan Ikic at Say Which Way. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us during the 2025 NFL Draft. We'll be back next week with more takes, more Falcons content as we get fired up here for the 2025 season. May it bring us more than 8 wins. That's right. That's at least that, right? I hope we can at least get that. But guys, thanks so much once again. We'll see you next time. Have a great night.